जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Another thing,
Good morning and welcome to SKOCH, India Economic Forum, our annual and the largest confluence of India economists and economic thinkers in India. For instance, last year, it had returned more than 75 actionable recommendations, majority of which were taken note of and implemented. And this is exactly what we expect to come out with by the end of the day. Atmanirbhar Bharat is a far-reaching program as envisioned by the Honorable Prime Minister. And we believe that it would logically lead to Atmanirbhar growth, which is the underlying theme of the forum today that discusses issues ranging from macroeconomic growth, new education policy, environment, social and governance, consumption and debt, investment and infrastructure, employment and private investment. To kick off the day, we have a special guest, Dr. Dipali Panjoshi, Distinguished Fellow, SKOCH Development Foundation and former Executive Director, RBI, who is also Fellow of Harvard University Asia Center, where she did her postdoc research in areas of finance and economics. She holds a doctoral degree from the University of Allahabad and law and management degrees. Being a development economist and an academic at heart, she has penned down her experiences as the new economic paradigm, India in the COVID world. In this book, she delves on the challenges as well as opportunities that COVID provides, brings out inherent strengths of the Indian economy, including demographic dividend, macroeconomic stability, and structural reforms that would lead to faster economic recovery and restoration of growth momentum. She firmly believes that the strong fundamentals will change the negative sentiment of the rating agencies and will catapult the Indian economy. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Mr. Sameer Kochhar, Chairman, SKOCH Group, to release Dr. Dipali Panjoshi's book, The New Economic Paradigm, India in the COVID World. You are muted, sir. Sameer, you are muted.
Dipaliji, it is my honor to release this book. I've always admired your work, and I'm sure that for policymakers and students alike, academia alike, this book is going to be a benchmark book on how, what direction policy should take. Congratulations to you. Dipaliji, you are muted.
Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, good morning.
Dipaliji, you are muted. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me, Dr. Dhanjal?
Yes.
Hello, I am very, very humbled, sir. Sameer Bhai, thank you very much. I am deeply humbled that a distinguished person like you with your intellectual acumen has given this great privilege and honor of launching the book. And I'm indeed very, very grateful to the Scotch Foundation for the pioneering work it is doing, and for more importantly, having me here. Should I continue?
Yeah, I request you to, give us some insights. I recall, these interesting conversations that we had at the beginning of the COVID crisis.
Indeed. And they
Where,
were.
I actually stuck my head out and I said that we are going to lose at least 1 month's worth of GDP, which is around 8%. And that's not a race I wish to win, but that is what seems to be coming true. That was the time people were saying -1, -2, and somebody was saying we may even make a modest growth. However, and then we had these conversations around how MSMEs were distressed and how the policy direction needs to change. And I am really happy to note that you've captured all of that and more in your book.
Yes, indeed. You have always been a very stimulating person to speak with, and we did have these conversations. And essentially now I'm veering around to the view that we have poor infrastructure which we need to address. We have a small manufacturing sector, and we have no social safety nets. So what we need primarily is to create jobs and employment if we are to harness the skills of our young population. Because if this is not done with immediacy, the demographic bonus will not be harnessed. And now, Samir Bhai, economic disparities are continuously widening, as you have always, you have shared your anguish with me on this, because today access to TV, access to social media, it leads to aspiration for higher standards of living. And if this rising aspiration of the poorer youth is not met, if the gaps, between the haves and the have-nots keep rising, then this is not a good portent, because if we cannot translate these aspirations through jobs into sustainable economic growth, then we will have things like the favelas in Mexico, and our youth will turn to crime. Now, this revolution of rising expectations I first came across in a book by Gunnar Myrdal called Asian Drama. So this is the biggest challenge which we face, and I feel that we must focus on world-class infrastructure. This will have a multiplier effect in terms of job creation. And this serious shortfall, this infrastructure deficit, will hamper and trammel the processes of economic growth. And therefore, it is imperative to increase the coverage to reach the the remotest areas by widening this. We also need to divert a large proportion of population engaged in subsistence agriculture into high value addition jobs. So enhanced investment in manufacturing is absolutely essential to divert the population engaged in subsistence agriculture. Now, I would like to just go a little further into this. See, we both agree, Samir Bhai, that the pace of job creation has to be increased. So how do we do it? We have to harness public investment in the form of industrial clusters, tourism circuits, food processing parks. And as you have often said, these projects can generate jobs for our medium and low skilled workers. These initiatives will expand the options available to the poorest of the poor. They will therefore catalyze economic growth, increase revenue, and in time be fiscally sustaining. But that in time is a necessary caveat, because your initial investment is very necessary in higher public investment. That alone will translate to jobs in these higher productivity sectors, which will reduce the overall share of agriculture in employment. So essentially, we need to accelerate the farm to non-farm shift. So you shift to manufacturing, trade, hospitality sectors, construction, infrastructure, all the sectors where there is a high locus on employment generation. You also therefore need to increase the share of organized enterprises. See, there are registered manufacturing firms which exhibit 5 times the productivity of unregistered manufacturing firms. There are vast unorganized enterprises. In fact, 70% of India's non-farm workforce is subsisting in the unorganized sector. So if you have to make them consumers and producers of goods and services, you essentially need to mainstream them by registering these enterprises, moving them from unorganized to the organized sector. Of course, we need to build a more skilled and trained workforce, even in the most labor-intensive sectors, and I would put trade, light manufacturing, construction, you require improvement. Because a worker can attain a 35 to 55% increase in daily wages with secondary and higher education. And yet 70% of the working age population has either no schooling at all or only primary education. And I'm glad that in the course of the day, you're going to be focusing on this. See, manufacturing and construction for me are the most pivotal sectors for job creation. The construction sector, of course, has immense possibilities. The surge in job creation has been largely driven by M-NREGA. But we need to move beyond M-NREGA. We need to upscale in response to higher investment in infrastructure, residential housing, commercial construction. All these are very good sectors, but the investment rate definitely needs to rise in order to support this higher job creation target. So an expanding manufacturing sector, and as we have often discussed, even in Scotch forums, it has been recognized as an engine of development. It raises incomes, it raises living standards, and of course, it increases productivity. So food processing, textile and garments, leather, wood, furniture making are the most labor-intensive types of manufacturing. And if you look at it, manufacturing is what has been hit the hardest by the pandemic, because the other sectors, that is the knowledge and capital-intensive industries, could still make do without layoffs. However, global trends will set the stage for reversing this trend. If you look at China's aging population and the movement of labor up the value chain to more intensive knowledge work, the Chinese are now moving to more knowledge intensive work, and this in turn opens up opportunities for us to capture a larger share of the global economy's labor intensive job pie. Vietnam, Indonesia, Bangladesh, and Cambodia are already there. They are experiencing growth in labor-intensive industries. We have to compete with these markets. And for this, it's not just our factors of production which will stand us in good stead. We need to improve our business and investment climate, especially for labor-intensive manufacturing, construction, and services. The most critical reforms, therefore, relate to speeding the delivery of infrastructure, cutting red tape that constrains businesses, removing tax and product market distortions, making labor markets more flexible, land markets more functional. The government has taken all the right steps for expanding vocational training for millions of unskilled workers. But job creation also needs to be more geographically dispersed and more balanced. The pandemic has also brought into sharp focus the need for geographically based disbursement. Almost half the required jobs are required in states like Bihar, Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh, Orissa. These states face the largest hurdles, and they need to step up jobs and employment creation to stem the process of outward migration. Beyond megacities, we need to cultivate a vibrant set of small emerging cities, thriving local economies, well connected with other parts of what I call India's missing middle. Because the missing middle are these small towns which can be developed into job creation hubs with focused programs on infrastructure and linking their economic activities to wider markets through either greenfield or brownfield projects. Because once you build these industrial clusters, you will truly reap the agglomeration effects of development. See, the RBI monetary policy has remained accommodative throughout the year. And the stimulus measures and reforms initiated by the government and the liquidity measures of the government and the Atmanirbhar Bharat, these are expected to support industrial activity and lead to what you call Atmanirbhar growth. These initiatives are very good, but again, we falter in the translation of initiatives to outcomes on the ground. Non-farm job creation, productivity growth are central to our endeavor for attainment of the overarching goal of growth with equity. Our people have to move from margin to mainstream, from poverty to empowerment. Our imperative for jobs, growth, effective macro policies to ensure critical mesh between outlays and outcomes. The challenge of improving people's lives is a fundamental and more long-lasting way. It is only possible through the provision of sustainable, scalable employment through the creation of jobs. This is the only promise of balance and diffused growth. So we should, and we also need to increase the pace of digitization. Digitization has shown its effectiveness during the course of the pandemic. It has created efficiencies in deliveries of goods and services and needs to be widened and deepened. If you look at the trilogy of the Jandhan Aadhaar mobile, it enabled the benefits to percolate to the poor, it excluded the better half, and it lowered transaction costs, reduced leakages. With effective targeting, this needs to be scaled up for more efficient delivery of services to the poor. Of course, there's also the health challenge which the pandemic has thrown up, but most importantly, it has thrown up the need to build social safety nets for the poor to ensure inclusive growth while maintaining macroeconomic stability. And the most stark image for this has been that mass migration of poor migrants from the big cities to their village homes in the rural heartland. And sadly, these were the villages which they had fled in search of better livelihood opportunities. And because there was an absence of livelihood opportunities in the villages. As far as banking is concerned, yes, the central bank is no longer the only game in town. And at the same time, its role should not be taken lightly either. Monetary policy, liquidity management, financial regulation, supervision, these are all very blunt instruments which take a long time, but they can still moderate economic and financial conditions. So the financial sector plays a very critical role in the Indian economy. Its role gains even greater salience in aiding the resumption of economic activity and helping to find a way out of the dire straits we are presently mired in. Let's not kid ourselves. Financial institutions, instruments, and markets comprise the financial sector. They act as a conduit for the transfer of financial resources from net savers to net borrowers. Institutionalization of savings and investments leads to augmentation of savings and therefore more judicious allocation of resources. The gain to the economy will depend largely on how efficiently the financial sector is able to perform this basic process of intermediation. So essentially, in the post-COVID era, the banking sector must have a supply-leading positive approach. Much has been done to improve the financial sector soundness and depth, even in the budget. Many good announcements have been there. But much more needs to be done to improve the efficiency with which financial resources are allocated to finance higher levels of investment necessary for sustained growth and poverty reduction, because there can be no sustained growth without poverty reduction. So in the backdrop of the uncertainties of global economic revival, which COVID-19 has created, and you've spoken of a V-shaped recovery, however, as risks become more difficult to anticipate and manage, and the fears of global recession and the hobble us, we are confronted by three urgent macroeconomic challenges in managing the pandemic. Firstly, we have to manage the growth inflation dynamic. We have to mitigate the vulnerability of the external sector. And thirdly, we also need to manage the inevitable fallout of fiscal expansionism, which is the only way. I mean, as Keynes said, you open the spigots and get out of recession, but then you also need to manage the physical repercussions. That said, we are dealing with a pandemic superimposed on a slowdown. Our response has to be a coordinated one with all arms of public policy as well as other stakeholders in the economy pulling together and working in close cooperation. Obviously, the government has a very important role in the response to the crisis, as have all of us. So Jerome Powell, and I like what he said, because he says, you see, no one has the luxury of choosing their challenges. Fate and history determine these for us. But we entered this crisis on a solid economic foundation. We will build a bridge to a position of regained economic strength on the other side. The crisis highlights the need for urgent action to cushion the recovery from the pandemic's health and economic consequences, protect vulnerable populations, and Scotch is just doing the right thing by creating this public policy dialogue and giving inputs for macro policy formulation, which translated onto the ground are going to be a great game changer. I mean, my only prayer is that may we never again see images of helpless, hopeless migrants trekking to their homes in despair. May we never see this loss of lives and livelihoods. May the recovery and the economic rebound set the stage for lasting economic growth, an economic growth trajectory which promises growth with equity. Because only the realization of that promise will make India into a truly great nation. So these are just my thoughts there.
Thank you so much, Dipali ji. Very inspiring as always.
Thank you
And I'm
so
very
much.
glad that you are a distinguished fellow with us. So part of your glory kind of rubs off on us as well. And we
I
are
think it's the other way around.
we have a common mind on inclusive growth requirements for India. And you worked with us, walked in step with us for many, many years.
Nearly a decade
Thank
now.
you so much for setting the context. Really, your book sets the context for this year's India Economic Forum and the variety of challenges that we all face. Now, often enough, there are critiques of India's response. Some people say that response could have been better, the monetary policy could have been more expansion. So I just wanted to take give my 2 bits of social scientific wisdom, because I'm not an economist, and I look at socio-economic things with a greater degree. I think everybody in India has given a very realistic response to COVID. There are no unlimited resources. So people who say do this, do that, and do that, and do that, speak of these things in a vacuum of where are the resources to do all of that. And in that light, then they said that, okay, so this is one unique situation where, fiscal prudence could be given a go by, and we have to look at far, far more expansionary uh, policies than we have. And they forget that actually the result of that is inflation. And inflation is a very direct tax on the poor who are normally spared such taxation, and it can actually push people back into poverty. It can create food security issues. It can create so many other problems that, so if you keep looking at only your silo and say, hey, listen, I am industry and I wanted to do this, and I am economist, so therefore I wanted to do this, and I am a credit rating agency and I wanted to do that. The problem is, how do you run a country, because we are a very pluralistic society and it's a very complex system. So within that, I think the response that India has done, the response that the central bank has done, the response that Prime Minister Modi has done, or Finance Minister Sitaraman has done, is super fantastic response based on the complexity and the constraints of the situation.
You are absolutely correct, because inflation is the best anti-poverty program. You're absolutely spot on.
Yeah. So I think, given the constraints, it could not have been better. However, I think while this government is often, accused of hyping or marketing or event managing, I think these are the areas where actually they have failed in being able to communicate what is it that they're trying to do. And in that sense, I think a larger ecosystem has to come together in a participative fashion and try to explain to the other ecosystem, country at large, as to what is it that the government is trying to do. I mean, for example, if you look at the Atmanirbhar Bharat program that the Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned, to me, what is the outcome of that program? The outcome of that program to me is Atmanirbhar growth, which is what this conference is all about. And Atmanirbhar growth is a growth that we describe as a growth that is job generative. It's a growth that is spatially dispersed, and it is an equitable growth that ends income disparities. And I think to look at Atmanirbhar Bharat as a protectionist program, as an import substitution program, is as narrow-minded as you can get, as short-sighted as you get. I think to my mind, Atmanirbhar Bharat is a very strong export substitution program for countries that import. And I think that's the point that is being completely missed. Why cannot, as the Prime Minister said in the World Economic Forum, that the global order will change and we are going to look at India radiating globalization to the rest of the world. Now, China actually has not won very many friends, either due to its political actions or social actions or economic actions and the kind of policies that it has pursued. The single biggest beneficiary of last round of globalization was China. And once that world order changes, why can the single biggest beneficiary not be India? And I think Atmanirbhar Bharat and Atmanirbhar growth is all about that. And a lot of focus on the budget is going into those areas. So Atmanirbhar Bharat and Atmanirbhar growth are export substitution strategies. These are not import substitution strategies. And I think that message needs to be very, very clear. The second thing that is required is that India needs many, many more medium-sized companies.
Yes.
Many more. And that is where I think the policy response could be better. Now, while we talk about a K-shaped recovery or a V-shaped recovery, the rich getting richer, where is the choice? If the rich don't get, if rich don't get richer, no one else will either, the problem. So I'm not therefore advocating a K-shaped recovery or, saying, but let the man who has the capacity to grow. Let the free market economy take care of that. But at the same time, it doesn't, absolve the government of giving an accurate response to the problems of small and medium enterprises, where I still feel policy has been lacking in a fantastic fashion. So I think two regulatory reforms that beg to be carried out is that either completely restructure SIDBI or NABARD or close both the institutions. They have done more damage with small and medium enterprise and agriculture than any external factor, than COVID or anything. If these were two robust institutions, we would not have such a sorry state. We would not have so few small and medium enterprises. We create these funds to help small and medium enterprises, and then we send them to die at SIDBI. No one gets that money. And it gets me angry. You can see from my face I am angry.
No, agree.
That is something that really, really we need to take care of. And one big policy intervention, many more we will talk about as we move forward, is that we need an urban equivalent of NREGA. Or can we not make NREGA like one nation, one ration card? Why can't be it's one nation, one employment guarantee act? Wherever you are, if you are in distress and you need jobs, the job should be made available to you. Doesn't matter whether you're in Delhi, whether you're in Gurgaon, whether you're in Batenda, whether you're in Majuli. Why do you have to go to rural India to access a social security net? So I think this is the other big policy failure that needs to be corrected. And I would really urge Niti Aayog, other think tanks and the government to look at this very carefully and look at the MSME packages very carefully. The job losses in MSMEs are real. The income disparities are very real. Most people who are working in medium and small enterprises are still working at the least 25% lower salaries and incomes than they were before COVID. And this is something that needs to be addressed. Thank you so much, Dipali ji. And I hand over back for the next part of the proceedings and the whole day that we are going to be talking about. these issues.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you so much, Dipali ji.
Thank you, Sharanji.
Celebrate excellence and confer Koch Challenger Award. And we are joined by Dr. Shekhar Shah, and he is going to be receiving the Scotch Challenger Award for economic research. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in sharing the successes that Dr. Shah has had during his long career, a witness to the transformation during early years of liberalization. Rapid economic research and greater attention to social and development issues in health and education and service delivery are few attributes that Shekhar Shah inculcated in NCAR, where he took over as its Director General. Three aspects that Shekhar says lays emphasis on: the quality, relevance, and impact. These are evident across all his works. Under his leadership, NCAR has taken research lead in infrastructure, agriculture, decentralization, human development, health, and education, and macroeconomy. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite Mr. Samir Kocher, Chairman Scotch Group, to confer this award on Dr. Shekhar.
Dr. Shekhar Shah, it is my honor and my privilege to confer this year's Scotch Challenger Award for Economic Research on you. I believe your term at NCAR is soon coming to an end, and we could not have possibly let you go without acknowledging the numerous contributions that you've made to economic research, to India, to Indian growth story, and to the economist community at large. Also, as a sociologist economist, I think I have also tremendously benefited from the work that you have done, incredible work that you've done. Congratulations to you. And I invite Rajat Kathuria on behalf of the awards committee to felicitate you and say a few words about this. Rajat?
Please unmute yourself, Rajat.
Hi. This is for Shekhar.
Yes, this is for Shekhar Shah.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Samir. And congratulations, Shekhar. I've known Shekhar for a long time. I've known NCR for a long time. I remember when Shekhar came at the helm of NCAR. I think NCAR was one of the premier research institutions, think tanks in India. And Shekhar has taken it to a new level. He came from the World Bank, so he came from a position of strength and high networking. I think what he's done to NCAR is sort of network NCAR into the consciousness of both the Indian and the American community of policymakers. So NCAR is up there now, recognized as one of the leading think tanks, not only in India, but in the world. I have fond memories of interacting with Shekhar, especially during a flagship conference that all of us used to organize, both of us used to organize, called the Nimrana Conference. Unfortunately, because of COVID, this was the first year that it wasn't held. And perhaps in its earlier incarnation, it may never be held. But it was such an enjoyable conference because some of the best minds from India and the United States and the who's American economists congregate in a closed-door session in Nimrana and discuss important policy issues over the course of 2 days in a fascinating environment located on the top of a hill and a fort which has now been converted into luxurious rooms. And Shekhar and NCAR were gracious enough to invite ICRIER to participate in the conference. And for 10 years and more, we have been collaborating in organizing what I think is a very, very successful conference. Shekhar also brought a lot of, I would say, sort of collaboration into what he was doing in NCAR. He was also responsible for creating, I think, additional space, which is extremely modern in NCAR. And so what he leaves behind, I think, is a legacy for somebody who will have to be able to continue on the path that Shekhar has taken NCAR to. And as I said, he's made NCAR one of the leading think tanks and into the consciousness, I think, of policymakers. And government relies a lot on NCAR for policy advice, as we know. And I think the next person who steps into Shekhar's shoes will have a tough ask to kind of emulate and carry that legacy forward. So congratulations on this award, Shekhar. It's been a pleasure to know you personally and professionally, and hope our paths will cross again.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Gurusharan, Samir, and for those extremely warm words, which I'm sure I don't deserve, Rajat. And it's great to be with colleagues such as Sachin and Ratin and Soumya and Deepshika at this gathering. I am truly touched by your warm words, as well as I think the recognition that as our country faces its coming challenges and the challenges that it has just been through, that it's really important that we actually not undervalue the soft infrastructure that our country needs, the policy-making infrastructure that our country so badly needs. And Gulshan, you were good to cite our credo, which is quality, relevance, and impact. And I think we too often tend to shortchange ourselves in the country on all three. So it's a constant reminder to us that indeed that is what the role that we should be playing at think tanks. And I'm just so pleased that we have the leading think tank leaders here, Ratin, who took NIPFP to great heights and now is going to be on the global scene with ODI. Soumya, of course, leading SPI's charge, which is fantastic. Rajat himself, as he knows, I was there at the birth of ICRIER, so I have an umbilical cord relationship with ICRIER when I was in the Ford Foundation. And it's great to see that there is also new ideas and new thinking. As many of you know, Rajat himself will be leaving ICRIER soon. And of course, RIS has grown to great heights with Sachin. So while it's an award to me, it's really an award to the community of these professionals who go well beyond the call of duty to do what they need to do, to produce the evidence that produces good policy and good results, and then good well-being for the citizens of India. So thank you again, Gulshan. Thank you, Samir.
Pleasure.
Congratulations to you once again, Dr. Shekhar, and that gives me an opportunity to make the next announcement for excellence in research to do with the international trade, Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi. The next Challenger Award for him, apart from being a researcher, is an institution builder. That's Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi. His work focuses on promoting South-South cooperation and to collaborate with developing countries in multilateral negotiations in various fora. Trade and innovation linkages with special focus on WTO, development economics, cooperation, and investments are few areas that have benefited immensely from his contributions. Took over in 2014 as Director General Research and Information System for developing countries with the clear vision to strengthen and deepen the role of economic research from India on trade issues in international fraternity. Congratulations to you, and may I now invite Mr. Samir Kochar to confer this award on Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi.
Sachin, it is indeed an honor to confer this award on you for such wonderful work that you've done on international trade. There have been fairly choppy waters with, what is happening at WTO, and then we had RCEP, And you kept the Indian ship steady and our policy level-headed. I think we've had a fairly prudent going thus far. And as Prime Minister Modi says, the next round of globalization has to be led by India. So we see even a more important role for people like you and institutions like RIS on, how do we make sure that we actually implement on that. You've brought us this far. International trade stance of India looks good. Congratulations. Congratulations on your work. You have done enormous contribution to the country. May I now request Dr. Ratin Roy, who's known Sachin for a long while, to say a few words for Sachin.
Yes, thank you, Sameer. Sachin, many congratulations on this award. I have first came across Sachin many years ago when I was at the UN, and I was organizing a BRICS conference in Brasilia, of all places, where I was then posted. And Sachin was to come as a delegate, and I was very intrigued to meet this person who was able to come in as an economist, but talk to diplomats, which is a rare skill that I thought only I possessed then. And I could not have been more wrong. Since then, our collaboration, Sachin and I, has been one of, which is quite, I think, ideal and rare, increasingly in the modern world, which is of collegial, substantive, mutual support. Sachin's work on South-South cooperation, his CUP book, has made sure that it is difficult for me to go anywhere in the global South and meet anyone who is interested in international issues who has not heard of Sachin. It has become more or less a reference work now to provide the sort of teleology and framing for how you assess and analyze and even define South-South cooperation. Sachin and I last worked together playing a double act. Sachin, it wasn't at the ORF meeting. I think it was at the UN meeting with Arvind Panagaria, where we were both delegates. And that was an interesting time because for the first time I got to work with Sachin in a real-time environment. And I saw that his diplomatic skills and his networks were quite formidable. And if used properly in the country's service, would take us further at a time when our South-South orientation is clearly spluttering. These are not the halcyon days of the first decade of this century. It's a much more insular world. And we seem to spend more time dealing with the Quad than on South-South cooperation. But Sachin has also provided a way out there, which the government has embraced, which is to go back to our traditional strengths, science and technology, and convening of Southern institutions and voices in partnership and collaboration across multilateral events. That is essentially what NEST does and what FIDC does, both institutions that have been fostered by Sachin, and does very effectively. So now there is institutional recognition of these processes across the Southern globe and also in those parts of the North that deal with the South. The science and technology work is something that is so important and so ignored that I think the country would have been much, much poorer today, both in its international diplomacy and in its scientific collaborations, with consequent results on God knows what, including the vaccine, if Sachin had not persistently insisted that RIS's agenda goes beyond the narrow trade mandate and embraces science and technology in all its dimensions, from organic medicines to very high-tech stuff in IT, manufacturing processes, etc. You will notice, in conclusion, that I have not mentioned trade, because the stock-in trade of RIS, Sachin managed admirably. And RIS continues to be, I think, the most respected partner, not just of MEA, which set it up, but very importantly of the Ministry of Commerce. He has handled thorny issues on which I've differed with him, such as bilateral trade pacts, but he has handled them in a way that I think every voice in India and every cadence on that issue, which I've been involved with intimately with him, has had its say, thereby enabling government to take an informed decision, which is, as Shekhar was saying, something that is very, very important in the soft role that think tanks play. And Sachin has done that effectively in trade, but I wanted to highlight that he has done so much more in the area of political economy, South-South cooperation, science and technology, and institution building, that I look forward to his continued, growth and evolution on the Indian think tank landscape and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ratin. Thanks, Dr. Samir Kochar. Thanks, Gulshan, Dr. Shah, Rajat, Deepshikha. It's a great pleasure to be together this morning. And as Dr. Shah very rightly said, this is getting together of the think tanks. The community couple of years back had a sort of competition and race, and I think with heads like Rajat and Ratin himself and Dr. Shekhar Shah, I think more complementarities have been explored and have gone beyond one event of budget-based discussion among 5 institutions. I think all of us have explored many contours of our collective participation and contributing to national narrative making, particularly of India's growth and the trajectories that we need to traverse on. And that, I think, has contributed in terms of how things are. And the kind of academic twist that Soumya has brought to a bank like SBI, never before it was witnessed. And since I joined the RBI board, I have been seeing the excellent work that Soumya is bringing on table, and also in terms of the nature of analysis that we need from public sector banks. So I think it's a great community that has come together. Everybody is contributing in their own niche areas, but I think overall connect with the wider growth issues and possibilities are extremely important. With Ratin, I have enjoyed very special partnership between NIPFP and RIS, particularly in the field of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. And it required, people may not believe now, but it required a lot of efforts on part of RIS to persuade PMO to give the task to Niti. And at that point with somebody like Sujata Mehta, we worked so closely to get that mandate to Niti. And once it was done, Ratin played an extremely important role in capturing the financing contour of India's Sustainable Development Goals program. He wrote extensively, he spoke at different places, and with his huge and very rich background in UN, we could get insights in terms of how the financing part of SDGs be taken forward. And fortunately, at that point, Dr. Pangaria encouraged those dimensions. So when the first report came out, and Ratin, you would recall India's first VNR when it was presented in New York, the inputs were from NIPFP and RIS. And Dr. Pangaria acknowledged it in so many words when Hardeep Puri was chairing the session in UN in New York. So it was a great fun, it was a great contribution. And I think since then, a very healthy practice has come up. Is still Dr. Rajiv Kumar hasn't dissolved the task force, which is on SDGs, and Ratin is still part of that task force, though he's heading ODI now, no more an Indian entity. But I think Ratin has not been seen as somebody outsider, and that shows the close connect think tank community could establish in last 6 years. And I think as Samir very rightly said, the credit goes to the Prime Minister who has invited out-of-box ideas. And I think the openness and communicative channels that have been opened with think tanks is simply amazing. And I think huge possibilities and avenues for think tanks to contribute. I'm extremely thankful to SKOCH Foundation and Samir in particular for thinking of this and in engaging us. Thank you.
Sachin, it has been an honor and a pleasure. Thank you so much also for collaborating with us during this past 1 year. We've done so many conferences and discussions together, and I really hope that this relationship grows further. And we've kind of become one platform where all economic think tanks, civil society, sociologists, everybody kind of comes together and we do this deliberation on how will India move forward. So thank you very much. With that, we have to move on to the next leg, and I must start by thanking Deepshikha. Deepshikha Sikarwar, I really enjoy your writing. You know, you are one of the very few economic journalists who really has the capability and the capacity to bring together such a complex panel. You know, when we said that we're going to have this constitution of a panel, I mean, most moderators would be running scared. You know, what is it that I'm going to add? So, and you know, the only one who could handle such difficult and eminent personality that I could think of was you, and we've therefore invited you not to do just one but two panels for us today. Thank you very much. We are very grateful to you. And over to you. Please introduce the panel and the complexity. And at the end of it, do bring together some recommendations as to what the country has to do. And that's my request to each one of the panelists also, that if you could end with at least some recommendation, honest one at that, which I'm sure you would not do a dishonest job, but let's say maybe even bordering on slightly politically incorrect if it has to. And let's do that as a service to the country. Deepshikha.
Thank you so much for your kind words, Dr. Kocher. It's a pleasure to sort of moderate this panel. And I should not take much of the time. I mean, everybody knows my esteemed panel today, this morning. But, you know, just for the people who are joining in, a brief introduction of each one of you. Dr. Ratin Roy, he's the Managing Director of the Overseas Development Institute. And Dr. Roy was Director NIPFP earlier and also a part-time member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister. Dr. Rajat Kathuria, he is Director and Chief Executive of Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations. Dr. Kathuria has over 20 years of experience in teaching and 15 years experience in economic policy. Next on the panel is Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi. He is Director General of RIS, and he's also a board member on the RBI. And he works on issues related to development economics involving development finance, SDGs, and South-South cooperation. We have Dr. Shekhar Shah, who is Director General NCAER. And NCAER, as we know, is the sort of oldest and the largest economic think tank in the country. Prior to joining NCAER, Dr. Shah was World Bank's Regional Economic Advisor for South Asia. And we have Dr. Soumyakanti Ghosh. Soumyakanti Ghosh is the Group Chief Economic Advisor for the country's largest state-owned bank. And he's worked earlier at Tata, AIA, American Express, and ICRA. And he's been a co-author and he's done some pioneering work to capture the payroll data in the country, both in the formal and informal sectors. Let me welcome all of you to this morning, and it's a great pleasure sort of hosting this panel discussion. And on a very crucial topic, something which has been discussed and debated largely today. If I could just go back to what the finance minister said in her speech, in her budget speech, which was just presented. She said Atmanirbharta is not a new idea. You know, ancient India was largely self-reliant and equally a business epicenter of the world. And it is an expression of 130 crore Indians who have full confidence in their capabilities and skills. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in an earlier speech defining Atmanirbhar Bharat, had said, when a country talks about self-reliance, it is different from being self-centered. Now, the entire Atmanirbhar program, ever since it was sort of rolled out, there have been arguments on either side. What we are now going to, but you know, if we can deliberate on that either side, but then would be veering away from today's morning's topic, which we really want to discuss. So if I could just start with you, Dr. Roy. Atmanirbhar program, Atmanirbhar Bharat, as we talk about, can it really can it help India to grow beyond its potential growth rate? You're on mute, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yes, now you're.
So let me first start by paying tribute to India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, who, at the expense of focusing on poverty and inequality and focusing on India's autonomy, developed the concept of self-reliance. Okay, so the Finance Minister is absolutely right. The concept of self-reliance is a concept that has imbued the very foundation of independent India. But you see, there was some dissatisfaction with the progress of this concept over the last 50 years. And therefore, in 1991, we went in for economic and trade liberalization. And much of the arguments regarding economic reforms are to allow what India decided not to do after the East India Company, which is to promote the infusion of foreign capital, quite rightly in my opinion, because India, unlike at the time of the East India Company, did not have enough capital. And therefore, we wanted to attract foreign direct investment and foreign institutional investment. And the condition for that was to keep the economy open by reducing non-tariff and trade barriers and by creating an environment where people could come in and invest in the economy. Now, where we were unclear, I think, was in whether we wish to become the producer for the world's marketplace, like China, or whether we wish to invest in our own country, or both, or if so, what and where. And that remarkable lack of clarity, I'm afraid, imbues each and every statement I've heard from this administration regarding this concept. It is not enough to translate it into Hindi. It is also very important in any language to give it meaning, and meaning does involve trade-offs and choices. I do not see those being made. On the one hand, I see a rise in import tariffs. On the other hand, I see talk about welcoming foreign businesses and lowering the cost, increasing the ease of doing business. On the one hand, I see talk about increasing exports. On the other hand, I see talk about import substitution. I'm afraid the two don't often go together, because when you parcel out an acre of land for an SEZ, it means you cannot use that acre of land to produce shirts or to build a school or to build a healthcare center. So resources deployed for exports require a policy decision and a trade-off. I do not see that calculus of trade-offs. So I think much of the talk, while admirable, is still quite loose, and certainly looser than the clarity of exposition we had between 1950 and 1970. You may agree or disagree with that policy, but it did get you a coherent pattern of self-reliance, Atmanirbharta, which I am yet to see articulated well today. Thank you.
Dr. Shah, if I can come to you, can this concept, can this program which has been rolled out really help India achieve its potential growth?
Thank you, Deepshika. The unequivocal answer to your question has to be yes, of course. But then, as I think all thinking people have to do, they need to worry about the circumstances around which that yes actually becomes a yes and doesn't become a very sorry no. And given the big nudge that everybody has on this, it's best to perhaps focus very much on the conditions under which this Atmanirbharta can work. Let me first start by saying that the idea of a light industrial policy is not new to the economies of the world. And we've seen the Koreas, we've seen the Taiwans, we've seen a lot of East Asia precisely use this kind of light industrial policy. and make tremendous inroads into the world economy. And China, of course, is the biggest example. As countries move away from China and we go to a China plus one policy, clearly there's going to be a lot of room for drawing in investment into our country. So we need to be careful about the risks that we face. And I'd like to perhaps point out 3 or 4 or maybe even 5 of those risks. Because this requires a very enlightened government that is able to keep the industrial policy light. Imagine going from 3 sectors, which is what we started with the performance-linked incentive scheme. We've now gone to 13. But imagine if in a year's time that goes to 30. Then we'll probably have a ministry for PLI. So we can see very quickly this thing gathering momentum at the wrong end rather than at the production end, at the regulatory and the bureaucratic end. So I think there's a fear of excessive intervention. There's a fear, that's the first point, where it leads to all kinds of insider relationships that can create problems. Second, there's a concern about scope creep, that, as I said, going from 13 to 30 sectors in the next year, 2 years. Because there's always going to be a push, given the very handsome incentives, which, by the way, isn't on value addition, it's actually on value, which means that it has a huge impact in terms of those industries that get selected. And this is going to be a selection of firms. This is not going to be the whole sector gets it. There's going to be 5 firms, 6 firms, 10 firms, which requires an incredibly intelligent and light touch. And that is a problem. So scope creep can be a huge problem. Second or third is going to be a push to relax targets. We have some schemes that were supposed to end. So is there a sunset clause, and how easily will we be able to adhere to those sunset clauses, so that this is really an infant industry, not a pygmy industry argument, where we create some firms that are very large, but then they cannot survive without the protection and the incentives. The next problem is resource allocation, which industries to promote and which not to promote. That again requires incredible intelligence, foresight, and in a world in which competition is so extreme, the conditions of the 60s and 70s that East Asia had do not really obtain now. Things move much more fast, and of course everything is interconnected in global value chains. So that if we are able to handle these 5 or 6 issues, and of course at the end of it is corruption, which can create a problem. So these are the risks that we need to mitigate. And indeed, the emphasis on firms and enterprises responding to incentives is well placed, but at the same time, we absolutely need the soft infrastructure of good decision making, of government officials who are not afraid of the 4 C's. The CVC, the CBI, the CAG, and now the courts, so that they actually can take market-facing decisions that do not come to haunt them in their career. And we've seen this happening in the PPP situation, where various serious-minded, highly intelligent officers of the government are hamstrung because they are not able to take those market-facing decisions in a commercially appropriate way, which in the end is going to benefit every average citizen of the country. So I think that's a key area that we need to think about in trying to make this light industrial policy remain light, remain time-bound, and actually deliver the results that we need. I'll come to one more point, or very quickly 2 more points. I think it's very, very important that we realize that with half our population not engaged fully in paid work, and I'm talking about India's abysmally low female labor force participation rate. Our female labor force participation rate is lower than Saudi Arabia's. 1/5 of our women are in the paid labor force. Unless that changes, we're not going to be able to enjoy the employment creation opportunities that all of this is supposed to, in the end, lead to. And if that doesn't happen, then all the fears of the K-shaped recovery that people talk about will only then be drawn out into the future. And divisions within our society will become even more extreme. So it's very, very important that in thinking about these things, we also worry about the social end of what we are doing. And it's going to be very, very important. Last, I think Ratin referred to it, there is a messaging problem in Atmanirbhar Bharat. Delhi High Court judgment apparently recently looking at ground operations for airports and regional airports made some remarks about, oh, but this is not going to mean production in India. So, this vocal for local really should be vocal for global. It is a kind of a extension of Make in India, but really we sometimes have to worry about self-sufficiency ending up being just protectionism. And guarding against that, and the trend has been towards that, really is very important. I'll make one last point, which is that in 1991, a bunch of very committed reformers could do what they had to do because they were undoing something. They were undoing the license Raj, and a lot of those were stroke of the pen reforms. Today, we are redoing it, but trying to redo it in a very light and sophisticated way. And that's going to require immense talent and understanding of the global economy and of India's economy than was the case in 1991. So it is a 1991 moment in reverse, but we need to make sure that it actually delivers the goods that it's supposed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. Dr. Kathuria, as a Atmanirbharta, the concept, Dr. Shah has raised some very pertinent points. Do you see as this philosophy really taking us back to pre-91? The tariff barriers, protectionists, and coming back to my first question, can it really deliver the growth that we are aspiring for?
Thanks, Deepshika. And at the outset, let me thank Samir for once again inviting me to speak here and for assembling this formidable cast of panelists and friends. And I'm really grateful that we're able to speak together once again, not just at Sachin said at the Five Institute budget seminar, but at other platforms that Scotch has provided all of us. This is I think as both Ratin and Shekhar have said, this is a big challenge of messaging. I think it's a big challenge of clarity and I think also of implementation. There's nothing wrong with being Atmanirbhar, but one has to ensure that you don't end up in contradictions. I mean, policy, at the heart of policy are trade-offs. And I think as economists all agree that we have to make choices. You can't have more of everything, and economics will be a very dull subject if there were no trade-offs. I mean, the whole idea of policy is trade-offs. The whole idea is that you create winners and losers, and policy making thus becomes an art, and to use a sort of an oft-used maxim in trade theory is that if the winners can compensate the losers somehow, if you can develop institutions for the winners to compensate the losers, then trade actually makes everybody better off in a Pareto sense, and then we can all go home. But unfortunately, those domestic institutions have not been able to be developed anywhere in the world. And therefore, trade remains hostage to sort of industrial policy, to political interventions, and so on. But having contradictions, I think, is given, or trade-offs. If contradictions being a slightly more more intense word, or describes the situations more darkly. But in a soft sense, you would say there are trade-offs. But Joe Robinson many years ago said India is there are contradictions in India. Sort of what is true in India at the same time, the exact opposite would be true, and that still remains so. Except that I think Atmanirbharta today versus Atmanirbharta or self-sufficiency of the 70s and 80s is very different. We added that, as Shekhar said, in 1991. So they are very, very different. They were, import substitution and export promotion sort of existed at the same time, and both very intensively. The import tariff was 400% at that time, on average, and you didn't want consumer goods coming in. I remember in the Planning Commission, there used to be discussions like, oh, we cannot open up our borders to foreign investment because we will fritter away our resources on making brill cream, etc. So we will waste our resources on consumer goods and useless goods while we need capital. And we recognized very quickly in 1991 that those contradictions were actually retrograde for the economy, because if you did not allow foreign investment and picked and chose foreign investment in a situation where your growth rates were abysmal and inflation was very high, nobody was interested to invest in India. So export promotion did not happen because import substitution was pervasive, it was very high, and it was almost what economists call prohibitive tariffs were imposed. And therefore, what ended up happening was you produced goods that nobody in the world wanted at very high prices to a captive audience. I mean, it was classic monopoly, it was classic protectionism. And therefore, we had, and a lot of us know about the sectors that this affected, and sectors that it affected endemically were the automobile sector, the telecommunication sector, the two-wheeler sector. I mean, the waiting lists for telephones were 5 years. You could get out of turn if you had proximity with the powers that be, and this was true for automobiles, this was true for scooters. If you paid foreign exchange, you would get it out of turn. So the whole sort of economy around this political economy around production, supply, and demand was one of how well did you know the powers that be who could then allocate you, assign you a good that you wanted. And let's cut to today. Today's Atmanirbharta, I think, is different. But at the same time, I think there are trade-offs that need to be made. It's not as stark as the pre-91 situation, but I think the clarity in the messaging is not there. There are contradictions. And let me just point to 2 or 3 contradictions and say, or trade-offs, and say that we've not made the right choices. One is we often say that we want to add more value addition at home, more make in India. And obviously that is through the route of foreign direct investment, because we're liberalizing foreign direct investment. Now, if you look at global value chains today, and you look at the dispersion of global value chains, you open up any good or a laptop, you'll see that the product is perhaps made in several countries, not just one, but they are made in several countries, maybe 20, 25. Apple could be made, the final product could be made in 25 countries. Now, what happens there when you have developments in communications, when you have developments in logistics like containerization? What happens is that when a good or a component crosses borders multiple times because of these developments, and because it is sort of advantageous to do so, the value addition, not the gross exports, the value addition of any one country will naturally be lower. So the value addition is inversely proportional to the number of times a good crosses borders. And that's natural. So to say that I'm going to add more value while there are all these developments happening in the rest of the world, comes perilously close to confusing absolute advantage with comparative advantage. So we may have an absolute advantage in everything, but we don't have a comparative advantage in everything, which is the essence of trade theory, I think. So to focus on just trying to add value and say we're only going to do things that give us whole value, and therefore raise import barriers, as Rathin was saying, import substitute, then you're not going to be able to become globally competitive. It is a slow, arduous, and a painstaking process to become globally competitive. China has shown the way. We are not a China, of course, but they've shown the way. They opened up foreign direct investment. They did not have any restrictions in the beginning. Now they have, because they have more bargaining power, more negotiating power today because of the size of their economy and because of their sort of growth, both in a military, political, and economic sense. But when you're in a stage where India is today, when we want to take off, we need global markets to be able to become competitive in more ways than one, including through importing efficient products and services and technology so that we can become more efficient at home. There are no shortcuts to this. It's not just because you impose a high tariff on a PCBA does not mean you will be able to produce that efficiently at home. That's not the answer. I mean, there's learning by doing. There is going to be adaptation. There's going to be import of technology. So my only sort of concern is that while Atmanirbharta suffers from some of the problems that the earlier speakers have spoken about, I think there are going to be trade-offs, and we have to recognize what we can do, what is our comparative advantage, and exploit that comparative advantage rather than saying, oh, I'm going to design a phone today. I'm going to become the hub of design because I want to move up the value chain right in the beginning. So that's sort of my clear message is be careful in what choices you make for the PLI, be careful what choices you make for, make in India or increasing value addition at home, because it's not going to happen so easily. We need global markets to be able to become competitive. And therefore, protectionism, this creep towards protectionism is not going to serve our country well in the future. So Atmanirbharta can deliver. It's a good idea, especially from the lens of jobs, but we have to be careful in our implementation. We don't have absolute advantage in doing everything. That's the message pre-90s. That's the message of import substitution and export promotion, the failure of both those policies in India. One final point, Deepshika, is on what I want to say about protectionism is that it's no longer a source of revenue for the government. So this argument that we're increasing protection or tariffs for revenue for the government, that's not true, because basic customs duty as a percentage of total revenue for the government is declining and will probably decline further. So this is clear that the rise in import tariffs is for you want to promote a Make in India, you want to promote your domestic industry, but there are other better instruments to protect domestic industry, or rather I'd use the word incentivize domestic industry to become more competitive. And those instruments are at home, and I don't want to dwell on those. Everybody of us knows what those instruments are to make India, a better ranker or move up the hierarchy of ease of doing business, come into the top 50, and all those package of reforms and execution that lie at the heart of improving the ease of doing business, especially for small and medium enterprises. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Kathuria. Let me come to you, Dr. Chaturvedi. 2 points. Can Atmanirbhar program deliver, the growth that we are aspiring for? And also what the previous panelists have said, the points that they've raised about whether Atmanirbhar Bharat is about becoming more protectionist, and can it really help in delivering the growth that we are looking for?
Thank you. Thanks, Deepshika, and I must also thank SKOCH for getting this very stimulating theme across Atmanirbhar growth, and you rightly said whether it is sustainable or how we are going to address the issues that are related to trade. Just 3 points I would like to make. First and foremost, Deepshika, that is extremely important for us to see Atmanirbhar India with international competitiveness, and that I think is crafts that we heard from Dr. Shah, Ratin, and Rajat. All three have emphasized on different contours of this international competitiveness, and that I think is important for us. Not at the aggregate level, but also at the sectoral level. And the fact that within PLI, we would have to choose few champions, the sectors that we think are where we are going to deliver, be that electronic parts and components, or we think of sectors where in agriculture processing, like in the Finance Commission report, I was part of the agriculture exports group, and we have identified sectors where Indian firms can deliver within agriculture. So we would have to identify some sectors where we can deliver. And for that, I think it is important to put house in order. The issues related to logistic costs in India, there are several sectors, and a colleague of mine has just finished a study in which we have shown how in several sectors, India is more competitive than China in cost of production of those products. And we show that what we are losing out is from production site to the shipping point. So the logistic costs are so high. If it is $2.5 for China, for India, it is $9.8 to reach out. In some cases, it is even 15. So where would you compete? So you need to reduce the logistic costs. Fortunately, government has paid huge attention. Much more is required in terms of ease of doing business and reducing the cost of transaction. So I think that is absolutely essential and important. The second part is the cost of production in certain areas. So whether we think of SEZs, and at some point NCR did marvelous job in terms of capturing this cost of production. I think important to see if the idea of SEZs, which earlier ended up with land grab and whatnot. But I think in this government, if more attention is paid, probably India requires some success story, at least in some part of the country, so that other states can emulate that. And fortunately, Prime Minister personally has focused on the Bharatmala project, developing 41 major ports, and this has revolutionized our ability to export. The Delhi-Mumbai industrial corridor that Japan is supporting us, and then the Mumbai-Bangalore industrial corridor, Bangalore-Hyderabad industrial corridor. These are the new ideas that are there, and they are not just confined to paper, they are reality now. So you are contributing to this narrative making, you are contributing to the change scenario, and I think it is absolutely important. Deepshika, as you yourself have captured the issue of the, for instance, the cost of electricity, the amount that an industrialist has to pay. So how you reduce logistic cost, how you reduce the cost of electricity, labor, I don't have to say much, but I think that is important. But most important is capital. In the internal working group report of RBI, we have articulated that you require efforts to enhance the access to the ability of the firms to access credit and reduce the cost of that. So if more penetration has to be done, you require banks with a greater bandwidth. And the proposal of DFI, I think, is something which is simply outstanding. The issue is how you bring in a narrative that is required in terms of financing your infrastructure and development that is needed. So a sort of disconnect should not come in when you are going to go for an institution like this. So Atmanirbhar growth, in my view, I think would depend on the way we are creating our institutions, be that DFI or the DISCOMs that we are trying to address. Issues related to logistic costs is going to be a crucial factor in Atmanirbhar growth. And if we put that right, we are almost there. And as you know, Deepshika, the 5 pillars that have been defined in our Atmanirbhar Bharat sort of program, the idea of the economy, infrastructure, systems, the vibrant demography, and of course demand, they require to address what kind of business model you are creating for MSMEs, what kind of issues are there in terms of skills. I mean, that's one big deficiency, as several reports of NCR time and again have shown, in terms of how skill is an issue. The kind of growth that we are already seeing is important, but then the market connects are not there. Fortunately, now for the first time in last so many years, Cabinet has day before yesterday passed a very limited proposal of our free trade agreement with Mauritius. RIS did that study 5 years ago. Can you believe it? And 3 years ago, China signed a free trade agreement with Mauritius. Just day before yesterday, Cabinet has approved India-Mauritius free trade agreement. This is happening at a time when Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, AFCFTA, on 1st January 2021 has become effective. I'm not saying that we need to jump in all the FTAs, but this is very much about Atmanirbhar Bharat and international competitiveness. We need to bring in. Even if we have thought of sequencing or providing protection, I see that the exit routes should be very clearly articulated, emphasized, and be foretold in terms of how we are going to open up. Because we cannot have endless protectionism. For 70 years, we have seen it has not delivered. It has not delivered in India. It has not delivered in many parts of the world. But we also require Indian industry not to end up with monopolistic situations that we have witnessed in certain sectors. The effort that has been made, I think, in terms of industrial policy, and I'm glad Dr. Shah has captured it, is in terms of the convergence that is required. And from RIS, we have already articulated that new industrial policy and the trade policy, which is in the offing, they should be merged. We should have a combined industrial and trade policy. I would have very much liked that to have the science, technology, innovation component as well, which is in now in public domain for comments, the STIP 2020. So STIP 2020, Indian industrial policy and the trade policy that is likely to be sort of soon announced, which would be till 2025. I think these three policies, if combined together, would give the heft that is required in our address to the issues that are there for our Atmanirbhar growth with international competitiveness. Last point that I want to mention is in terms of our approach in terms of reforms, and I think this budget was quite clear in terms of how and what direction we are going. If you look at our performance during the lockdown, the way the PPE goods could come up, the way vaccine could come up, the way industry responded to ventilators, etc. So given an opportunity, our industry has responded. It has come up to the expectations that the nation has. And from that point of view, I think the institutional reforms that are needed to unleash energies in industrial production and manufacturing, I think is extremely important. And we know very well that if India has to get into international market in terms of industrial manufacturing exports, the niche lies in high-end technology-intensive manufacturing. And that would come in only when we combine our science, technology, innovation policy with our industrial policy. And that would happen only when the amount of capital that is required, because it would need huge investments. So you need to reduce the cost of access to capital. And for that, you require banks which have the bandwidth to give. The public sector enterprises and the banks cannot deliver. You require capital which is there to be locked for 20 years, 25 years, and that bandwidth, unfortunately, not many banks have. So we require the financial sector reforms. And I think, Deepshika, the country has come at a point when multi-sectoral interdependence has become a reality. So you require these convergences to be explored when we bring in. And fortunately, I would say this budget has tried to address several of these dimensions in one go. And before I close, I must mention about Atmanirbhar growth not to be a non-green growth. It has to be a green growth. It has to have the component of sustainability. It has to have a lower carbon footprint. And that, I think, is an effort which is extremely important. In the previous component of this discussion, I had mentioned about the Sustainable Development Goals, the sustainability part of it. Fortunately, in this budget, several issues have come up in terms of green finance, how our international commitments are to be addressed. At this point, I am myself part of a study at RIS where we are trying to see how much India is going to pay more if we go for green deal, green finance deal, if we continue to remain stuck with Basel norms. So how much capital access cost is going up with the nature of Basel norms that are being thrusted upon us? So that dimension, I think, is important, not only for India, but for many other developing countries. And at RIS, we have been trying to see some of these dimensions in further details as India's BRICS presidency is going forward this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chaturvedi. If I can come to you, Soumyakanti Ghosh, can Atmanirbharta deliver the growth that we are aspiring for? And what Dr. Chaturvedi highlighted, the cost of capital and the cost of readiness of the financial sector, the institutional strength that we have in financial sector. Is it prepared? Is it ready to really support the kind of growth that we are looking at?
Okay. Thank you, Scotch Foundation. Thank you, Sami, for giving me this opportunity to be here. And thank you all the panelists, and special thanks to Dr. Shah and Dr. Chaturvedi for the wonderful achievement. We have been following everybody's research, beginning Dr. Roy, Dr. Kathuria, and this gives a lot of food for thought every time we go through the research and the articles which come out. Now, having said that, let me now come to this point of the Atmanirbhar Bharat, and specifically the points which you mentioned regarding the financial sector. I think one of the points regarding the Atmanirbhar Bharat, I'll just take a step back and say that in May, when these 5 pillars were announced, I think these 5 pillars, as Professor Chaturvedi rightly says, was an economy, then infrastructure, systems, demography, and dividends. And I think since then, there has been a series of initiatives which has been announced by the government, which pertain to each of these sectors. For example, for the economy, there has been specific policies to address the rural sector, the MSME sector. There has been also been specific policy to address the power distribution sector, the civil aviation sector, the atomic research and other space sectors. So there has been defense, indigenous manufacturing. So there's been a lot of steps have been announced. And it's important to understand that how basically this Atmanirbhar concept comes to. I think there has been concerns which has been expressed. Some of these actually are right in terms of saying that the cost of tariff should not go up. But we need to understand and appreciate that at the end of the day, the Atmanirbhar Bharat communication should be such that it is about channelizing Indian strengths, and it should not be about protectionism. So while there has been, of course, an increase in tariffs in some of the cases, but at the end of the day, there should be this should be constituted as a message to channelize India's strengths. It reminds me of this, when I am talking about this self-reliant conference, it reminds me of this 2008 crisis, when US and China, actually US enlarged its shale production to reduce its dependence on oil. And China at that same point of time was actually moved into the lower end of the manufacturing production. And since then, if you look into the US and the way the oil prices, the US has actually become more self-dependent, and China has actually vacated the low manufacturing space, which India is now trying to capture through the several initiatives which the government is trying to introduce. Now, having said all these things, I think coexistence of ideas in terms of Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliance, protectionism, can always coexist. I think in economic theory, if you look into the examples of theory, they are replete with such arguments. If I just go back in 1974, when Hayek and Gunnar Myrdal were added the Nobel Prize, both of their ideas are completely contrasting. In 2013, when Robert Schiller and Eugen Fama were added the Nobel Prize, both have ideas which are completely contrasting. So contrasting ideas can coexist, but we need to give a proper message that this is exactly what we are achieving for. And in that sense, I think the issue of India's Atmanirbhar Bharat being more about self-reliance and not about protectionism needs to be pushed through more vigorously. Now, if you ask me about the specific question of the financial sector, whether it is able to support, yes, from the country's largest bank, I can say that the financial sector has actually undergone a lot of turmoil from 2018 onwards. The turmoil actually reached its peak with the onset of the pandemic. But the good thing is that I think the government and of course the Reserve Bank of India, and I should compliment the Reserve Bank of India for doing an excellent job in actually trying to ward off this financial contagion. In fact, this reminds me again of if I ask me of the Reserve Bank of India, in 2003, there was a speech by Ben Bernanke where he talked about this constrained discretion in monetary policy making. And I think this Reserve Bank of India has been exactly doing this. They have been doing discretionary policy responses, and the way they have accommodated the significant borrowing requirements of the government, which was as record high last year, this year also it will be a record high, and the government being able to borrow at the lowest rate in the 16 years. And that actually has been a tremendous job, as you can see in the markets, the way they have been behaving in the last 2-3 auctions. But the central bank has been able to manage till date the significant debt management program of the government in the most assiduous and non-restrictive manner. They have brought back financial stability to the market. They have ensured the fastest rate transmission is happening in the market, and they have actually allowed the NBFC sector to borrow at lower cost. So I think some of these measures will actually go a long way in ensuring financial stability to the market. This is not to say that the problems in the financial sector has gone away, but the important thing is that, again, if you ask me, when the pandemic started, all of us had a fear that the asset quality of the banks actually will go kaput. There was a lot of writing saying that the total 100 lakh crores is the outstanding credit of the banking system. So maybe around 20 lakh crores of these could become NPA. But I think the banks here, the central bank, and also to some extent, and also to the extent the government has used the IBC code, I think that has helped to bring about a decorum of financial discipline for the borrowers. That is the reason why you will see today that the restructuring advances which has come to the banks has been significantly on the lower side, because it is from this restructuring advances only that the NPA arises. So this is another surprising and good development which has happened. Of course, this doesn't say maybe, tell the entire story that the MSME sector is obviously under some sort of a duress, and to some extent the agricultural sector because of other reasons, others. But even if we admit that, the way the banking sector has performed during the pandemic, and it is important to understand that all the global banks, because the banking sector this year has gone into the crisis with adequate capital and adequate provisioning. If you ask foreign banks like, for example, State Bank of India, which is 25% of India's market share, we have a provisioning ratio of 90%. So that means that whenever the next crisis, if it occurs, the banks are adequately capitalized and provisioned for that. And perhaps this has been the most important learning from the 2008 crisis, which may allow the financial sector to reboot itself from what it was expected during the beginning of the pandemic. So, and there has also been some very good steps in the budget. The most important thing in the budget is the creation of a bad bank. I think there is enormous benefits of a bad bank. Even the fact that if you have provided 90 to 100% of your provisioning, that means the capital requirement will be significantly on the lower side. If the capital requirement is on the lower side, and if you are able to recover the amount, even if 10 to 20% of such a high amount is recovered, and the provisioning amount also could be saved, that could have a significant impact on the bank balance sheet and profitability. I think some of these things needs to be properly understood by the financial markets, and some of these things needs to be properly communicated that these are the benefits. And also the advantages of an infrastructural-led growth, as has been laid down in the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, I think that is important. But my sense is that now, if I want to end over here, I think the concept of this Atmanirbharta has, with the self-reliance concept, and possibly not to do with protectionism, should now be properly addressed in the sense that the budget has laid down the steps in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of the financial sector, things which needs to do in terms of, for example, and DFI has also been introduced. So I think these things now need to properly work together and implementing fast enough so that the benefits of these, benefits of all these steps could be taken quickly by the market, because we are running against time. The pandemic has significantly disrupted us, but fortunately the growth rate has recovered. For whatever reasons, for the resilience of the economy, for the global economy has also recovered faster than what we had anticipated. So if we have to take consideration of all these factors, we need to work fast on some of the steps which has been issued in the budget. And I am sure that the financial sector today is much more robust and resilient than what we have thought about at the beginning of the pandemic, possibly because of this significant coordination of the monetary and fiscal policy, which has been happening over the last 1 year. And I don't know, at the end of the day, I think because the fiscal policy has postponed the fiscal deficit to 4.6% by 2005 to 26. But for the first time, the deficit numbers in the budget is also transparent. The off-balance sheet liabilities have been put into the headline one. So if I want to look into all this prism positively, I hope that this continues and the government is able to do on the promises which is made in the budget, because even if 70 to 80% of these promises could be made, I think that would augur very well for the markets.
Thank you, Soumya. One issue which, when we talk about the whole Atmanirbhar Bharat, what really strikes me is that we are sort of, in fact, even the government policy is focused on reviving manufacturing. It is very manufacturing sector focused. Now, can at this stage India really rest back any significant manufacturing on strength of SOPs and the large market, the steady market that it has? And also, how do you sort of ensure that it is geographically equitable? Because we've seen in the past that some states tend to attract more investment, some states do not. They are unable to do so, especially in terms of manufacturing. So, Dr. Shah, if I could come to you.
Sure. So there's always going to be regional imbalances, just to take your last question first. And I don't think that's going to be something that you can avoid. Every state, as Rajat said, we need to think about comparative advantage. It may be easier to produce everything in Maharashtra, but then there are things in the Northeast that the Northeast has actually a comparative advantage in as compared to Maharashtra. So there's going to be regional imbalances. The real issue is mobility within the country and mobility within the labor force. And if that happens, then clearly we are likely to see a much greater impact of this. But let me go back to the earlier question and just kind of summarizing a lot of the things that people have said. And I think we all said the same thing in some ways about messaging. That, Atmanirbharta should not become, and I'm very conscious of the SKOTCH acronym that Samir uses, it should not become Atma Sankoch. And of course, Sankoch is also SANKOCH. So I'm worried that Atmanirbhar will become Atma Sankoch or Atma Sandeh, where we will feel that we are protecting our own interest, but in doing so, we actually are becoming more vulnerable. And I would much rather think of Vishwanirbharta as a way in which we integrate ourselves more and more on an equal footing, on an advantageous footing with the rest of the world. So I would, if I were messaging, I would say it's Atmanirbharta, but think of it as Vishwa Nirbharta, in the sense that we are going to be confident about facing up to the world. So that's my sense about how there is going to be potentially this messaging problem that will be addressed. As to the question of differences in the way in which, and I don't think these are SOPs, it's precisely the risk that they don't become SOPs that we need to guard against. That's a tough call, particularly given the traditions of our government, the traditions of our state. Here we actually need to think about how individual states will implement this. And I think that's a big laboratory that we need to be thinking about. One last thing I would say is that we should bring the whole notion of design thinking into this Atmanirbharta idea. And that, I'm afraid, is still missing. And what does design thinking mean? It means that you innovate, you pilot, you learn, and then you come to some kind of formalization. We tend to jump to scale very quickly, and that's a big worry in this regard. But at the same time, there's obviously an urgency about having to do things much faster, because we want to accelerate the recovery. We want to get back to a pre-pandemic growth trajectory. We want to be able to recover rapidly and sustain that recovery. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Shah. Dr. Roy, if you could sort of elaborate on, this intense manufacturing focus in the whole Atmanirbhar program, and the fact on, the dispersal in terms of the states. How do you ensure equitable, growth or equitable Atmanirbharta geographically within the country?
Okay, thanks. Let me first make a point here, which I think it is important to make, which is that, you see, if you look at the track record of the Indian growth story, and you look at how state intervention has dealt with it, you will find that the success stories in India are when tasks that have to be secured are of low levels of complexity, even if high at scale. I often encapsulate this, but before that, let me give you some examples. So India performed extremely well in managing Kumbh Melas, in managing elections, in vaccinating people, and that is paying off. Now, I think our vaccination program is being admirably managed. Our lockdown was admirably managed. But remember, these are tasks of magnitude, but they're not complex tasks. The moment you try and address tasks that require complexity and consistent attention, educating our children, developing a healthcare system as opposed to vaccinations, you find that we falter. Which is why I often say that I would like the finance ministry to be as efficient as the home ministry. But the reason why the finance ministry is not as efficient as the home ministry is that an administrative civil service can execute tasks of low complexity and high and scale and magnitude. But to deal with complexity, you need to go beyond government. You need to create coalitions that are able to address complexity. I think Shekhar's comment on design thinking, is very, very pertinent in that context. And that is where we will need to see a more inclusive, strategic vision for India, not one where somebody sent out marching orders from a hill in Delhi and then everyone else follows. When it comes to the states, this is particularly important because remember, the central government has been broke for some time. There is no money in central government. Whatever the big talk about capital investment, it is still the case, and it will be the case next year, and the year after that, and the year after that, that between 65 and 80% of borrowing will be used for revenue expenditure, not for capital expenditure. So optics aside and intentions aside, the complex task of making sure that we manage government finances at the central government level not to do this is not being addressed, with the result that the states are being robbed of resources. Fiscally prudent states are being robbed of resources because the government of India is resorting more and more to cesses which are not shareable with the states. Even the Finance Commission's report expects the share of cesses in total revenues to go up in 25-26. So to deprive of the most important partner within the umbra of government, with the financial means to engage in this common task, I think is regrettable and would need to be reversed. Second, take privatization or disinvestment or whatever you want to call it. This cannot be done in a note sheet. It's not like imposing a lockdown. It's not like, dealing with a border problem and converting a state into union territory. It requires sophistication, executive capability, and that is there. It is there in the different states of India. It is there in the private sector. It is there within academia. It is there in our diaspora. But we choose not to bring these together to have an India disinvestment strategy rather than a government of India disinvestment strategy. Again, therefore, failing to use national resources, which I think would be a very pro-national act, to secure tasks of complexity which the government from 1950 onwards has shown, with some exceptions, repeated incapacity to enact. Complexity, on the other hand, at the state government level can be dealt with because the application of that complexity is smaller. A final point. It is all very well to talk about a single labor market. But why is it that people have to emigrate at great cost, including the railways, logistics, etc., thousands of kilometers to find jobs, and then are continued not accepted in those societies where they go, but as if they've been to Dubai or London, called migrant labor, and be told to, and thrown out back to their villages? That's the lesson we learned in the pandemic. My grandfather migrated to Bombay. I'm not considered migrant labor in Maharashtra. Whereas people now who migrate in our new India are considered migrants, and the obligation to them is to come and work at wages that they find, and anything else they want to do, they must be thrown back. Institutions like One Ration Card to some extent alleviate this, but they do not solve the fundamental problem. The jobs are not being created where the population is, and the jobs, and therefore whether it's manufacturing or services, agriculture, need to be located closer to where people live and where their citizenship is recognized and where they are included, for better or worse, notwithstanding the caste system, etc., in those societies. That means improving both the quality of life, the political governance, and most important, deciding what to produce that can be consumed, with the skills available in the parts of India, which is north and the east, which have the majority of the population, by those who produce them in those areas. So I think the task is to ask that. If you ask that, I've written about this extensively, there are 5 things that you should and can be able to produce without subsidy. Cheap textiles, housing, food, that is a decent meal, good health and good education. If you deliver the production and consumption of these things where in the north and the east, and there are complex issues that I can't go into them now. Textiles is an interesting case in point, where we make shirts for rich people in India, but we import 82% of shirts that cost less than 300 rupees from Bangladesh and Vietnam and China, right? This is a very strange kind of Atmanirbharta for the rich, but importing for the poor, and thereby losing out that market. If we are able to solve that problem, then the kind of dynamic value chain propositions that we see globally will be fostered at home. It will make the economy cheaper, and then we will be able to think about instituting more complex industries, more complex ways of economic working, more remunerative economies in these areas. But the first step has to be to produce using labor where it is located and where it can consume in large quantity what is produced. That, I think, should be the cornerstone of Atmanirbharta. And it is very surprising to me, in conclusion, I'm going to make a politically ideological point, especially to the ruling party. I'm a great fan of Deen Dayal Upadhyayji's, work. And Antyodaya has never been taken as part of Atmanirbharta. So I'm not asking the ruling party to go beyond its own ideology. I'm asking it to recognize it, understand it, and implement it. And if that happens, I'm quite confident we'll get out of this. But that is the level of structural change that is required in this economy to address the very important point you made about equity across the country and truly inclusive growth and participation in the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. Dr. Kathuria, if I can come to you, this focus on manufacturing and what Dr. Roy highlighted, how do you sort of ensure that this Atmanirbhar growth that we will get, it'll be to ensure that it's geographically equitable? It reaches all the states, it ensures development at the ground level in each and every state.
Yeah, I think, let me sort of extend the argument, or not extend, just reinforce what Ratan has said and what the previous speakers have also said. I think the focus on manufacturing is a given for a country like India. I think the focus on manufacturing, and also I think the weakness in manufacturing, and we know those reasons. We focused on manufacturing. We wanted to get it up to 25% of GDP. China had upwards of 40% of their GDP, 50% of their GDP in manufacturing. And some say we've missed the bus. Some say that we can get there. But the focus on manufacturing there is a method in the madness. And the method is that, we are a country which is labor abundant. Manufacturing is much more labor intensive than other tasks. And importantly, the point that Ratan made is labor intensive at the lower end. So you're looking at textiles, you're looking at toys, you're looking at leather, you're looking at agriculture processing, you're looking at things which are labor intensive, which are manufacturing oriented, to be able to productively employ the vast labor force that is both coming in to the labor force for the first time, as well as the ones that are in a structural sense being displaced from agriculture and are coming into the labor force. Because as you know, as economies grow, there will be displacement from agriculture and there will be new entrants into the labor force as long as you are on that high demographic profile or the upward swing of the curve of the demographic profile. And that's the sort of reason why we focused on manufacturing. And a lot of our industry has actually defied, as an economic survey put it, has defied our comparative advantage and moved into services, which is not labor intensive. And the services that we've got in the country are actually low-end services, which are not exportable, which are, services that are for the domestic market, and these are low-end services. So the question then, to answer your question, is the focus on manufacturing misplaced? Is the technology going to sort of not help us deliver the kind of jobs that we need from manufacturing? Or have we missed the bus? And should we rely much more on services? And I think this has been a question that has been discussed and debated in India ad nauseum. But in my own writings and what ICRIER has been doing in the past few years, is that our focus on manufacturing is not misplaced. I think we can still, climb on to that bus, manufacturing bus, labor-intensive bus, but we have to do it in a strategic manner. And I think, as Atul Kohli has said in much of his work of political economy across at least East Asia and of course Latin America also, is that where India has fallen short in terms of public policy is not so much in the design of public policy. Of course, one can debate that, but it's been in the execution and implementation and sort of corruption and the transactions cost whenever it is with dealing with the government, whether it is state government, central government, or with the local government. And famous words were spoken about that, big industries in India succeeded not because they were entrepreneurial in nature, not because they were innovative of what they did. They succeeded because of their proximity to the government. So proximity to the government was the comparative advantage. It wasn't entrepreneurship that was the comparative advantage. It wasn't innovation that was the comparative advantage. And I think services showed that is not necessarily true. If you open the market up, entrepreneurial skills can actually lead you to growth. Unfortunately, those services-oriented sectors are not labor-intensive, and therefore we have to fall back on manufacturing. What has happened in the past that countries like Vietnam, Cambodia, Bangladesh have stolen a march from us and we have not been able to attract those value chains that have been displaced from China to coming into India. And I think we should still strive to do that. And we can, as I said in my opening remarks, it's not protectionism that will get you there. The focus has to be on your domestic, as Sachin was saying, get your domestic house in order, get your taxes, get your power regime, all those things that we talk about. Let me go into it's repetition to the extent it becomes boring when you talk about it all the time, the same things. But as Sachin was also saying, that policy making, you have to be often reinforcing the same things that you said 10 years ago. So we have to focus on the ease of doing business. And I think you will unleash the entrepreneurial spirit. It's like throwing somebody into the swimming pool like we did in 1991. It's not that Indian industry did not respond. Indian industry responded well. I think to the reforms of 1991, when you throw people into the deep end, they will respond. But it's much easier to ask for protectionism, to lobby for protectionism. And if you get it, it's like lazy banking of the 90s. You got at 5% and you lent at 8% and you are happy you did your due diligence. It's lazy manufacturing. You ask for protectionism, you get it, and you don't have to be innovative. You're working in a protected market. I'm exaggerating, but that's what it is. So manufacturing is something that we need to do, not through for our population. Of course, education, health, all the other things that Ratin also spoke so eloquently about we need to do. But we still haven't missed the manufacturing bus, this fourth industrial revolution that will dump all the manufacturing jobs and we won't have them. I think it's not true for countries like India, which have labor abundance. It's still cheaper to be able to employ a person compared to the capital investment that you need to make in robos or algorithms. I think robo per capita in India is the lowest in the world of the labor force. So I think that fear is a little overplayed and it is a little alarmist. So I'm still the manufacturing sort of I'm voting for the manufacturing bus for India to become a labor-intensive powerhouse of manufacturing. Maybe it's not as easy to do it as it was when Korea and China did that, but I think we still have time to climb onto that bus. On your question of regional inequality and balance, I think Hirschman spoke about many, many years ago, The Economist. I think it's a difficult thing to do. I remember Pura, that was mentioned by one of our late presidents, providing urban amenities in rural areas to prevent migration. And I think the balance of empirical evidence suggests that it hasn't worked. Well, we haven't been able to build the infrastructure in rural areas, but I think it won't work. People will converge to cities. People will converge to areas where the jobs are. People will converge to places where there are livelihoods. And we know reverse migration is happening from places where pollution, as Sachin was emphasizing so correctly, where pollution and climate change are having an impact. People are going back to villages. And that flow is, you're not going to be able to, through a decree or an administrative order that China did, be able to prevent that. I think regional imbalances are a given. We will have cities, as we said, in 2030 and 2050, we will have 53 cities in India which will have more than 1 million people. That is the projection. And even if that is wrong by 5%, you know where the people are going to be. National Capital Region in 2040 will have 7 to 10% of our GDP and will have a labor force or population of 300 million of therefore. So we're going to have a very large number of people living in clusters, living in areas, cities and greater extended metropolitan areas. Delhi will beat Tokyo as the greatest metropolitan area in the world very, very soon. So I think regional imbalances will occur. Administratively trying to sort of prevent that from happening is a policy that is something or wrought with risk. I think not going to happen. So you take that as a given that regional imbalances will occur. You create satellites and that will emerge and will, just like Delhi now is in a concentric circle which attracts people from the neighborhood. You'll build others. Near Gurgaon will become a satellite for the hinterland, and so on and so forth. It will go on expanding, and your concentric circle will go on expanding in that sense. And therefore, but imbalances will remain. You need to be close to your markets. You need to be close to where you are able to produce efficiently, so that you want to remain competitive. So I won't be too worried about these imbalances. They will remain. We of course need to reduce them, but I think manufacturing is the story that India needs to sort of reinvigorate and get back on track.
I know Dr. Roy has to leave, so I'm just coming to you, Dr. Roy. If you could just give 2 suggestions which would be passed on to the government later on how effectively can Atmanirbhar Bharat be made to deliver. Some 2 points which you think the government should focus on.
Understand that delivering a strong, inclusive India, whatever Hindi, English, Sanskrit, Urdu name you want to use for it, including Atmanirbhar Bharat, requires addressing complexity. Understand that India is Atmanirbhar in the sense that we have the resources to deliver this complexity, but those resources don't sit within government and cannot be mobilized on file. Therefore, if you cannot reform government to move it from administrative to executive in its orientation, which I think for other reasons is difficult, I have sympathy, then I think it is important to think of these things as India strategies. Create an India strategy for disinvestment, create an India strategy for dispersion, create an India strategy for manufacturing, which need not be led by government. So government has to give up its insistence on leading everything, and the people of India have to accept it. We have to grow up a bit and understand that we must lead, and that the government can support, facilitate, etc. I know that at least 5 years ago, the Prime Minister felt that this was very strongly lacking. But perhaps it is lacking because when we create these strategies, we create them sitting in Delhi and Bombay. And it does not speak to the people who are capable of delivering these at complexity. We see this with countless experiments in health and education. So that is the first. Let's create an India strategy. Let's get an India-wide conversation going. Instead of dividing, let us bring people together to a common cause. I think that teaches the messaging and communication. That's one, very important. The second, I would say, is, I've been saying this for years, get 5 things right first. Let's make sure that half the Indian population, using the incomes they earn, not through subsidy, using the incomes they earn, have access to a square meal, are able to buy, in the case of men, a shirt costing less than 300 rupees that is made in India, have access to a decent habitation, a modest but decent habitation, using their own money to pay the EMIs necessary to do so, half the population, yeah? Have access to a good healthcare system, have access to a good education system. That itself will triple employment. With that demand base and that skills base, we can then look forward to more complex things like improving manufacturing, etc. But we have to get these 5 things right. And if you note the difference between countries like South Korea, China, Japan, Taiwan, and countries like Brazil, the Philippines, and Thailand, is that they did not focus on these 5 essential things, and they got mired in a middle income trap. It is vital that the government strategy of Atmanirbharta is truly Atmanirbhar by empowering the people of India, by enabling them to go to the market and procure these 5 things. They're produced by government or not, I have no view, but they must be available without subsidy and at sufficient quality for this structural change to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. It was a pleasure having you this morning. If I can come to you, Dr. Chaturvedi, there's been a worry expressed about, this whole economic recovery being K-shaped. And there is some criticism of the government on the measures that it has taken so far, that, the troubled sector, the stress sector, the services, which was hit the most during the pandemic, there wasn't much done about those sectors. And the thinking seemed to be that, the rising tide will lift all the sectors. Do you feel that there should have been a more targeted stimulus in the budget, or more targeted measures to lift the particular troubled sectors?
Thank you. Thanks, Deepshika. I'm glad your discussion is very well covered in our discussion in terms of how government sectoral responses have evolved. I think if you look at, and Ratin in his previous round of response had mentioned a greater focus that is needed on labor-intensive sectors. This budget has announced 7 textile parks, for instance, and we are seeing a similar commitment for leather sector. Being very closely involved with Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, I'm seeing the CSIR led National Leather Research Institute in Chennai, which is doing marvelous job in terms of leather exports and having an ecosystem with the leather exporting firms from not only Chennai, but Kanpur, Agra, the whole belt, which is intensive in leather production. So you are seeing a situation where labor-intensive sectors are getting a huge impetus, support, and potential for their export is being leveraged by the new strategies that are coming in. Having said that, I think it is also important for us to see, as I said earlier, how is the agriculture export opportunities are coming up. And there, Deepshika, I think greater efforts are needed in terms of giving support to our value-added exports from agriculture sector. The Finance Commission has already recommended providing additional support to those states which are making efforts in terms of agriculture value-added support, particularly the food processing sector. And I think the announcements, 4 of those announcements, particularly for fisheries sector, I think are going to be extremely important. The fact that this issue is also coming up in a major way in the forthcoming WTO ministerial, where Indian fisheries sector subsidies are sort of under attack, and those of us who are involved in the discussions are aware of the fact that both EU and a set of Southeast Asian countries which are sort of seeing us in competition are going to challenge this in a major way. And that, I think, is something which would be extremely important for us to address. So the whole strategy of focusing on labor-intensive sectors to avoid more inequalities in the economy would be important. And for that, I feel trade would play an extremely important role. We have already discussed the new narrative that we require, both on technology as well as on trade, and their convergence probably would give a new fillip to our production architecture that we need. And from that perspective, I feel it is important that the new growth strategy should focus that. The budget has already given attention on this. Probably more efforts by the line ministries would be extremely important.
We need to wind up because the next panel's already here. But quickly, if I can come to you, Soumya, and after that, Dr. Shah, and then Dr. Rajat Kuturia, 2 points, 2 suggestions that can be sent out to the government on how to make Atmanirbhar Bharat more effective and help it deliver.
Yes, I'll just mention the 2 points very quickly. But before that, let me give you a statistics which actually surprise all of you. If you make a cross-country comparison of the manufacturing value added of top world manufacturer, that shows that between 2004 and 17, China gained 18% of the market share in manufacturing GVA, while India had gained 1.5%. Interestingly, this was the second highest. So after China, India had actually gained second highest share in manufacturing value added, and overall India is the 6th largest in global manufacturing share at 3%. However, the per capita manufacturing is still on the lower side. So that actually, and the respective increase was actually less than 1% for each country. So this shows the wide disparity in the manufacturing space when you compare China with other countries, and India is perhaps no exception, but India was the second highest over this period of 13 years. Now, having said that, if you ask me what are the 2 specific things which the government needs to do, the first thing is that I think it has announced an extremely well-intentioned budget. I think the ideas of this DFI institution, the ideas of spending up infrastructural investment, the ideas of a large disinvestment exercise, and the ideas, of course, of a bad bank. I think these are extremely well-intentioned achievements, and I would like to see that most of these which have been announced in the budget are passed very quickly, maybe in the forthcoming cabinet meetings or something like that, so that it hits the ground very quickly. Because we need to understand that we have a fairly large disinvestment exercise this time, and this will showcase our resolve, which the Prime Minister has said that we need to give the private sector its due in terms of its wealth creation, and this is a very important signal that the markets is to get. The second point is that I think there has been a whole lot of initiatives which has been announced in the budget for some of the sectors, like which will bring back social capital, which invest in human capital. Healthcare is one of them, and I'd like to see that more of public and private partnerships actually taking space. I think whenever I talk of triple P, that's a word which may not be liked by a lot of people, but in my sense, that is one way forward. And now is the best time because we have a reasonably lower interest rates. Corporate sector has significantly deleveraged, and there are incipient signs of private investment coming back. So now is the best space to leverage this one. And if we can leverage this one and build up some of the opportunities in the human capital sector, that will be extremely beneficial for a country like us.
Dr. Shah, 2 points.
Well, first I would just emphasize what I think everybody's been saying, Ratin, Sachin, Rajat, Soumya, that the messaging has to be clearer. this is not Atmanirbhar. This really should be Vishwanirbhar. This is us saying we are getting ready to face the world. We want to be one of the largest economies in the world. We want to conquer the world. And you're not going to do that by simply saying, let's be self-reliant. So I think that is very, very crucial. And from that flows a whole range of different things that clarify for everybody. We started with Make in India in 2014. We've now landed up at Atmanirbhar. Somewhere along the way, things have got very confusing. And that confusion will then see itself through as bureaucrats and very intelligent officers of the government try to implement what inherently is an extremely complex situation. So that would be, I think, the first message. The second really is that just as we try to build our manufacturing base, though yes, a bit later than we should have been, we are faced with crises still in so many different areas, basic areas where the state needs to really improve its performance. And mostly they're in health and education. I think doing those public good things, what economists call public goods, where you're being highly literate is a boon for me, because I then don't have to translate my sophisticated or unsophisticated ideas to you because you are literate too. So those kinds of externalities are vital for any country to be competitive globally. And it's going to be very, very important. And the budget does lay emphasis on this, at least in the health sector. But we clearly need to revamp and rethink our health systems and our education systems. Because without that foundation, you really cannot have any kind of self-confidence or any kind of competitiveness in the world today. We are still a country that, by and large, on average, learns by rote. It does not learn by problem solving. So when I see in my own institution a highly qualified economist trained entirely in India, and I compare him with a colleague who has partially been trained abroad, and she brings skills which I sometimes feel my Indian colleague who's just been trained in India should have. And so those are some of the ways in which we can truly be Vishwanirbhar, and that would be my message.
Okay. Dr. Kaduria, quickly 2 points, because the other panels now just waiting.
Yes, thanks, Deepika. I won't sort of repeat, and I agree with the recommendations of both Sachin and Shekhar. 2 points quickly. One, I think we should eschew protectionism, whether in reality or perceived. We should participate much more in global value chains, because that's the only way to become competitive. And the focus should not be on net value add in India. The focus should be on getting those value chains. And then, as Ratin said, we can do the tasks of greater complexity over a period of time by learning, by doing. So participate more in global value chains. It's the time for India to embrace global markets, get into bilateral agreements much more, and not be sort of obsessed with things like current account deficits, bilateral deficits, and think about sustainability in a broader sense rather than in a narrow sense. And the second message I would give is what this government has been saying for a long time, started first by Mr. Jaitley in his budget speech in 2014-15, and then reiterated by Nirmala ji in her speech this time, which is minimum government and maximum governance. And as India transitions to a much more market-based economy, when public sector exits and disinvestment and privatization will mean that the public sector will exit many of the things that it's been doing, you need much better governance to manage the private sector. I agree with that, because market failures are endemic, but to deal with market failures are tasks of high complexity, and therefore we need government to govern, not to produce, but to govern, and to provide that administrative capability. So complex governance is needed, and that is what the government should be focusing on: capacity building, getting expertise from the private sector wherever necessary, but doing the role of best governance or maximum governance as they've been emphasized.
Right. Thank you all so much. And thank you, Mr. Kocher. Sorry for getting this panel, I think, ending a bit late. Thank you all very much. Dr. Shah, Dr. Chaturvedi, Soumya, Dr. Kaduria.
Thank you so much, Deepika. It was such an engrossing conversation that I felt if you could possibly give it some more time. Unfortunately, we do not have that luxury. These online seminars are like live television now. So thank you so much and look forward to your next discussion.
Thank
With
you.
that, we move
Thank
on to
you.
the next panel. Just a housekeeping announcement. Since we are 10 minutes behind, so all the timelines given in the agenda are moved by 10 minutes. So you still have as much time as was allocated, but just 10 minutes later. Gursharan?
All right, great. So thank you very much, Deepshika. This was quite an interesting panel. And moving on to the next one, it gives me the pleasure to announce the next Scotch Challenger Award. And this year, we have looked at the interventions which are made by Dr. C. Rajkumar in the area of contributing to higher education. So I have the pleasure of announcing that for contributions to higher education, the Scotch Challenger Award for the year 2020 goes to Dr. C. Rajkumar. My heartiest congratulations to you. And imagining a private liberal arts university creating a space for IIMs and central universities were literally impossible until 2009. University two postgraduate degrees in law from Oxford and Harvard. C. Rajkumar came back home and founded AG of
I think we lost Gursharan at the point where he was about to invite me to confer the award. So Raj, it is indeed an honor and a pleasure and a privilege to confer this year's Scotch Award for Education on you. I very fondly recall when my son Rohan had just passed out class 12 when we were doing university shopping, and I had the privilege of coming and visiting JGU. And I was so impressed because you took the time out to meet him and meet me, and we had never met before, and you explained to him how this was a liberal arts university, and you told him how he could do law and economics together because his passion was to do both somehow, actually, and several other subjects, which I find that it is feasible to do in JGU, and you are the first one of the block, and such an incredible institution you created with such a lot of reputation and respect in such a small period of time. I was also equally impressed by the kind of campus you created, and since I'm a foodie, fantastic. It was incredible, and I have had the privilege of partnering with you and your university over the past year and a half on a public policy forum and several other initiatives. So very grateful to you at such a young age. You achieved so much. You've done India proud. Congratulations. And with that, I invite your long-standing friend, Pradeep Mehta, to say a few words about you. Pradeep ji?
Dr. Mohan Kumar.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Mohan Kumar, not Pradeep.
I think Pradeep will be very flattered, but so am I. But thank you very much. Thank you very much, Samir ji. No, it's for me, it's both a pleasure and honor to felicitate, but also talk about Professor Rajkumar. I had met him only 4 years ago. But let me say this. If you look at the typical trajectory of somebody like Professor Rajkumar, and we've had other people who have gone on from Loyola College, Delhi University, and studied in Oxford and in Harvard. That is not the point that distinguishes him from others. But if you see 99% of those kind of people, they will go on to say, okay, I've done all this, fantastic. Let me get a sinecure, a good job for myself, and especially when you have an equally intelligent spouse like Raj does, who's also from Harvard, it's very easy for him to have chosen either a Caribbean place with sun and sand, or a place like Geneva, Washington, Hong Kong, Tokyo. Settle down happily, you take care of your children, and then you go on to do other things in life, gardening, whatever. So the difference between this remarkable man that I have the great pleasure of talking about today and others, he goes to Harvard, he goes to Oxford, doesn't say what I can do for myself. He asks this almost impossible question, if you especially keep in mind his age. At 25, 30, you should be asking yourself, can I create a university like this in India? We don't have a Harvard, we don't have a Stanford, we don't have Oxford. Can I do this? I mean, it's one thing to do it at 50 years, by the way, and there are people who have done it, but you simply don't do that at 30 years. Frankly, that is what makes this man's DNA completely different. He is an altogether different breed of man that I have met. I'm 63 years old. I have met a fair number of people in my life in the Foreign Service. I'm yet to meet somebody who believes that there is a passion and then allows himself to be consumed by that passion. And then you talk of two things. You say, can I do this university in India? He was being half naive when he thought he can do this in Haryana, Sonipat of all places. I'm very sure he was half naive because he had no idea what the problems would be. And then, of course, you're also thinking of giving back to your country. So this, to me, is the ultimate. The last thing I will say about him is, it's okay to be intelligent. It's okay to be a great professor. It's okay to do many things. Can you be an institution builder? Because that is what India needs. India has enough talent. We have enough entrepreneurial ability. We have enough people who have studied well and who are intelligent. But I personally believe we need more people who can create institutions, because it is that which enables you to leave a lasting legacy, frankly. Because if we cannot create institutions, you look at books about why countries have succeeded, Malaysia, South Korea, other countries, they've succeeded because they have been able to create institutions and they have been able to focus on education. This cross-section of both institution building and education is what sets Professor Rajkumar apart. It's my great pleasure and privilege, and I think there is no one in the educational community who deserves this award more than Professor Rajkumar. Once again, my heartiest congratulations, and thank you so much, Samir, for asking me to do this.
Raj, would you accept this award?
Well, thank you so much. I am truly honored and privileged to receive the SKOCH Challenger Award. Thank you, Mr. Samir Kochhar. Thank you, Dr. Gursharan Danjal, and of course, the entire SKOCH Foundation for reposing this faith in me and finding me worthy of this recognition. I do believe that the kind of contribution that the SKOCH Foundation has done in the last several years with regard to galvanizing intellectual consciousness and contributing to the civic discourse and strengthening the ability of Indian imaginations to achieve the global context in relation to discussions, debates, and articulating those agendas in a more engaging manner is a salutary contribution of the foundation itself. So I'm very delighted that this award has been bestowed upon me. Thank you so much, Mohan, for your very kind and generous words of appreciation. We are deeply inspired by each other, but more importantly, the kind of collective vision that brought all of us together continue to inspire me. In fact, I'm so delighted that we are doing this because just 2 days ago, that's 18th February, I completed 12 years as Vice Chancellor. On 18th February 2009, I took over as the founding Vice Chancellor of OP Jindal Global University. And little did I know that that day will take me and all of us together in all these years.
the extraordinary community that we have created here with faculty, students, staff, and of course, other stakeholders. I'm so happy to see Professor Sachdebuddhe as the AICTE chairman, as a part of the larger regulatory framework, and also the parents, the alumni, the government agencies, regulators, all of them coming together. It's something that is extraordinary that has happened. Many of us have had the opportunity to do many things in India and abroad, and I was deeply inspired by the education that I've received both in India and abroad. And almost for the first decade of my life, as you mentioned, I studied and worked abroad. But I want to mention one thing which I think continues to make me feel the decision that I had taken. In early 2008, when I was teaching in Hong Kong, I had the option to continue teaching in Hong Kong at the City University of Hong Kong. I had just then got a job at the United Nations Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights, and I could have moved to Geneva in Switzerland, or I could come to India and work and create a university here. The city options were Hong Kong, Geneva, or Sonipat. And I sometimes wonder that the decision that I had taken to come to Sonipat was something that was not a logical thing to do. But as the American philosopher Emerson said long ago, and I quote, "Trust instinct to the end, even though you can give no reason." And that's exactly what I did. So as this SKOCH Challenger Award has been bestowed upon me, I would like to take this moment to thank our founding chancellor and benefactor, Mr. Naveen Jindal, who helped us build the O.P. Jindal Global University and pave way for destiny to bring all of us together to be part of this journey. Chancellor Jindal's contribution will forever be etched in the destiny of JGU, not only because of his generous financial contributions to the establishment and development of JGU, but his passionate commitment and dedication to ensuring academic freedom, autonomy, and independence that is so central to institution building and nation building. I also want to quickly reflect on the importance of all of us being together. For us at Jindal, but also the wider intellectual and academic community, it was absolutely important to foster a sense of cooperation that is reflected in everything that we do, without which we cannot aspire to achieve any form of greatness. I firmly believe in the concept of Ubuntu that makes us do what we are doing. And it essentially means that I am what I am because of who we all are. The word Ubuntu has its origins from one of the Bantu dialects of Africa. It's a traditional African philosophy, and which has deep roots even the Indian civilization heritage that provides us an understanding of ourselves in relation with the world. According to Ubuntu, and I quote, "There exists a common bond between us all, and it is through this bond, through our interaction with our fellow human beings, that we discover our own human qualities." Or as the Zulus would say, Ubuntu, Nugbuntu, Nagmuntu, which means that a person is a person through other persons. We affirm our humanity when we acknowledge that of others. As I look back at my 12 years here, many people have contributed. I would like to really take this opportunity to thank the gardeners, the cleaners, the construction workers, the office attendants, the janitors, the drivers, the plumbers, the electricians, the cooks, the administrative staff, the students and faculty for their unwavering commitment to the concept of Ubuntu. It is Ubuntu that has constantly brought us together to do what we are doing as a part of our own calling in life. It is a part of our effort to find purpose and meaning to our existence. Last but not the least, I want to thank all my teachers who have been my mentors for their encouragement, support, and inspiration. My family members in particular, each one of them have contributed in extraordinary ways. My parents, Dr. Chokkalingam, who is a professor and academic, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, who is a doctor by profession, my wife, Pratibha Jain, who is a lawyer, who made immense personal and professional sacrifices to help me pursue this goal and aspiration. My kids, Abhimanyu and Avantika, who lost the presence of their father for those very important moments as I was doing other things. My brother, Dr. Ravi Kumar, and his wife, Anu, and many others who have contributed in this journey. Thank you once again for this award, and thank you, SKOCH Foundation, for reposing this faith and trust in me.
Thank you so much, Raj. It's one of the most mesmerizing acceptance speeches ever. You poured your heart out, and we love you for that. My son could not go to JGU, but I have been kind of advising Gursharan, whose daughter is now of a university going age. I believe she wants to, study psychology. I believe you just started one course. So I've been
Yes.
kind of put all my significant weight on him to try and persuade Lavanya to join JGU. Look forward to seeing a lot more of you then and there. We have the privilege of having with us Dr. Deepak B. Phatak. He was the man who got the first Scotch Challenger Lifetime Achievement Award for building yet another institution, which was Kamal Rekhi School of IT at IIT Mumbai. We've known him for that long. We've also had the privilege of having with us Dr. Anil Sahasrabuddhe, who I met while his term at IIT Mumbai. Again, a person who so solidly contributed to education. May I request Dr. Phatak to take over from here and introduce the panel and move into the proceedings. Dr. Phatak?
Please unmute yourself, Dr. Phatak.
Thank you so much, Sameer. It was wonderful to watch this excellent award ceremony. My compliments to Professor Sri Rajkumar once again. So without further ado, let me very, very briefly introduce the panelists. We have a great panel here, starting with Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe. Sameer was wrong. Anil was never at IIT Bombay, although I tried very hard all my life to get him there. He was in NERIST, then he was in IIT Guwahati, and he created history when he completely turned around College of Engineering Pune to make it one of the best institutions as it was, several decades ago. We all fondly remember him, and of course, as chairman AICT, he has brought in some fantastic, phenomenal changes, and we're all grateful to him. Thank you, Professor Sahasrabuddhe, for joining us. We have, of course, Dr. C. Rajkumar. We have already heard a lot about him, and we are delighted to have one of the youngest vice chancellors on our panels. Luckily, while he was giving his acceptance speech and other things, he actually commented upon a few things relevant to this panel itself. So that is perhaps very useful. I'm going strictly by the alphabetical order of the first name. So let me now talk about Meeta. Welcome, Meeta. It is very difficult for me to name you as a practitioner or as a policy maker, because you do both. She handles policy, she handles practice, and she enjoys sharing all her thoughts with very wide audience. And curiously, she was an investment banker. So it's a very extraordinarily interesting journey Meeta has, and we look forward to having your wisdom added to the panel, Meeta. We have Dr. Pratibha Kundu. She works for Center for Budget and Governance Accountability. Frankly, I have never heard of accountability from any governance mechanism, but it's a good idea to have. Her work, she also has worked as economist at the policy group of Infrastructure Development Finance Company. And she's an economist from JNU with her PhD. So we have now a true representative of economic wisdom that needs to go into the topic of the day, which is new education policy and economy. Last but not the least, I'm very happy to have Dr. Rukmini Banerjee. I'm seeing her for the first time, although I've been an admirer of her work as the director of what I call ASAR report, or Annual Status of Education report. I've been reading those reports ever since they have been published, and I have been reminiscing on why things cannot be different. Unfortunately, I have personally worked only in higher education, whereas most of the ASAR reports concern the school education, which is very fundamental. But Rukmini, I'm so grateful that you have been able to join here. She is the CEO of Pratham, by the way, and who has not heard of Pratham? in India who is ever connected with any education system. She, by the way, she is also Delhi School of Economics student and a Rhodes Scholar. So we have very scholarly people, we have economists, we have practitioners, and all the people that we have, although they dream high, their feet are grounded on earth. And that is precisely what we need here. I look forward to nuggets of their wisdom. Let me remind the panel of the three main points that we need to come up with recommendations for. The first is, how can we leverage the new educational policy to get the demographic advantage that we have been speaking incessantly for decades? And as we speak now, the demographic advantage is disappearing exactly in our side. So you have to be extremely careful. More importantly, from the point of view of this panel, we want to see how can we leverage this demographic advantage, properly educated, to unleash the economic potential. That is the ambition. The second point is, which is my personal favorite, how do you use technology to realize the ambitions of the new educational policy? I mean, I have been doing nothing else but that for last 20 years with an ambition to achieve quality at scale. But neither quality nor scale has been achieved because we have crores and crores of people who are still looking for good quality of education. Some inputs from the panel will be useful. Last but not the least, how do we build world-class, globally competitive research institutions? Professor Rajkumar has already commented a bit on that, but we would expect a few more points on it. Just to remind all our attendees and of course our panelists, another friend of mine, Professor Pankaj Jalote, built a research institution called IIIT in Delhi from scratch again. Although it's a very niche area institution, it's not a general institution, but it is possible from that and the example of Jindal and so many other examples, it's possible to do so. But we would like to see how can we make globally competitive research institutions, and that is the hard task. So without further ado, I would invite panelists to make observations. In this order itself we'll go. So we'll have the opening batsman as my friend Professor Anil Shastravati.
Thank you, Professor Deepak Phatak. The stalwarts are there in the panel, and Samir Kochar and the entire team of SKOCH who have been instituting this award for a long time from 2014. In fact, in some way, directly, indirectly, 3 times I'm a recipient. In 2004, when IIT Guwahati was selected, actually Gautam Barua was to receive it, but because some reason he couldn't make it and I went. That is the time when I met Samir first time actually. Probably he was mistaking for S.C. Sahasrabudhe of IIT Bombay. So that is a clarification. I'm from IIT Guwahati. When I came to AICTE 2014, then 2018, we have received e-governance awards. So I think we have been very much aware of what SKOCH has been doing. And today, Professor Rajkumar, a splendid Vice Chancellor, young age, and the kind of leadership that he has provided, the right man selected for this award today. So congratulations once again from all of us here. And you also talked about Pankaj Jalote. So I think these are the right kind of leaders. You know, we should understand how education and economy are correlated. And that is what is the subject matter of today. And today we have a new education policy, a very vibrant policy. Dr. Kasturi Rangan, which is all experience of ISRO and how we have developed Atmanirbharta in that, and that is being brought out in the education policy in different ways. Starting from the school system, changing from the present 10+2 to 5+3 plus 3 plus 4. A lot of emphasis on the mother tongue education. I think that is very important even at the higher education level. And we have been doing some activities. I will come back to that a little later because this empowerment of the people of this country is important. If you want to take our gross enrollment ratio from 27% to 50% in the next 10 to 15 years and enjoy the demographic dividend which we have, I think only speaking in English and only English education is not good enough, and therefore even higher education, maybe medical, maybe even engineering education being provided in our own respective Indian languages. I think that is one area which is also significantly important, which is talked about here. A lot of emphasis on innovation and research. I think this is very, very important. Skills on one side, that is hands-on skills, that thereby you actually know every aspect of engineering or technology or any matter for that matter, even accountancy, economics. I think many times we have a lot of theoretical knowledge pumped in our curricula, and then every teacher would like to cover the syllabus, something. But unfortunately, that uncovering the syllabus and not necessarily taking every aspect of it, but allow student to have enjoyment in whatever he's starting to learn, self-learning, lifelong learning, because technologies are constantly changing. If you don't do that, I think demographic dividend will not come. We will create educated mass, but which are all useless actually. And therefore, these four things are very, very important. How fundamentals are to be provided, how we provide them a lot of skill sets, both hands-on skills. Internships are important. How do we take students to become actually problem solvers? And that's where our initiative of a lot of hackathons, which we have started off, and which the Prime Minister was often recognizing that, and not only Smart India hackathons of software variety, but also hardware variety, which we have done in the 4 years. Now we have India-Singapore hackathon. Only this month we had ASEAN-India hackathon on the blue economy. That is very, very important, whether it is the security on the seas, actually, in terms of the transport, in terms of the oil spill that happened, all the challenges being addressed by young students, of second year, third year, undergrad students is marvelous, actually. There is a lot of talent which exists, a lot of information on the web in terms of whether YouTube or Google or MOOCs courses, but how you convert that into knowledge, how that knowledge is converted into wisdom, how that wisdom is made use of in solving the problem. I think that's all about how the new national education policy can really recharge what really education is all about. We have forgotten what is the role of education for the last 7 decades. Probably we are reinventing. For example, our ancient wisdom of Gurukula system, or whether it is Takshilas and Nalandas of the world. Now, a new variety of universities, whether it is Triple IT, which you mentioned, or OP Jindal, which is also mentioned here, or the transformation of COEP you mentioned. All of these are very, very valid and important in order to really achieve the demographic dividend. A strong, confident person graduating should be able to do anything that he wants to do in life. And that confidence can be built up by developing entrepreneurial ability while they are in the colleges. Therefore, curriculum is to be tweaked in a manner that a lot of choices are available for students. An engineering student may do music, a physics student may do a dance or a drama, probably along with what he's doing, and the liberal arts, which many universities are now talking about, should be all part of this NEP, and which has to be implemented in the right perspective. Now, coming to the use of technology, which you are passionate, you are the starting point in terms of C-Deep in IIT Bombay, subsequently 1,000 teachers training program, 10 KT program. I remember all of those initial experiments, and taking cue from that, as well as what IIT Bombay COEP had live classes being engaged. I think many of you people probably do not realize that Dr. F.C. Kohli, who is no more now, he was the man who talked about, even before MOOCs came into existence, before Khan Academy, he forced IIT Bombay to have a video conferencing equipment in IIT Bombay and College of Engineering Pune, and the live classes of Bombay were given to College of Engineering Pune students. The same level of education which IIT students get should get to any other college student as well. I think that was the use of technology, but one-on-one. But that you cannot scale up, and therefore, whether it is T10 KT model, which Deepak ji has already perfected, we have gone ahead with that. And I would like to mention here that one of the most important components of education system is teacher. So many times this doubt is raised that when technology is there, when so many courses are all available on the platforms, why do we require teacher? And teacher as a very important role of being a mentor, advisor, guide, philosopher, in order to shape the students is never going to be stopped, and it is going to be continuing. But we must leverage the use of technology. And therefore, there are two things which we have been doing. Number one, teacher certification program of 8 modules. We have started that for the higher education in technical education. Without doing those 8 modules, doing internship for 4 weeks, that means 1 month, and then practicing it for 1 semester under the tutelage of a senior faculty member of that college as a mentor. he will not be regularized. He has to clear all these 10 modules. And then he will become from a contract faculty or a temporary faculty to a regular faculty. I think this is a game changer. In this, how do we use technologies there? We all know about NPTEL, we know virtual labs, we know Swayam platform, which is created indigenously. We have various worldwide platforms, also MIT edX or Coursera type. But how do we really use them actually, whether it is in terms of blended learning, full-time course? I think these are the things which are very relevant and which is their part of the curriculum. We are already allowing both UGC, AICTE regulation, 20% of the courses from MOOC are allowed. They are now increased to 40%. Only 2 days back, the regulation of UGC has come. Now AICTE will also regulate to increase it to 40% of the course. That means wherever, whatever is possible, learn from the best in the field. Your college may not have an expertise in that particular area. Why can't you learn it from someone else who is at a distant place? And that is what we were able to do it. And the pandemic really showed the way. So we were all time, earlier we were in a half-hearted mode going with the online education, but online education has become almost a mainstay education. But nevertheless, brick and mortar universities and colleges and a lot of other activities like sports, games, drama, music has to happen in the face-to-face mode. That apart, a lot of complementary work can be done through the education, through the online education. I think that is very, very significant, which is there in the policy as well. Now, during this pandemic, I would like to mention a couple of very interesting examples that we have done. We were hesitant whether such kind of training is possible in the online mode. T10KT gave us this confidence and we started off. We have a program called Universal Human Values and a student induction program of 3 weeks duration. We wanted that all students should be engaged in not just the rote learning, but also in terms of empowerment of respect, responsibility, also values, ethics, all of that. How do we give it? Empathy. This is possible only when we have teachers trained in that, and teachers in turn take care of every 20 students by one faculty member. And this program was launched 3 years ago. But pandemic suddenly stopped all of this because we couldn't have this kind of program for faculty development as well as for students to be engaged. So we went online and we started conducting these workshops, and initially with 50, 100, 200, and we have gone even such numbers as 800, 1000 vice chancellors, heads of the department, faculty members, right from assistant professor to professor, attending every week for 5 days duration. And we have trained 40,000 teachers in this pandemic 10 months of period. Next, we also had a teacher training program for new technologies or emerging technologies like AI, machine learning, deep learning, robotics, 3D printing, cloud computing, cyber security, blockchain. I think these are part of the curriculum now, and unless teachers are trained in that, we cannot continue. And your T10KT program we have taken forward, and every workshop is of 5 days duration. And fortunately, earlier we would probably have only 50 people in one workshop. We would have a couple of experts from nearby place. Today, pandemic helped us in going online and get experts from US, get experts from Japan or France or Australia, west to east, both sides. And then full 5-day program, including assignments, examination for faculty member, and then giving certificate. We trained through 905 workshops till today, 112,000 faculty in these different 10 emerging area technologies. I think that is the power of technology. I think we must scale it up. Already London has, world record has appreciated this and given the certificate that this is the largest faculty development program ever held. In 1 year, we have trained 112,000 teachers. Our target is 150,000. Another 2 months are there, we will reach that target. We have
absolutely wonderful. I think you have answered a couple of important questions out of the 3. So thank you very much for your disposition. May I request Professor Rajkumar to add to the points that he had already made, particularly with respect to creating world-class universities.
Thank you very much, Professor Phatak, and thank you to our distinguished panelists, all of them, and of course, Coach and Sameer. Thank you, Professor Sashabuddhe, for setting the tone for this panel. What I thought I will do is that, there is obviously a very big aspiration for India to be wanting to have world-class universities. So I think it's, first of all, we need to recognize that this aspiration to build and nurture competitive, research-based, world-class universities is a legitimate aspiration. For a while, there was a discussion that was taking place, particularly in India, but also around the world, that should we be even aspiring to have world-class universities? Because we all know that world-class universities require substantial financial resources, and whether developing countries in general should even have such an aspiration. And that question was indeed, there were some skepticism around the world that maybe developing countries should not be aspiring to. And there are many, including me, have fundamentally rejected those arguments that aspiration to build world-class universities should not be confined to developed countries in the world. Every country in the world, including India, has a legitimate aspiration and indeed should be able to put in its own resources, but also its imagination and vision with a view to establishing competitive world-class universities. So I think the threshold aspect of democratizing a high quality education with a greater degree of inclusivity deeply embedded in the institutional cultures that prevail in developing countries, including India, should be part of a natural evolution of a higher education system. And India, of course, over 2,000 years ago, as Professor Shashabudhe said, that we do have the legacy of institutions that have precisely done that. Now, when it comes to actually building those institutions, we need to recognize that there are, in my view, 5 critical elements that are essential for us to build world-class universities. And I'll quickly run through it. I'm conscious of the lesser time we have. So the first and most important thing is we need to empower our universities with greater autonomy and greater regulatory freedom to promote creativity that will expand the horizons of Indian higher education landscape. And there are many things that have happened in the last several years, including the vision of graded autonomy promoted by both the UGC and the then Human Resource Development Ministry, the autonomy that has been given to the IIMs and other institutions, the effort that has been created now with a view to creating the institutions of eminence, and we are very fortunate that OP Jindal Global University is one. All these things are part of that effort to empower universities, and world-class universities can only be built and nurtured with a strong, autonomous, and a liberal regulatory freedom. The second thing which I have passionately argued for many years is to break the public-private university divide. This has been one of the curse of Indian higher education system. I have always maintained that we have, the pejorativeness that has been associated with the private university, the deeply embedded institutionalized forms of discrimination that has been meted out to private institutions, that has unfortunately undermined the ability of Indian higher education institutions to achieve its fullest growth and evolution. We need to break this divide, and we need to leverage the private sector in particular to generate employment and to raise significant financial resources, and that will ultimately promote an inclusive higher education system. In fact, the reality that we are facing today is that over 70% of Indian higher education institutions are in the private sector. We need to recognize the significant role that the private sector is playing. Here I'm talking about among the 40,000 plus colleges and the nearly 1,000 universities. In this sort of higher education ecosystem, the private sector is playing such a significant role, and it's important for us to build a culture of philanthropy, infusing significant financial resources that is available with the private sector to be able to create not-for-profit institutions in the private sector. The kind of efforts that were put in place to build, let's say, a Harvard University, which is a private university, Yale, Stanford, MIT, all of which are private universities. That type of vision needs to be brought to India in a very significant manner for us to build, world-class universities. The third thing that the national education policy talks about, which is very useful, is that we need to bring in a significant funding in the form of the National Research Foundation that has been promoted by the NEP, but also to create a better research governance and orientation towards emphasizing the need for promoting a research culture. This has been one of the huge challenges that we are facing in India. Most Indian higher education institutions and universities are at best teaching institutions. At worst, they don't do either teaching or research at the level they should. In that context, we need to do a number of things, including maintaining a good faculty-student ratio, which will enable the institutions to give time for faculty, to create an opportunity for faculty to have the time and space to pursue research, to reduce the teaching responsibility of faculty so that they can spend adequate time in pursuing research. It's also important for us to de-bureaucratize the entire funding processes associated with research grants as well as other types of funding. Now, I was actually working in Hong Kong as a young faculty member, as a lecturer, and I have to share with you that the kind of generosity that the institution would provide, and by the way, it was a public university, no questions asked when it comes to providing, conference grants, research grants. In fact, the research grants and conference grants was pushed to the faculty to take more, and giving them freedom and autonomy to use those resources as opposed to creating numerous bottlenecks and multiple levels of bureaucracy that is marred by inefficiencies, which has unfortunately resulted in creating disincentives for many Indian faculty members to pursue research grants. So we need to develop a culture of research. Now, this culture of research and our significant emphasis on publications becomes important for us to be part of the research university and benchmarked internationally. The fourth aspect,
Rajkumar, I think in the interest of time, but I'm happy that
I will finish it in 1 minute.
Okay.
The fourth is international collaborations. All of us are familiar with it. And the fifth is to promote multidisciplinarity. And lastly, I will say that this entire aspiration to have world-class universities should be based upon a transparent, understanding of how institutions around the world are assessed. We need to embrace international rankings such as QS and Times Higher Education and other such rankings, which will benchmark Indian universities and their abilities to make a significant impact in the world, arena when it comes to assessing the world-class universities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Rajkumar. I'm happy you mentioned several points. I think I would also like to tell all the participants and the panelists that I have been amongst a lucky set of few thousand faculty members who have been part of the IIT, NIT system, where the kind of complete autonomy that you mentioned, I have enjoyed it for all of the 50 years. And fortunately, I have never seen the kind of bureaucratic tangles that appear to be involved in various grants that come from the government. I think the government has been particularly kind to the IIT system. And I think the new institutions which became autonomous, Professor Sahasrabudhe will acknowledge that institutions like COEP or VJTR or 50 such colleges, the only problem is they had to struggle with the imposition of certain rules by the state governments rather than any grant kind of thing. If you remember in technical education, that TechIP program has provided absolutely wonderful grants for furthering the research. But of course, we have a long way to go. I entirely agree with what you're saying. May I request Meeta to share her thoughts briefly, please? Meeta.
Thank you very much. I'm going to say half the things that I'd planned to say, really, in the interest of time. And I think I'm going to firstly agree with everything that has been said before and therefore not repeat it. But also, what I'd like to do in my little time slot here is emphasize the economic aspect of education and bring it back to that. And when we say that education needs to be something that boosts the economy, what we are talking about effectively is we are talking about an intergenerational impact. We are talking about a multiplier impact. We're talking about creating employability. We are talking about practical things like that, which of course ultimately means skilling up, which is exactly what Anil Sahasrabuddhe spoke about. But we are also talking about, and this goes to Rajkumarji, we are also talking about excellence for all. Because so far what has happened is we have got trapped over the years in the affordability trap. Our big challenge was, could we do excellence for all or could we do mediocrity for the masses? Whereas what we really, really need is excellence at every stage, which is where you speak about the research aspect of it. But it's not just the research aspect of it. It's about having that spark, that flint. In the previous panel, Shekhar Shahji talked about having the differential between somebody who's only been educated in India and somebody who has been educated abroad. Now, I have only been educated in India, but I have taught and researched and engaged with education in various countries, especially the UK. So London Business School is where all of my spark and my learning came from, in a way, because I was researching and working over there. So I have to admit that there is something missing over here. And that is what we seek in today's conversation. And what now I want to take the student perspective and say, when a student wants to embrace that spark or is seeking that spark, the NEP is actually enabling it. I will completely concede and I have boosted it at the school level. Rukmini, yourself, you've talked about the primary school realignment. There's a lot in the middle school that has happened that encourages this spark of creativity. But when we talk economics, we are talking about creating value. And these are two separate conversations. One is the value conversation. The value conversation comes from, in higher education, actually understanding, not just in hackathons going up and pitching, but what do you do with it? What happens next? Did you actually create anything transformative? So reconciling that with your school education, of course, we are in a post-rote learning stage, absolutely no doubt about that. So this is about the conjunction of creativity and the creation of value. But this conjunction can only happen at scale if we have discovery mechanisms. And for the ordinary student, we do not have discovery mechanisms at scale in our country. How does that student find that one professor across 40,000 universities, where that one professor is going to mentor them to greatness? Whether it is research or whether it is an organization or a startup or whatever it is, all of us need the gravitas of great professors like those of you who are here on this panel. Without your support, without the grown-ups, the kids are really not going to make it. We know that, even if they don't know that. And this is true. You look at 30-year-old CEOs with a paucity of, let's say, empathy, or the kind of edutech that is in play today. Edutech is basically exam tech that is in play, and again, in transition. But the discovery mechanisms to scale, I think, are clearly missing. And I think, and that is the kind of institution building that I would seek today. Lastly, I'm just going to talk about Rajkumarji's talking about the league tables, the globalization. In a perfect world, I would definitely say that, and I would agree with you. But I would also agree that in India, we have opportunities that are contiguous with that, are aligned to that, but are slightly different. Because in the people, purpose, process framework, we have tended to get trapped in the process, whereas our opportunity lies at the integration of purpose and people. And what do we have over here? I mean, Rukmini, you're a classic example of bringing people and purpose together over here. Because what you did was notice that here is an opportunity for people to create empathy. Here is, for example, technology that can enable that. And here is how we can create excellence within that. So I would actually suggest, very briefly and jumping over a lot of the logical steps in between, that we in India are in the business of care tech going forward, because we need people-oriented care giving, community building institutional frameworks. We do not need robots to replace human beings in factories, for example. As an illustration of that, we need robots to replace the indignities of labor, that aspect of labor, of technology. I would rather, more than an ISRO engineer, I'm going to respect the person who creates and scales up technology for drain cleaning while still retaining high employment level. It's care tech that we need to enable in our country, and therefore the purpose is slightly different from what the league tables describe. I've rushed through this one, but I would really love to.
I understand, Meeta. Thank you very much. I would only like to slightly modify your statement that while we should definitely honor the care tech people, there is no reason not to honor the ISRO engineers as well. Because for God's sake, they are also doing something very substantial and adding not just the pride of the nation, but also adding to human knowledge in general. But I stray aside. Sorry.
Absolutely in agreement with you, taking inspiration from Samir Kochhar. My son is a physicist working on exoplanets.
Thank you. So may I invite Pratibha Kundu now, Dr. Pratibha?
Thank you. Thank you.
Limit yourself to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm trying. So whenever we're talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, obviously there is talk about realization of the whole demographic dividend. We have to keep in mind that 2020 to 2025 is the period when we'll be in the peak of the 15 to 19 age group population. At the same time, some of the indicators that also we need to keep in our mind, there is only 55% youth female who are illiterate, whereas 30% youth who don't have any sort of education or training or employment. Our female to male labor force participation rate is 21%. So when we looking at these indicators, then it tells us that a clear education policy and action plan is fundamental to reap this benefit. And that's why in this context, we should talk about this National Education Policy 2020. Now, I want to focus here on the school education, because I believe school education is the foundation. And if there is a better school education, will get a better higher education. At the same time, better higher education will give us good teachers, good educators, good policy makers. So in my presentation, I want to convey 4 points. The first, I believe, there is a significance of public provisioning of education, especially in the context of COVID. We have seen that it has the experience that we had, that there is increasing gender inequality in education, rural-urban divide, digital divide. So there is need for importance of the public provisioning of education is now more. And in this context, we should talk about the public financing aspect, public financing of education. Now, whenever we talk about public financing, one of the very common opinion that most of the people hold is that over time there is increase in education budget, but at the same time there is not concurrent improvement in learning outcomes or in the service delivery per se. But I want to focus, I want to mention here one of the things that we should not this is not a very straight jacket argument. We shouldn't the discussion of the budget, school education budget, very limited to the final messaging of we are not getting the better learning outcomes. We need to ask some pertinent question. We need to deep dive at how the public financing is happening. So the first question is whether there is adequate resources in comparison to requirement. We have seen there is huge shortage of teachers. There is a shortage of infrastructure, not proper teachers training. And the next question comes, whatever resources we are getting, whether that composition of resource distribution is satisfactory. And there are some of the areas which over time, because our overall resource envelope pie is so limited for school education. So most of the times it's basically reprioritization of resources across different components. And in this process, the areas which got neglected is secondary education. Just I want to share one figure. A pupil teacher ratio is one of the good indicators. In Bihar, for 1900 students, there is one English teacher. In West Bengal, for 900 students, there is one maths teacher. So this is the scenario. And other than secondary education, the other very important components like teachers training, the quality related interventions, monitoring, mainstreaming out of school children, these are very much related with the quality component and better learning outcomes, but these are getting neglected. Recently, we have got our union budget, and we have seen that there is cut in the overall education budget as well as school education budget. But in the context when we talk about this role of union government, it's important, but we should not miss the role that states are playing, because the federal fiscal structure in the public financing we should need to discuss. And this is more important in the light of 15th Finance Commission, because we have seen the 15th Finance Commission report was tabled, and it has almost more or less retained the similar kind of fiscal autonomy that has been given to states in the 14th Finance Commission period. In CPG, in our study, we have seen that not much of the states actually have used this additional resource envelope for better expenditure on social sector and especially school education. So again, we have to see what is happening in the 15th FC period. Because if states are not stepping up along with union government, then the whole challenges, the problem of public financing will never be addressed. We won't get the preferred learning outcome. So much, as much as we talk about the accountability, but these issues will not be resolved. But when we look at the NEP, we see that actually NEP is talking about public provisioning. It rightly acknowledges this. There is need of public investment. It endorses the 6% of GDP is required. It's talking about equitable public education system. At the same time, NEP is also mentioning that under allocation is basically the challenges, and this under allocation is also leading to the underutilization, and there is underutilization in because of there is systemic bottlenecks, because of there is bottlenecks in terms of delay in fund flow, there is very complicated administrative procedures. And so NEP is talking about and highlighted some of the very critical areas which need substantial resources. So in NEP, we see that there is more emphasis on teachers training, on both teaching and non-teaching staff, on nutrition, on online education, on digital infrastructure. As you are asking about the technical education in the time of COVID, the technology in education. In the time of COVID, we have seen that there is really a need of blended education system. At the same time, we have seen that only 8% households where the school-going children are there, they have access to both devices and internet connection. And another common thing is access to a better quality electricity service that is also not available. So if we really want to do better in terms of improving the digital education, if we have to invest on these basic things, and then
yes,
only.
Yes, Pratibha, I entirely agree with you. Thank you very much. I would just like to point out a couple of things. You mentioned about the new education policy saying that a higher percentage of GDP should be spent on education. For your information, I have been hearing this for all the 50 years that I have taught, starting with the first year in 1971. And my senior colleagues tell me that this was initiated even earlier. So
Yeah.
it continues to remain a pipe dream for most of us, but we look forward to something substantial happening there. The second point I would like to mention, and you correctly pointed out that school education is fundamentally more important. One of the reasons that nobody talks about a gross enrollment ratio in the higher education system greater than 50% is because it is not achievable. The total number of Indians who are of college going age, only 50% of them have completed 12th standard.
Exactly.
So others are drop out at 12th, 10th and earlier. So unless we substantially improve the school education, there is no hope for further spread of the higher education.
Yeah,
Anyway,
yes.
last but not the least, we're all very keen to listen to Rukmini, all yours, Rukmini. And let me once again compliment you for amazing work that you do, which is an eye-opener, not just for the Indian educators, but the entire population of the country. Thank you so much.
Sir, you are very kind. And even though I'm Pratham, I am Shesh on this panel, and I will take full use of it. So very quickly, I would say that as far as NEP is concerned, we feel that wo asar ka asar ab hua hai, because in NEP, I think that it's very, very clear message that comes across is that unless you really work hard on the foundation, you're not going to get your dividends or interest or anything. And there is a box, I think, somewhere very early in the NEP document, which says that if you're not able to use, if you're not able to reach foundational literacy and numeracy by standard 3, the baki ka document is almost not worth reading. So I take great strength from that to say that, like in our families, and I know LIC is one of your sponsors for this event, and I am from a generation where the only thing my father did was make an LIC policy for me when I was born. I think that that's what we need to do, that the investments that we are now going to make, whatever we have done with the children we've had in school so far is one thing. But I think that this age group of 3 to 8, it's about, there is roughly about 25 million children in each age group. That's 150 million children, and hanging on to them and doing whatever we can with the resources we have for the next 15 years will, I think, decide the future of India for the next 100 years. And so I think that is a very clear thing to keep in mind. The other urgent thing that NEP doesn't say necessarily, but I think if I go back to what Meeta said, 14 to 18, another 100 million, they are going to enter the labor market immediately, or they already have. What are we going to do immediately this year, next year for this age group? And again, Pratibha, monies will come and we'll keep analyzing, but whatever we have in hand, I am a housewife at heart. Whatever money is in hand, I must maximize the use of that to get the biggest bang for the current buck. More bucks are very welcome, but right now, whatever I have in hand, I need to use that. I had various things I was going to say, but you have such a good panel and people have made such comments that I feel, and also it's very rare for me to be on a platform with people from higher education. So I want to take some thoughts that I had on that. Some years ago, I was invited by JNU to come and talk on the connection between basic education and higher education in India. So the person who invited me, I said, I'll come, but I have nothing to say. She said, why? I said, because there's no connection. So she said, why don't you come to JNU and say that? So I went to JNU and I said that, and I've never been invited back again, because I said publicly that there is really not much connection between our basic education and our school education. And I actually mean this quite seriously, that while we are talking about how will this this NEP's dream for the first time to say, take young children seriously, it won't happen unless the grown-ups take it seriously as well. And by the grown-ups, I mean higher education and every other kind of institution in India. I'm myself from Bihar. And some years ago, and we were working in our own primary education work in Rajgir block of Nalanda district. And that's the block in which Nalanda University is coming up. So I was in a village and we were talking to, people in the village and some older people. And here is a comment that one of them made. I think one of them was the Mukhya in that village. He said, "Arey, hamare gaon ke school mein dhang ka principal 20 saal mein nahi diya aur Vishwavidyalaya banane chale." And I think these are the kinds of things. That block does not have a college. That block does not have a place where the immediate people can go. And therefore, I would say that, when we are thinking about, high class, world class, or whatever institutions, we have to think what is the responsibility of that institutions and the individuals in those institutions to the immediate catchment area, or even to a broader community which has no hope of ever going to that institution. We do ASAR every year, and you have very kindly mentioned ASAR. It's done in every district in the country. And in every district, there's a local organization and usually an institution that does it. And time and again, we've been at this for 15 years. It is actually doing ASAR in Kashmir, in Arunachal, in Assam, not a problem. It is very easy to mobilize and excite district colleges to be able to participate, because they are looking for an organized opportunity to reach out and add something from their immediate area. And time and again, I've seen college students say, कि मुझे तो आइडिया ही नहीं था कि मेरे जिले में फलाने गांव तक पहुंचने के लिए 12 घंटे लग सकते हैं. And do you know that the condition is here and there? Most difficult we have is in being able to mobilize what I call capitalist institutions, which have nothing to do with capital as in money, but are in state capitals. Okay, because those are somehow cut off from whatever is happening in the ground. And so my feeling, and this is all I think connected to NEP, is that what is our vision of this if we want to make our national education policy come true, rather than segmenting it, saying that school education will be taken care of by the school education department, at most by the ICDS people, and then higher education will be taken care of by the institutions that regulate or support or whatever higher education. I think it's very important to think of this as a whole continuum, because unless those 150 million children today are invested in thoroughly for the next 15 years, we are all irrelevant and our futures are irrelevant. And so I think that this notion of world class or whatever class, again, I'd come back. I mean, my own entire life is around, Asar has taught me a lot. I find that this is the Asar tool. I don't know if you may be familiar with it. This is it. Can you read a story? Can you read a paragraph? And can you read a few lines? When we developed this, we didn't do it thinking about anybody else other than who are the kids in our villages, in our slums, and can they read? But this tool is now used in 15 or 20 countries around the world. And we've given a tough fight to the testing empires of the world called PISA and other things. Because what we developed for extreme use in our own context turns out is useful for many people. So I think there are many pathways to when things become globally relevant. And they're not always by taking what is being done in many other parts of the world. But I think in developing what we need here, and I'm not necessarily making a big case to say that the global and the local are different. But I think when we do something extremely important and which has great value for our own, it is usually of great value to other people as well. And so in my own experience of higher education, I am very inspired by the potential of our district colleges. And I think if you had 1,000 strong district colleges, you will come out and have people who will be able to. So to me, from being in whatever universities I've been in, I found in the US, for example, the community colleges as a very inspiring place where people can jump over many kinds of things. So we have invested well in, I think, certain high-level institutions. We have not invested as well in our basic education. And NEP gives us the moment between COVID and NEP. The combination is we have to seize the moment that we have today and to be able to convert this opportunity. Because I've been saying that while we have a long history and a past and we can keep analyzing it, now we have a Rakshas in front of us and we can blame everything on the Rakshas. We can say, ye aaj ki jo halat hai, wo COVID ke wajah se hai. So therefore, to recover, we can do so many things that I think we've needed to do. So I think, I appeal to higher education to say, believe in the NEP, believe in that box. And if we can achieve that, then many of the things going ahead will be solved. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rukmini. I would just like to mention that I differ with you slightly on your contention that there is no connection between in fact, I can see that people flow from so-called one component of education to another very naturally. And when they do so, to my humble mind, it appears that they bring with us not just the basic academic preparedness, but they bring with them the attitude and culture which they have picked up, and they bring with them the values and ethics which they have picked up. And these, unfortunately, do not change substantially later. And I personally believe, as a teacher of some standing, that these things matter. The attitude, the culture, the values, the ethics, unless these are factored into your aspirations, your aspirations could easily turn into greed. You may completely lose out on empathy. I think these values are built first at home and subsequently in the school education. And I would at least suggest humbly that school education and higher education is intrinsically connected, although the current system of measurement does not permit us to see that connection straight away. But I digress. Thank you so much. We are already substantially late, but I would suggest that instead of having a counter round, which will take another 5 or 7 minutes. I'm thankful to the panelists because each panelist has identified 2 or 3 very specific points, which I will take it as the panel's input for action, which can be then passed on to the government. I will request Dr. Gurshar and Danjal to please send me the recording of this session. I have taken some notes, but if I can get that recording, then on behalf of the panel, I will consolidate the recommendations that have emerged out of this so that we won't further delay the next panel. But I'm delighted. I would only like to mention one thing which Professor Sahasrabudhe probably wrongly mentioned. He talked about we'll have educated masses. I wish we have educated masses. I think what he meant was we may have literate masses, but not educated masses. We would love to have educated masses because, see, we have not spoken about other things because primarily our focus was on economics. But I think the fundamental purpose of education is also to create a decent thinking human being and a good citizen of the nation. I don't think we can forget that fundamental expectation from any education. Everything else should be doubted around. And for me, I have long stopped calling my country as a developing country. We are no more a developing country. We can fight one-on-one with many countries, including on economic things. I think I have tremendous faith that China and India are actually tilting the balance of economic and financial fulcrum to this side of the world. And if you have read Yuval Noah Harari or Homo Deus or other things, you can see that, in fact, there are so many books. I am convinced that in the next 30, 40 years, and that is why it becomes very important to really convert our demographic advantage to a variety of things, including economic things, is because there is no doubt in my mind that the fulcrum of economics is already changing. What was the developed world so far would remain perhaps a reasonably developed world, but essentially the financial decisions of the world will now start getting made in China, India, and other Asian countries. I am very convinced about it. I am only 73 years old, so I still have about 25 years to watch the fun, and I am sure that I will see something substantial happening. My friend Upendra Sinha is, I think, waiting for the. Is that the next panel? Yes. So I'm very sorry, Sinha Saab. I really apologize for holding back your time. But to be fair to my own panel, I will tell you that we ourselves were passed the baton rather late. There was an hour ceremony which took 10 minutes. So I think I'm still finishing exactly in the original time that was allocated. All yours, Dr. Gurshar Tanja.
Well, Dr. Phatak, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure listening to you, and your discussions are extremely enjoyable, very invigorating, and full of knowledge. You know, it has always added to our kitty. And at the same time, thank you all the panelists, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on this very interesting session on new education policy and economy. Thank you. And at the same time, I welcome the next panel, which is on environment, social, and governance. And I welcome Mr. U.K. Sinha, Distinguished Fellow, SKOCH Development Foundation, and former Chairman SEBI, to moderate this panel. How we are going to run this is that after I do the initial introduction, I would like to introduce, say a few words about Mr. U.K. Sinha, who is former chairman of SEBI. 2019, he headed a committee by RBI that submitted a far-reaching report to the expert committee on micro, small, and medium enterprises, suggesting long-term measures for the economic and financial stability of the MSME sector. Prior to being chairman of SEBI, he was chairman and managing director of UTI Asset Management Company and chairman of the Association of Mutual Funds in India, formerly with Indian Administrative Service. He has actively contributed to the financial sector reforms in the country. and is credited with starting the micro pension movement in India. Welcome to you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon for conducting this panel. And let me quickly introduce our panelists today. We have Ms. Amrita Agarwal, National Lead, Health Systems Design, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Sutapa Sanyal, former Director General of Police and Director General Mahila Saman Prakosht. Ms. Dipali Khanna, Managing Director, Asia Regional Office, the Rockefeller Foundation. And Mr. Govind Shankara Narayanan, Director and Managing Director, eCube India. None other than Professor Amirullah Khan, Research Director, Center for Development Policy and Practice. And with this, I may hand over the baton to Mr. Sinha. Sir.
Thank you very much. I have the pleasure to welcome my eminent panelists, and I'm very delighted to be here with all of you. I think since the earlier proceedings have taken some extra time, I have the permission of the organizers not to compress this session, but obviously we would not like to extend beyond the time originally allotted to us, which is to begin with 7 minutes to all the panelists. Just to set the ball rolling, let me remind all of us that right from the Enron episode in early 2000 to the Wirecard in Germany episode in 2019, we have seen multiple episodes where financial reporting has not been honest, where accounting frauds have led to loss of money by the investors. And the investors naturally have been looking for what is the risk they have in investing in a particular company. Now moving a little away from the financial accounting, I would like to remind you of some incidents, not too many of them. Say the Rio Tinto incident in the Juukan Gorge in Australia, when a 46,000-year-old Aborigines habitat was destroyed by Rio Tinto. Of course, it led to serious problem for the company. We also had episodes of whale, the dam burst of the tailings dam by whale in Brazil. Now, these are incidents which are not only incidents of an environmental damage, these are actually incidents of how the investors have suffered in those companies. In both the cases, the CEOs were sacked, they had to go, the share prices came down substantially and people suffered. Another dimension besides environment I would like to take on to begin with is the dimension of culture of an organization, culture of a corporation. We have the case of Wells Fargo, where non-existent people, non-existent account holders were given, accounts were opened, they were given car loans and car insurance, and even their accounts were debited without their knowledge. We had the case of a Japanese company called Kobe Steel, which supplies very, very high category and specialized steel to nuclear plants and to space companies. But it was discovered that deliberately for decades, the middle and senior management were involved in suppressing the actual quality of the steel that were supplying. Even when it was known to them that the quality was not up to the standard, they were doing it. When the whole thing came out, what happened? What happened was that the shareholders suffered very badly. In case of Kobe Steel, in single day, the share prices fell by 40%. We also have the case again of Rio Tinto, where in a Mongolian copper mine, they were giving wrong reporting about the discovery amount discovered and when they are going to complete the projects and all. So culture of the organization also makes the investor suffer. So the main point here is it's not only financial accounting which is hurting the investors. It is the impact that the company does on the environment, on the social and governance issues, which have also started hurting the investors. And because of that, the investors are now focusing more and more on environmental, social, and governance issues. So my point is that ESG is no longer a fad. It is no longer a fashion. There are examples after examples across the world that how it is affecting the investors. The second point I would like to mention here is that 2020 has been a landmark year so far as ESG investing is concerned. There has been a phenomenal amount of commitment, political commitment on climate related issues. We have seen the Chinese president, the Indian prime minister, the European Union chief, they all committing themselves to climate control goals, the Paris climate control goals. They have all committed, and even the new administration in USA is now talking about going down this path. So this is one thing, that there has been a political consensus emerging very strongly. And the second point which I would like to highlight here is that why 2020 is very important, is that if you want that something gets covered, something gets reported, you have to have a standard. We used to have, for example, GAAP for financial accounting, and then we have IFRS and all. The significance of 2020 is that there has been a huge convergence about a standard setting for reporting on ESG. And I think if 2021 is only going to further extend that, but 2020 will always be remembered for this. And 2 or 3 small developments, not so small in my view, but maybe many people have not noticed, that International Integrated Reporting Council, IIRC, and the Sustainable Accounting Standard Board, SASB, they have decided to merge, and this merger will take place in the month of May. And IFRS Foundation have created what is called the SSB, Sustainable Reporting Board. So sustainability standard boards. Now you will appreciate, all the participants will appreciate, that if we have the standard setting, and by that standard setting, we are reaching a stage where the reportings are comparable, they are a standard, they can be assured, then we have covered a huge ground. And as we all know that in November, December 2021, in Scotland, we are going to have the COP21 conference, where the talk now is of having more and more rigorous timeline for meeting the Paris goals. For example, there is a pressure now that nobody is willing to wait for your conduct till 2050. So give us some intermediate target. So this is the background in which we are. And I will now request the eminent panelists to start coming one by one. I'll first like to invite Amrita Agarwal. And after that, I'll request Sutapa Sanyal to please come in. So Amrita Agarwal, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. It's a privilege to talk about ESG, which is such an important topic in the world today, as well as for India. ESG, as you already pointed out, is a movement whose time has come in 2020. When I think about the topic of ESG, traditionally we have looked at market failures to be the purview of government. Government will look at positive and negative externalities of the markets, and government will look at information asymmetry and all the market failures associated with it. Now, ESG is a movement which tries to say that, while the governments are trying to do their best, there's an obligation for capital markets and private markets to also address this in the way investments are happening and the firms are being run. And the movement to go from soft qualitative lip service towards CSR and positive impact towards hardcore quantitative metrics and focus on really driving how to address these market failures. So I think this is a very important movement which is happening in the world, but it's also important for India. Now, ESG is something which we've been thinking is slowly happening over time. But actually, it's a phenomena which cannot be ignored. With $40 trillion of assets globally being committed to ESG or linked to the ESG story,
This is a number which just cannot be ignored. And this is true across asset classes, right? When you look at public equities, which is 50%, fixed income, 35% plus, private equity, VCs, real estate, across asset classes, the ESG story is very much here. So this is something which needs to be looked at. So while 2020 is a landmark here for many times, it has been a slow build-up over the last 10 years. And over the last, I would say 5 years, many of the Commonwealth countries, Australia, UK, and Canada, which were the first takers for pension funds to really push on the ESG story, to really adopt a more hardcore version of ESG disclosures for their pension funds, for their investments, that has really come to fruition. But also Europe, which is actually a fragmented story on ESG, to come together to push for ESG as well. You know, the Nordic countries want different things, from the French to the Germans. So I think there is a movement which is happening. And it is building up, as Dr. Sinha also said, in terms of the common standards being worked out. It is also interesting, the World Bank and other development multilaterals are also getting into the story with starting to report ESG data at the country level. So I think there's more momentum, and with the Biden administration coming in, this growth story is here to stay. The other thing which while we cannot ignore ESG and the size and scale of ESG, the other important thing is the sharp growth which is happening. So when I look at the growth in the last 3-4 years, it's doubled and tripled. So if you look at Japanese government pension fund, which is I think the largest pension fund in the world, they have committed in I think 2017 to go from 3% of the assets being in ESG to 10%. That is a dramatic tripling. So the sharp change means two things. One is there's going to be sharp diminishing of non-ESG funds available for companies, countries, and sectors. And a lot more firms are going to fight out for it. So what tends to happen is finance moves much faster, and companies and asset managers find it much more difficult to change their business model. So it's not suddenly that we'll have 3 times more ESG ready firms available in the market. So we will be behind the curve, really. So there'll be limited diminishing pool of funds available for non-ESG activities and firms. And the companies and countries and sectors will have to fight it out for it. And there'll be increasing funds on ESG available for sectors, countries, and companies. And there'll be not enough attractive assets. So there'll be some really good assets which will rule the roost, and there'll be a lot of companies which will have to fight it out in the non-ESG market. This is a very sharp change which is happening. So companies, countries, and sectors have to decide which side will they be on, with which they will be in a highly competitive non-ESG fund play space, or in a much more attractive, fast-growing ESG space. And there's a bias, I feel, in India to think that slow burn change, but actually the pace of change is quite dramatic, and we need to think about it. The other aspect is, I don't think there is one ESG one size fits all globally. When you look at the pension funds really and what values are being driven through investment standards, while there will be one larger investment standard and what metrics to track, if you look at the Nordic countries, they value more clean energy. Whereas if you look at the French government, they value human rights much more. And Australians pension funds, Japanese pension funds would value something else. So there is no one size fits all. There are different values at play. Also, the countries, firms, and sectors have different ability to adapt to different value systems. So some companies and sectors are much more amenable to changing one metric versus the other metric. So there is going to be a period of a lot of flux in the next few years to understand how this market evolves in this space. And there also we have to be aware that the country needs and the sector needs of our country may actually not be aligned to what many of these standards being imposed really are going to mean for us. For example, labor laws. What is the need of our country versus what is the reporting standards and preferences of these investors from abroad. So I think this provides a rich area for us to be actively discussing about. Either we will get programmed by the world, or we will have to get ahead of the narrative and program as to what our needs really are in this space. I would say now, coming to India, is ESG even important for us? Yes, just the sheer scale of money. We do need FDI. We are a growing country, but also, we have a growing and maturing government and state capacity to deal with market failures on positive, negative externalities and information asymmetry. So ESG can play a really beneficial role on both fronts, on investment front and also on addressing the needs of the population. Where are we? I think we are behind a little bit than other developing countries, and it'd be great to hear from other panelists as well. I know that Brazil and South Africa started having their exchanges drive disclosures 10 years ago. But we've just started expanding on that space. Singapore has had many of the disclosures on their exchanges since 2016, which we are now expanding with the SEBI disclosures which are happening. Also, there's a lot of regulatory changes which are happening in other countries. So if you look at Colombia, interestingly, the regulation and the exchanges are driving. The companies are doing disruptive models targeting clean energy and other ESG factors. So it's not only that the regulator or exchanges or investors need to drive it, the companies themselves could be really leapfrogging, and that's an interesting thing to play. So what should really India do? Four things come to my mind. So one is, we really need to come together as a community of firms, investors, intermediaries, to really think through and get ahead of what is ESG really in our context. What is our needs? What is our capabilities? What is feasible? What is differentiating us? And present our ESG model to the world, and not wait for an ESG model to be given to us. And we should do it very proactively. The time is now, not 3, 5, 10 years from now. One important element of that is really measurement. And I'm sure we'll talk enough about greenwashing and data, etc. in Indian context. The key thing will be not to only have proprietary data and one standard, but also to think about how to incorporate publicly available data in really thinking about creating a validity-based system for ESG in India. And we have to really innovate. We have to get ahead of other countries. The other thing I would say is, we should perhaps not push for one standard of this is ESG. Because again, different companies, if we expect 30 metrics and the companies have to do well across 30 metrics, that'll be really difficult, because every company has a sector has a different ability to innovate. So we have to perhaps encourage multiple standards, multiple approaches towards ESG, and let innovation, open source community, that sort of thinking really drive innovation in the Indian context. And the last is just get ahead of and really plug into the global community. So I'm going to pause now, and thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you, Amrita. Thank you. You made some excellent points about how ESG is here to stay, and how different systems and different requirements are there, and things are in a flux right now. And you also made out a case that things like greenwashing should be avoided, and we should not be pushing for just one standard. Now, some of the questions which the organizers have given to this panel today, and there are 3 questions. One is that how ESG investment can drive social impact. While ESG investment can happen, but how it can drive social impact, and how technology can help us in this direction. And the second one is how to democratize the access of funds for impact investments. And the third is what we can do for India, how we can bolster the investments. So I have the pleasure to now call upon Sutapa to come in and make her points here, please. Sutapa, you there? Sutapa Sanyal?
Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha. Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, let me thank Team SKOCH and the sponsors for having me on this distinguished panel today. For the next couple of minutes, I'll be looking at the issue of boardroom diversity and the creation of an overall gender-balanced workspace as a component primarily of corporate governance. On the side, it will also be seen that some of the measures I talk of and the points I discuss, they also permit the usage of technology for much better outcomes. Now, let me also clarify that although there are several aspects of the diversity and inclusion paradigm, I will only focus on the gender aspect of it and confine it to women. This is for the time constraint reason, and also because I largely feel that gender diversity is a critical component in improving corporate governance and firm performance. It is also a tool for implementing strategic leadership, and somehow it takes care of the issues of sustainability, governance, risk management, compliance, and social responsibility at one go. However, there are two disclaimers. First of all, boardroom diversity will run its entire course of benefits only when all the other components and aspects of diversity also play out. And number two, diversity is just the starting point of governance. The entire magic will unfold only when it is backed by an organizational culture, as Sinas have rightly said, of equality and inclusivity. So having said that, let me list some of the obvious benefits of gender diversity in boardrooms as reflected in certain studies and research findings. One, it is actually a sustainable business proposition, an investment with a high rate of return and not a cost. Credit Suisse gender report actually, clearly identifies a linkage between gender diversity in boardrooms and improved business performance. Two, it avoids the demerits of groupthink because women bring in different perspectives, competencies, skill sets to the table. And three, women directors adopt a cooperative and collaborative approach to solving problems and take into account the interests of multiple stakeholders in the decision-making process. Now, these result in fairer decision-making. It also generates an overall sense of inclusivity and belongingness. Now, these are very important things in our culture, in the culture of an organization. A stress-free atmosphere with lesser litigation issues and greater productivity. It's no doubt a win-win situation for everyone. And the fifth point is women on boards are also more willing to adopt out-of-the-box solutions, focusing on long-time priorities. Now, gender diversity in boardrooms also help in projecting a positive image of the organization. It reflects a pragmatic and dynamic leadership driven by empathy and compassion, which I feel is so necessary for leadership today and will become even more important in the post-COVID new normal, which we are going to experience. And it also helps build social capital and achieve social justice as an end product. Inclusive teams have also been seen to perform better during financial crisis. And research indicates that having just one woman on the board cuts back bankruptcy risk by 20%. And finally, it helps in developing a broad talent pool at all levels. Now, having said that, let me list some of the benefits of gender diversity in boards. Well, I have already done that. Now, what I want to move on to is, what are some of the measures the corporates can take for promoting gender diversity in the boardrooms? Well, there can be one, increase the size of the potential talent pool and kind of, look beyond the CEOs and COOs and CFOs, because these three are pools, these three are sources where there are very few women. Number two, reach out to some good executive search firms for their directors. 3, invest in building and updating the relevant skills of aspiring women executives, as well as providing them networking platforms, referrals, mentors, and advisory groups. Now, if other variables permit, if there are other variables which permit this, then expand the size of the board itself to accommodate more capable women possessing these required competencies. And 5, fill the interim vacancies with qualified senior women executives, because this can also act as a training ground for them for the future. And then periodical disclosure of gender diversity of the board, say during shareholders meetings, AGMs, etc., will cause the organization to think more about this issue. And finally, implement the provisions fixed by the governments like mandatory appointment of women on boards, etc. Now, data also supports that advancing gender parity can contribute about $770 billion to our GDP, which can surely put India on the road of Atmanirbhar Bharat and a $3 to $5 trillion economy. And corporates can help in unlocking this potential by ensuring processes and processes that are implemented and investments that are driven towards promoting and hardwiring gender parity in the boardrooms, and not just in the boardrooms, but across the organizations. This will create that desired positive environment of economic growth and development. And after all, no country can progress by keeping down half its population. What can the corporates do in this by creating gender parity across the organization and balanced workspaces? Well, some of the measures which I could think of are streamlining the hiring process so that the cognitive biases, and we all have these unconscious biases, related to hiring can be avoided. Technology can be a good enabler in this. Second, once hiring is done, measures have to be taken to retain these female employees and prevent what we call the leaky buckets and the leakages in the pipeline. So what can be done about it? Well, by sorting out the contentious issue of pay parity. This is a huge issue in many organizations. Building their capacity through boot camps and workshops, trainings for the relative skill sets for senior executive roles. Number 3, maintaining the transparency, fair practices, again, a part of the culture of the organization. So transparency and fair practices in promoting, in promotions, transfers, postings, etc. Target for their representation in senior management to accelerate their development. This is something which many organizations miss out on. In fact, I have served in an organization for 3 decades plus, which didn't think so much about all these things. So this is very important. And the third thing could be substituting the concept of parental leave for maternity leave. Why not parental leave? Why call it maternity leave? Provision of on-site creche and other facilities, and then not imposing the maternal penalty on returning moms, mentoring and career planning support even during the maternity period. Number 4, providing tech-enabled platforms for childcare support, mentoring, grievance redressal, flexi times, as well as work from home and remote work facilities, but within the framework of a balanced life work harmony rather. I won't call it balance, because balance, you keep balancing here and there. Work-life harmony, right? And then providing safe and secure spaces, an organization which is POSH compliant. And we have to clear the gray areas around this act, because this is a very enabling act So there should be workshops and training programs for the ICC, the management, as well as the employees, so that this act could be utilized to the optimum benefit of everyone. And finally, the CSR projects of, say, the bigger corporates can be directed to support the MSMEs, which employ a lot of women, and startups which are women-centric and create communities of women. These are very helpful. These SHGs are very helpful. I've been personally seeing the amount of work and the amount of leadership potential which they have. And so this ultimately, it promotes the social capital. So I think I will wind up on this note.
Thank you.
We'll be very happy to take any questions from you, sir. Recommendations I can give at the end, or if you say, I will give at the moment. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sutapa. And for knowledge of everybody else, I would like to just mention that I discovered that Sutapa comes from the same place where I come from, that is Patna. So it was a pleasure knowing that. And Sutapa made a very interesting point about diversity, and especially about gender diversity. I would like to add 1 or 2 points here. And she made the point that beyond a board, we should also now look at senior level appointments. I'm happy to note that France, for example, is getting into that area very seriously, and European Union by and large is getting into that area. Besides gender diversity, many countries now are also looking at diversity on all fronts rather than only confining it to gender diversity. And I'd also like to make an observation here that while SEBI did prescribe that there should be at least 1 independent women director in listed company boards, unfortunately, the biggest violators are public sector undertakings. So the companies in the public sector, and obviously SEBI has not been able to do much about it. So that's a very good point, and thank you, Sutapa. I will now call upon Dipali Khanna, MD Asia of Rockefeller Foundation. And Dipali, I will particularly request you to cover the point about how we can democratize the access of funds for impact investing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sinasab. And I'd really like to begin by thanking SKOCH for giving me this opportunity to really share what we are doing as a philanthropic organization in this space. We all know that COVID-19 undoubtedly is a defining global health crisis of our time and the greatest global humanitarian challenge that the world has faced since Second World War, both in terms of the toll it has taken on human life and well-being, but also the economy. This impact is even more pronounced in emerging markets in developing countries. In economic terms alone, the IMF estimates that the ongoing crisis will reduce the size of the world economy by 4.4% in 2020 and strip an estimated $11 trillion of output by next year. Undoubtedly, the pandemic has exposed the vulnerabilities and inequities of the pre-COVID-19 world. However, all does not last. We know that past crises open windows of opportunity to transform entrenched systems and build a better world. The COVID-19 pandemic has presented immeasurable challenges to global development goals, from poverty alleviation to gender equality. Yet one shining light has been the continued growth of environmental, social, and governance practices by companies across the globe. At the Rockefeller Foundation, we know driving public-private investment and collaboration towards transformative solutions is key to a more inclusive and sustainable future. We also truly believe that we must leverage all our resources and relationships to build an equitable, sustainable future where everyone has the opportunity to realize their full potential, as well as the climate disaster is averted. This is why just a few months ago, we at the Rockefeller Foundation have made a one-time $1 billion commitment aimed to catalyze billions of dollars in private and consensual investments that will scale distributed renewable energy for the more than 800 people stuck in energy poverty in low and middle income countries, and also ensure more equitable access to COVID-19 tests and vaccines, science-based tools, and data to fight the pandemic while strengthening public health systems to prevent future outbreaks. This is the Foundation's first ever bond issuance for charitable purposes and will enable us to make this a watershed moment to bring market-driven solutions that reduce emissions while creating jobs and wealth building opportunities for those that have been left out of economic progress and are bearing the brunt of this pandemic. I'm going to be taking the next few minutes to elucidate upon what our vision is for the post-COVID-19 world and how we will get there. The first one is really around partnering to unlock opportunities with access to reliable, affordable, renewable energy. And the second is investing in equitable access to healthcare for all. Let me start with the first. So prior to the pandemic, as mentioned earlier, more than 800 million people were still living in the dark without any access to electricity. Since the pandemic start, 100 million additional people have lost access and more than 1 billion others still live in communities with unreliable power. Our best bet for helping people left behind is to extend electricity to everyone so that everybody has an equal opportunity to learn, to work, and to prosper in the modern economy. The Rockefeller Foundation has made ending energy poverty in a clean, sustainable way a priority around the world. To do so, we will leverage two recent developments. First, the world is in the initial stages of a once-in-a-generation investment in infrastructure to help stimulate a recovery from the pandemic. Second, thanks to the pioneering breakthroughs that we've seen in solar, battery storage, artificial intelligence, mobile payments, it is now possible to end energy poverty in 10 years without causing a climate disaster. We don't have to wait till 2050. Collaborating with global investors, international organizations, and governments, we will focus on driving historic public-private investment in infrastructure that accelerates access to clean, safe, and reliable renewable energy across Asia and Africa. Over the past decade, our Smart Power initiatives investments have improved the lives of almost 500 million people in India, Myanmar, and parts of sub-Saharan Africa, so we know this can be done. By refining the business case for distributed renewable electrification and deepening our technical knowledge of the mini grid systems and their impact on people's lives and livelihoods, we paved the way for the launch of a partnership, for example, with Tata Power called TP Renewable Microgrid. This effort is expected to invest $1 billion by 2026, deploying up to 10,000 mini grids across India that will provide clean energy to 5 million households, create 10,000 new green jobs, support 100,000 rural enterprises, and deliver irrigation systems to over 400,000 farmers, and provide access to reliable power for more than 25 million people across the communities in marginalized areas. Providing reliable electricity to communities that often receive the brunt of climate change is essential to creating the economic opportunity for them to lift themselves out of poverty. We're investing $500,000 of the Foundation's own resources in ending energy poverty in a climate protective way. As a result of pioneering breakthroughs in distributed renewable energy technologies, it is really now possible to end energy poverty in 10 years without accelerating carbon emissions. So that's really the first area. The second area is around investing in equitable access to healthcare for all. We really have an unprecedented opportunity to close the health equity gap by driving innovation and investment to the most vulnerable communities around the world. This second focus of ours of doubling down on our commitment to modernize public health and provide equitable health outcomes. We have met the challenge of COVID-19 pandemic by entering into catalytic collaborations with diverse stakeholders to achieve health equity through innovative and sustainable solutions. We launched the Precision Public Health Initiative before COVID-19 with the goal of modernizing the public health system to tackle 21st century problems by harnessing the full power of data to improve the health of populations on a global scale and to better account for factors that determine who has good health outcomes and who does not. Better data can also allow us to identify communities at high risk for certain health issues, helping us to direct resources to where they're needed most, as well as target preventive interventions more precisely. For example, our partnership with UNICEF in India, where we invested over $15 million, is working closely with the Ministry of Health to scale its A&M work and the online application process across the country. This app is known as Anmol, is helping improve data collection and health service provision by making record keeping easier. Just in the past year, about 19 states in India have adopted and implemented this tool. This will allow thousands of frontline workers access to digital tools and analytics, making the data they collect on a daily basis work for them. Recently, we also collaborated with the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India and gave 2 new grants of about $5.5 million to scale up COVID-19 testing in India. Working with the Center for Cellular and Molecular Platforms in PATH, the foundation is also supporting domestic manufacturing of critical testing materials and the deployment of scalable testing programs essential to mitigating the virus spread. Both these grants will advance efforts to leverage data and technology to strengthen pandemic surveillance and response. These commitments are really part of our broader effort to accelerate equitable access to testing technology globally as a key lever to contain the spread of COVID-19 and reduce test positivity rate. Modernizing the public health system using a data-driven approach can help achieve our global goal of health for all, not the few. Even before the pandemic, we have been focusing on early field building efforts to create a holistic and conducive ecosystem of leveraging AI towards social development outcomes. We've been working with the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology for India to collaborate on the establishment of the National Artificial Intelligence Center. So it's really pivotal that while making investments in mitigating the pandemic, we do not forget that we need to look beyond the pandemic as well and really think about how our interventions can strengthen health systems of the future. The foundation intends to develop and fund a global health platform to help detect, prevent, and contain future pandemics. Concurrently, we also continue to steer social and impact collaborations and scalable systems to end energy poverty and nourish people globally through ingenuity and industry. So the pandemic has really been a once in a lifetime crisis that requires urgent and dramatic action. That means using all the tools at our disposal, including issuing of our first ever charitable bond, global coordinated response, and strong public-private partnerships that could really enable the world to recover strongly from this crisis, create a much more attractive, lasting, and equitable form of growth than we have seen in the past, and really tackle the existential threat of climate change. Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We spoke about the COVID and what the world should be doing about post-COVID world. Now I would like to invite Govind Sankar Narayanan, who is the managing partner of eCube India. And I note that eCube, along with Quantum Advisors, have set up an ESG fund. So Govind, to you also, my question would be about what can we do about democratizing the access of funds, and what can we do about India getting more and more active on the ESG fronts? Govind, please.
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Sinha, and thank you, SKOCH, for inviting me for this. I will try to address both these issues through the ESG lens, of course. I think the first, we have, as you mentioned, we have worked in the past with Quantum towards raising ESG funds. And I think the first gap that we believe needs to be filled is a deeper explanation of what ESG means in a corporate context. A lot of, let's say, airtime is usually spent on the fact that some companies have serious, challenges or governance problems, and therefore ESG can help the avoidance of those governance problems. But people don't invest only on the basis of avoiding risk, but they also, do tend to invest on the basis of, sort of a longer-term strategy which will make money for themselves. What currently tends to be absent is a proper ESG story. So to take examples, ESG is evident when, for instance, an air conditioning company is moving from the manufacture of, say, three-star ACs to 5-star ACs. ESG is manifest in some sense when a bank chooses to focus and invest behind privacy, which is quite important nowadays. ESG is important in financial services when a bank, for instance, chooses, or an NBFC chooses to lend to certain sectors and not to some other sectors. So I think it's important for these ESG stories to be told, as clearly as possible, including the compromises companies may be making, the long-term versus short-term choices that they are making, and consequently, why they believe that this is beneficial for the investor over the longer term. That kind of storytelling, I suppose, is not done particularly well. And I think companies need to be nudged in the direction of doing that. And it is typically the role of managements and boards to do that. Now, the people who can push in this direction most are perhaps the investors within these companies, typically institutional investors. The challenge that we have noticed in the sort of real investing world is that most institutional investors, particularly pension funds and so on, do not take long-term positions. They tend to have, in fact, there is a requirement in many cases that their investments, particularly in listed markets, should be completely liquid, and that they should be able to exit companies within, say, a month or 2 weeks and so on. This particular characteristic of investing is unfortunately not very supportive to an ESG approach to life. So if you are talking of people who are making investments behind, a migration to sustainable energy, climate change, changing supply chains, and so on, or even, just governance, including, as Sutapa Sanyal mentioned, bringing women on the board and so on. These don't bring about, financial returns over a 3 to 6 months time frame. They tend to generally take somewhat longer than that. And therefore, the taking of ESG actions and the result of those actions, coming through in the form of better performance requires investors to be prepared to have a longer term time frame. Unfortunately, at the moment, fiduciaries of investors, although the trend is changing, generally speaking, they're only measured on, short-term sort of shareholder performance. So I think there is a question to be answered, I think, in regulation, as well as I think in the public sort of debate, whether fiduciaries are asking the right questions or not. So our trustees of pension funds, trustees of insurance companies, and so on, asking ESG questions the right way, or are they sort of putting criteria which are making their own investment managers take a very short-term view? How do I bring this? I link this to the question, sir, that you asked about retailization, because retail investors will tend to follow what institutions are doing. They're not, they will not be a different planet on their own. So if there is evidence that large institutional investors are focusing on ESG, and if that evidence is not merely in the form of a check the box, but actually in the form of understandable long-term stories, I think you will see retail investors sort of putting more and more, of their money behind ESG, in particular because no retail investor wants to sort of lose their money in all the examples that you gave, Rio Tinto, Vale, and Diwan Housing, a large number of companies where retail investors have lost money. So I think that's probably one way to kind of democratize this whole market. We've had some discussion also, I think, earlier on the subject of standards. Now, standards are to have a completely uniform standard is somewhat tricky, because I think every company has its own story. What is, I suppose, important is to have a set of maybe broad principles which typically relate to the materiality of individual ESG elements for a industry. So what is material for HDFC Bank will be very different from what is material for, say, Unilever and so on. And I think it's important to identify that and to ensure that there is enough understanding of where companies stand within the industry that they operate in. Now, there was a question I think you asked about impact. Now, at their heart, corporate entities are not impact organizations in the way that we understand it. But obviously, when companies make choices, when they choose, for instance, and I'll give you a very live example right now, which eCube, through a different entity of its own, is engaged in, which is there is a huge ecosystem in the SME segment, which is trying to develop products suitable for the green space. This could be, storage devices like batteries. It could be reusable packaging. It could be, electronic sort of vehicles and such as electric forklifts or electric two-wheelers and so on. Now, when companies choose to become more ESG focused and they choose, for instance, to force their supply chains to become more ESG focused, whether it is environment or social, related issues, then in some senses, you are pushing more money towards the right kind of companies and you are having the right kind of impact in that way. So if you do, for instance, buy reusable packaging, you are making them more competitive. You're making those kinds of companies succeed. And correspondingly, there will be pressure on companies which don't believe in reusable packaging or which are using plastics and so on to change their behavior. So I think that's one very important way in which I think companies, which otherwise are very profit focused, can have an impact directly on what happens. And as you know, the ESG in supply chains is about 3 to 4 times as large as ESG within the company sort of itself. Now, obviously, the other way companies can have impact is by ensuring that they support meaningful organized entities which themselves support ESG, which has an indirect effect on wages. So, we've been worried about, issues related to slavery, child employment, underpayment of women and so on, which typically tend to happen. So if you strengthen supply chains, then you are much more likely to sort of ensure that both wages and working conditions on average are likely to improve across the economy. So I think these are 2 or 3 main points which I thought I would place before you to sort of react to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You really made some very important points about how the investor should be thinking long term, and that's a prime need. And you also had some views about standards versus broad principles, and how companies can also make impact by looking at their supply chain rather than confining with their only core activities. I now have the pleasure to invite Professor Amirullah Khan, Research Director, Center for Development Policy and Practice. Professor Khan. You are on mute, I think. Yeah, now we can hear you. No, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. No, we still can't hear you.
Mr. Sinha, perhaps you could lead the discussion while Amir can get a voice.
Amir, I suggest you log out and log in again.
Yeah, I think that is what he will have to do.
Now, is that better?
Yeah, better.
Yeah, now it's clear. Now it's clear. Please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha. Thanks so much. I was actually, I was actually listening to Govind so intently that I lost my bearings for a bit. Govind, that was a brilliant point, and I really want to emphasize that, that because the whole ESG model or ESG principle is based on resilience and not returns. And if the institutional investor is tied to investing in a liquid form and is mandated to do that, then we are going to see some serious concerns as far as institutional investment to ESG are concerned. That I think is a very, very important point as we take the ESG movement forward. Mr. Sinha, I must you are celebrating the fact that both you and Shutapa are from Patna. I must join in and say that I've worked in Patna for quite a while.
Oh.
Therefore, share
Thanks,
that.
Thanks, Samir, for inviting so many people from Patna here today.
Yes. And Deepali, I don't know, congratulations and really sincerely for all that effort that the foundation has been putting into COVID and testing. You don't know this, but I am a small cog in that wheel. One of the studies on that tracking and tracing is what we are doing at CDPP. So thanks so much, and it's a brilliant contribution that you've made. So having heard everybody say just about everything that needed to be said, I want to bring in a couple of issues that concern people like us when we talk about ESG investment. The first point is that my worry is that will ESG go the CSR way? It's very important to understand what we did to CSR. If you read the CSR literature, and Mr. Sinha was very much a part of that, and we all read him and heard him speak so importantly, so responsibly about that. Look at what CSR said. CSR, the CSR movement sounds so eerily familiar to the ESG movement. And what did we do to CSR? I would just like to, provoke a reaction by saying that one of the biggest harms that we did to CSR was by mandating it. And look at where we have gone today. Today, CSR is in a lot of ways beyond the reach of civil society. It is almost completely with the state. The Niti Aayog member recently said that you might even use CSR funds to vaccinate your employees, and therefore, from being a socially responsible movement of spending on what was good, CSR has become in some sense a small little additional tax that you better pay to the state, and do away with that. And audit it and account it like that. So on the ESG also, if we don't free it up, and one of that was Govind's point, then we might end up mandating this again and therefore defeating that purpose. The second issue, and this is what Mr. Sinha and Ms. Sanyal both pointed out so well, is the importance of the gender diversity. I think that is one of the fundamental things that ESG does. And we will ignore it again, like we ignored the SEBI directive, especially in the public sector, and then destroy that whole purpose for which the gender diversity issue was brought into ESG. The third concern that I have is on labor standards. You see, one of the important pillars of ESG is going to be, or ought to be, labor standards. But the manner in which we have been reforming labor laws post-COVID has been anything but that. ESG talks about higher labor standards, and we are talking about 12-hour work shifts and contract employment and informalizing the sector even more. So that is going to be another major concern we will have as the corporate sector moves towards handling the pretty stiff obligations that the ESG framework has. The fourth point is that underlining ESG and highlighting and the big highlights of ESG are climate change and sustainable development. We are in a country that has 13 of the most polluted 20 cities in the world. We are talking about enormous amounts of pollution in the same area because of the farm sector, and the farm sector is again in the eye of a major storm. And unless we look at all these issues of climate change, of farm sector reforms, in the environmentally responsible manner that we should, if we go about them in the haphazard manner that we seem to be going, then we are going to strike at what is the basic issue of ESG. The final point that I want to make is that, and this is the broader danger in as far as economic philosophy or economic policy is concerned, and that is that is understanding and acknowledging the nature and the definition of public goods. That just as the CSR movement became a movement, or the civil society movement became a movement to address government failure, will ESG also turn into that? And therefore, everything that is a public good that should be state provided then becomes the burden of the ESG framework. That is a fear that we must be conscious of as we move towards making these reforms that Govind and Sutapa talked about, or these initiatives that Deepali and Amrita spoke about. So those are my 5 broad concerns, Mr. Sinha. Thank you so much for bringing this absolutely fabulous panel together.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You made some very important points about whether ESG is going to head in the CSR way, and how CSR in effect today has become an extra tax. And you also made point about diversity and the labor standards. Now, can I ask Dr. Dhanjal, how much time do we have for questions?
We have about 7 minutes. 1:45, we have a hard stop.
Okay. And are we getting the questions through chat box, or somebody will come and speak? What is the arrangement?
I have a lot of questions.
Okay, so you start then. Nobody better than you to raise questions on this important subject.
One of the things that Amarullah talk about is CSR becoming a tax. But at least there is some accountability to spending tax money by the government. Here we have government departments saying this year in CSR we will do water, next year we'll do education, year after that we'll do vaccination or toilet. They have no idea as to how developmental field works at the ground. So the guy who starts an education initiative in year 1, what does he do? Close down the next year? So there cannot be a bigger disservice than these bureaucratic hobby horses, that this year I like education because some minister said so, and next year I like toilet because some minister said so. The second thing is the stopping of FCRA grants. There is hardly any money left for the grassroots organizations. And, suddenly a tap has been shut. So all the ESG work, so-called, that was happening, the baby has been thrown out with the bathwater. The third thing is that it is fashionable now to talk about social stock exchange. Well, what happened to MSME stock exchange? So if that itself has not taken off, how will a social stock exchange ever take off? So we do these fashionable things and form fashionable committees, and then nothing comes out of it. Last but not the least is Gada Ghoda Ek Saath. We are micro companies and very large. For Tatas and Scotch, the law is the same. So, when you come to Posh, if I have a lady employee working after 6 o'clock, or 7 o'clock or something like that, I have to give her a car. Then, the compliance cost for an MSME is so large that MSMEs have started choosing not to hire ladies. So all the the laws have to have some sanity check somewhere. You say that on every board, there has to be a lady. I mean, what if there's a complaint officer? No, we have only one lady, which is my wife. Is it fair? And it's free of conflict of interest to put her on the complaint panel? So I think these laws, etc., are made without much thought. So how much of thinking would go through it? How much of money will actually come into ESG, or it will become another tax is a very big question that I have, and whoever wishes to respond to it may.
So anybody wants to take up this question from Samir?
Samir answered the question very well.
He has answered the question. Sutapa, would you like to comment?
I'm asking you, the CSR thing, should you not say that it should be either abolished or it should be actually added to income tax as a cess so that at least there is some oversight and accountability? Here,
Absolutely, Samir, absolutely.
Deciding how much money is spent where it's like a privy purse of a bureaucrat with no...
Absolutely. 100%. Yeah. You know, Samir, when the literature on CSR started before the act, before we amended the Companies Act, some of us were very clear on this, that we did not want this government mandate. We knew, we were sure that it is going to be an addition.
Since it is our job to come up with some recommendations, could that be one recommendation?
I would strongly...
Yes. Make it a cess or abolish it or free it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm trying to ask Sutapa to give her comments on this. You are mute. You're on mute, Sutapa.
Yeah, okay. Like Mr. Kocher suggested, I think we actually need to relook at these laws. Even the POSH Act, there are a lot of gray areas. And I think this could be one of the recommendations, that the laws related to the entire paradigm of ESG should be looked into and kind of streamlined so that they are more in touch with the grassroots realities. I mean, you just can't suggest a law without looking at the practical difficulties which it will entail in the times to come. So I think this is a very, very good, very strong suggestion which we could, and maybe we could write a white paper on this issue. The laws, looking at it. And again, I'd like to go back to what I have been insisting on regarding the diversity. Because see, what we do is most of the times we come up with quick fixes, band-aids type of solutions and knee-jerk measures. No, this won't do. If we are to look at gender parity, and there are obvious measurable results which can be obtained if this parity can be acquired right across. But then we need to look at it in a holistic manner. All these subsectors, say the unorganized, the organized, the corporates, the public sector, the Niti Aayog, etc., etc. We all need to sit kind of together and design a holistic framework. Kuch kar diya, kuch udhar kar diya, usse nahi hoga. We will not be able to go ahead. So that is.
Let us see if Samir has any more questions, because we have hardly 3 minutes to go, and I'll require at least two minutes to sum up.
I recommend that as SKOCH Group, and the fact that you are a distinguished fellow now with us, we form a task force, informally or formally, which can draw out some framework on ESG and how it should not go the CSR way.
That's a very good idea. That's a very good idea. I think all the panelists will support this suggestion, right?
Of course.
Okay. Okay. I would like to add one point here, and I think there is some divergence of views in this panel on the need to have a standard setting, and that we should rather go by broad principles rather than have a hardwire standard setting. But I would like to make a point that this is inevitable. If you have companies which are serving in 20 jurisdictions or 30 jurisdictions, if you have investors who are investing in multiple countries across the world, then there has to be something which is comparable, which is assurable, and over which comparisons can be made. And let me take you to 1929, when the US incident took place and we had a great decline. In 1933, the US SEC came out with the requirement that there should be a financial reporting in generally acceptable accounting principles. GAAP accounting came, and an independent auditor was prescribed. And now gradually this has gone over to the whole world. And now we know that if an Indian company and a foreign company are reporting something on their financial performance, they are comparable. So the comparability is very important. And what I'm noticing is that in the US, for example, there is this World Economic Forum led impact management program, which is a group of 130 CEOs, the largest corporations in the USA. And they have decided that come what may, by the end of this year, end of 2021, they are going to have a uniform standard on ESG reporting. And the big four accounting firms have also joined hands. So my feeling, and not only that, IOSCO, the International Organization of Security Commissions, which prescribes principles for regulators like SEBI across the world, that is also wholly on board, and they are likely to come out with some principles on ESG. Let me remind all of us that when SEBI in 2017, early 2017, came out with the requirement of integrated reporting, they drew inspiration and support from IOSCO principle number 16, which provided that an investor has a right to know everything which is important for his investment choice. So this sort of standard setting is inevitable. We can work towards how to make it more useful, more friendly, and more comparable, but that is something which is there to stay. And the second point I would like to make is that now investors across the world are not only looking at corporates about their role and performance on ESG parameters, they are also looking at the fundraising by sovereign governments. You'll be surprised to know that many large investors have placed countries like Spain and Ireland underweight when they are raising sovereign bonds because they have not performed well on ESG parameters. So these are things which are inevitable. This idea and suggestion from Samir to have a short panel or a group, working group to send its recommendation, I would fully endorse it, provided all of you agree to this, but I think it's a good idea. And in the end, I would like to thank all my panelists for making excellent suggestions and points. And I hope Samir will be able to carry it forward from this station. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Over to you, Gulsharan.
I'm logging off now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha, for being with us, taking time out and conducting this panel so well that, we are full of recommendations from all across. And I'm sure the difficult questions that were put by Samir became difficult to get an answer across the board. But yes, it gives us, food for thought as we move forward, because there's a whole lot of a change that is required, when we switch from for instance, with CSR to ESG, and the scope needs to widen and become even more realistic, not just, parking the funds and using it for something, which I find that needs to be done and gives me happiness. Great. All the panelists, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Sinha, once again. Thanks for sparing the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dividend distribution tax is another thing.
Host, can you put everybody on mute, please? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this round of Scotch semi-final Scotch Order of Merit announcements. I have the pleasure of joining us this afternoon, Dr. Shefali Das, who is a former DG, NIC, and Distinguished Fellow, Scotch Development Foundation. Many of you may have had an opportunity to interact with her in the recent as well as an early past. Mr. Nimar Bansal, who is former banker and senior fellow, Scotch Development Foundation, has been on the panel of experts helping us to assess all these nominations, which is what you have had an opportunity to discuss, debate, learn from. Mr. G.B. Pandas, former senior advisor, Niti Aayog, senior fellow with Scotch Development Foundation, more than 35 years of experience having worked across the social sector, looking at the tribals and the development areas, looking into the devolutions as well, has been the forte of Mr. G.B. Panda. Mr. Bhushan Mohan, who is a former consultant from National E-Governance Division, Ministry of IT, is a senior fellow with Scotch Development Foundation. He brings in his expertise on the table when it comes to the assessment of the interventions from both the outcome as well as the technology implementation. Before we get on to the discussion, talking about all the recipients who have who are going to be receiving the Scotch Order of Merit, let me have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Bansal first, asking him as to, what is it that you find so unique? You have had an opportunity to interact with, majority of the people who have joined in today for being conferred the Scotch Order of Merit, qualifying the semi-final for Scotch Award. So what do you find so unique in these interventions?
Thank you, Dr. Bhushan. It's my pleasure to be associated with Scotch for a long time now. And congratulations on organizing yet another edition of 70th Scotch Summit today. So let me tell that it has been a great learning from all the projects which have been presented throughout the so many presentations time and again. And if you ask me the uniqueness, you know that each of the projects are unique in themselves, okay? What happens that these people are really enthusiastic and they have been doing a great job all over. Whether it's a government departments, whether it's a private company, private NGOs, or any other companies, or the PSUs, or the government, so many interventions we just had with them also. So it's very difficult to tell that's what's unique, but every project has been very, very unique in their ways, So first of all, my congratulations to all the participants that who have been doing so hard, so many rounds of their research, and then submitting their proposals, and then presenting, and then qualifying for that semi-finals today before the finals. So my congratulations to all of them. And secondly, my congratulations to Scotch also for organizing such a fantastic summit time and again. And I'm sure that pace on which we are going on, that our 100th summit should coincide with the $5 trillion US economy. I'm sure that by the end of this decade, we would be in a position to achieve that first also. So I'm thankful to my fellow colleagues who have been the juror and who have been really inspiring, giving their inputs. And most of them, that the projects there, those have been fantastic, and we were so glad, and we learned a lot. And many times I tell that even the Harvard cannot teach us so much that what we are learning from these projects throughout the country. So this is the unique about the projects.
And of course, the uniqueness of the Scotch Awards are always there. And I'm very happy to understand that recently the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh have been conferred upon the Chief Minister of the Year award. So this is the power of the Scotch Awards that people are looking for, and it's really earned award by these people with their hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nirmalji, for these kind words. Shefali ji, if I have to ask you, you have spent decades looking at various interventions. So how times have changed if you have to compare maybe 20 years ago and today when it comes to such implementations? A quick one.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanjal. Let me first congratulate you that you have been you and Scotch, you have been keeping the tradition of selecting and picking up the best projects for over 15 years, I believe. And maybe more, I'm not sure. I think little more than 15 years.
Years.
Sorry?
20 years now.
20 years. I mean, it's sustaining this and not letting the standards go down is something really great. And I must congratulate from the bottom of my heart. And of course, that means since the award is so prestigious, the persons or the teams and the officials and the functionaries who are working to get this award, definitely they are also unique. And I'm very lucky to be associated with this for such a long time. Now, going back to your question, I've been working in the government for more than 30 years, but what I'm seeing here after retirement, looking at these projects and evaluating them, I realized there has been a sea change in the projects which we did 20 years back and what they are doing today. See, with the advent of technology, now it becomes much more challenging for these people to come out with the best because people's expectations have gone up. Previously, if you can just give one pipe water supply to the panchayat, people were happy. Our panchayat has now been connected to the water supply. But now people expect that they should get connection at their houses and at least 3 connections. That's what the government is providing. So similarly, for the projects which have been evaluated here, if they had done 1/4 of this 20 years back, probably people would have been happy. But now that is not there because people talk to each other and they find out what the next village is getting, what the next organization is doing, and how this is doing. And they evaluate with that learning, with the knowledge. So I think this is very unique in these projects which they have been implemented, and we have seen such great work. It's really amazing how people are, and they're passionate about it. The people who have presented their work, we could see that it's not something they're doing as a routine. They're coming to office, doing this, and this is they're supposed to continue, and they're doing. It's not like that. People have come up with many innovative ideas. That's what I like about this, and that's what the difference. Thank you.
These are words of endorsement that from your experience, the life of the project that has been traveled, further gets reinforced that, there is a life to it, and the scale would come with the passage of time. Thank you so much. If I have to ask Mr. Panda, so what's been your experience when over the last couple of years that you have been seeing such implementations while you were with the government? Your view is different now when you're outside the government and you're looking at it, dispassionately. So what kind of experience have you drawn from such interventions? You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Gulshan. It's been, if I have to say that 35 years my service in the government and 2 years of this association with Scotch, they are well balanced. Balanced in sense that lots of things we thought we did, lots of things we were in the process of development, especially for the weaker section and reaching the weaker links in the process. We were in a during appraisal systems of the midterm appraisal during the plan area, who is to wonder as to what we have received information, how far it stands as far as the performance, which is not visible, but the results are given to the outcome. Scotch, I must congratulate and thank you for opening a new era of recognition, giving recognition to the people who are doing great job across the social, economic, and technology sectors, reaching out every region and every sector, and able to record them in a documented way, the best job done. And assessment of this has not only rewarded those who are doing good job, but has been a great encouragement and inspiration to others who are in the process. For me, being a social scientist, I always look for how everything that we do, everything that is happening, how everything that is being implemented through these schemes, how much has eased out the life, and how much transformation it has brought, and how much is that empowerment to the people that it took. That we could only see when we interact with the people through this SKOCH, evaluation process. And that's very rewarding, but many things we have bypassed or remained unnoticed during the government, service period. Now we are noticing in the nitty-gritty of those things, and it gives great pleasure and pride to be always with the people who are instrumental in transforming the India and taking to the level it deserves to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Panda. And we are joined by Mr. Samir Kochar, Chairman, SKOCH Group. Let me welcome him and request everyone to put your hands together, welcoming Mr. Kochar.
Thank you very much.
And I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Bhushan Mohan, who looks at the outcomes. So if I have to ask him, what kind of interventions that he has come across, which have been focusing primarily on outcomes and have delivered, and what would be the quantum compared to what is happening today and probably a few years ago?
Good afternoon to everybody, and my congratulations to the winners who have done an excellent job out here. See, one thing, I've been associated with SKOCH from the time I was there with the Department of Electronics. One thing I have found, whatever we may decide as a policy or anything, ultimately the implementation has to be done at the ground level. And what I have seen in my association with SKOCH and the SKOCH award process is we really encourage and bring to the life of what is happening at the ground level where the actual implementation is taking place. And it's not just limited to the policies which are being made by the central or the state government. It is also the local initiatives which are being taken, which is acting as an input to the major policies which are supposed to be taken. So it is a complete wheel which gets completed by itself, what is happening. Now, any initiative which is taken, the end result has to be measured in the outcome and the impact what is there. Over the years, what I have found that more and more attention is now being given to what is the actual outcome rather than what is the effort which is being made to do something. So that is something which is very, very interesting. And it is because of that, that not only the implementation of the policies, we are able to look into that, find what the issues are there, improve upon that. We are also able to now replicate the successes which are there, the small places, in a much, much, much larger way. I think that is what is the most important thing which is being contributed as a part of these SKOCH award process. My congratulations and my best wishes to the winners on this particular occasion. Thank you
so much, Bhushanji. And with this, we start today's announcement of semi-finalists, Scotch Order of Merit. And the first one goes to Ms. Sujata Sahu, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, 17,000 Feet Foundation. DigiLab, Digital Learning for Off-Grid and Off-Network Regions. Ms. Sahu.
Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, Sujata is there.
Yeah, we can see Sujata Sahu now.
Yes, hi. This is Sujata Sahu. Excuse the connectivity. I'm calling from Ladakh right now. Thank you so much to the Scotch group, the eminent panelists, the jury who took all their time to evaluate all of these projects. Congratulations to all the semi-finalists and best of luck for the final round. And very prestigious award, and it's an honor, an absolute honor to be receiving this. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So Dilip Gaur, Managing Director, Aditya Birla Group, Grasim Industries Limited for Green Track, blockchain-based forest to fashion traceability solution.
Thank you very much for giving us this award. It's an honor to receive this. I received this on behalf of Mr. Gaur. My name is Sri Rangarajan. Thank you very much, Scotch.
Congratulations to you. Chief Executive Officer from Birla Health Insurance Company Limited, Mr. Mayank Pathwa, for the project Health Insurance.
Thank you so much to the entire Scotch team. We really enjoyed the whole process, including the presentation to the jury. And it's a very prestigious recognition for us. We're a relatively young organization, and this will go a long way in giving a very positive message to the team. So thank you for this recognition, and we really value it.
Congratulations to you and the entire team. And now invite Mr. Shiv Bajrang Singh, Chairman from Aryavart Bank, for finance continuity during COVID-19. Aryavart Bank. Ms. Devjani Chatterjee, Social Performance Manager from ASA International India Microfinance Limited for inspirational and transformational performance during COVID.
Thank you so much, Scotch. I thank you all on behalf of the Asha India family. It's very prestigious thing to receive, and we are very much happy that the initiatives that we took during the time of COVID got recognized by such prestigious organization. Thank you all, and congratulations to all.
Congratulations.
I now invite Professor Jivan Gade, Director, Brilliance Visionary Education Society for Fire Prevention and Life Safety. Mr. Alok Verma, Chief Human Resource Officer from BACS, Rajdhani Power Limited, for employee engagement and transforming workplace and improve productivity using 5S methodology.
I would like to thank Scotch Group for giving us a initiative to represent our case study. I am giving a best of luck to Scotch Group to share all the case studies to help us to move further and get innovative ideas to implement in our industry. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Mr. Robin Nation, Additional VP Procurement, BACS, Rajdhani Power Limited, for Best Procurement Governance Practices.
Again, thank you. Yeah, again, thank you very much to Scotch Group, and we will further strengthen our faith in the next round of sessions of next year with the more case studies, and to showcase the world what's best thing we are doing again and again in the year by year. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Congratulations once again. Dr. P.A. Mary Anitha, Chairman, Center for Empowerment and Enrichment for Sunshine Smile. Congratulations to you, Dr. Saab. Mr. I.K. Gohil, Chairman, Chhattisgarh Rajya Grameen Bank for Mobility and Financial Literacy. Mr. Santosh Kumar Jha, Executive Director Operations from Container Corporation of India Limited for Corporate Excellence. Mr. Jagjit Singh, Director cum Additional Secretary, Department of Technical Education, UT Chandigarh, for Project Gyani, Government ICT Training, a new initiative.
Thank you, Scotch Group. I really feel very honored to receive this prestigious award on behalf of Chandigarh administration. I am grateful to the Scotch Group for providing us this platform to showcase our ICT training project. And I'm also grateful to all the jury members who have spared their valuable time in evaluating all the projects. And this prestigious award not only acknowledges the exceptional achievers, but also encourages and inspires innovative thinking in the technical field. So once again, I'm very much grateful and thank to the entire Scotch Group and all the participants. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you once again. Mr. Vishwa Mohan Sharma, Mission Director, Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen from Rajasthan for Project Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Scotch, for the honor that has been bestowed upon the Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen, Rajasthan. And I thank to the Scotch Group Chairman, Mr. Samir Kocher, the jury of the Scotch Awards, and the panelists. I feel that this award will go a long way in motivating our entire team of Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen here, Rajasthan, who have worked very well in the SBM, the mission that was being forwarded by Government of India, and I'm deeply honored, and I once again convey my deepest thanks to the Scotch Group. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Sharma.
Thank you.
Mr. Anuj Kumar Jha, District Magistrate from Ayodhya, response to COVID.
Thank you, Scotch Group, Samir Kocher Sahab, for giving us the opportunity to present our work at this forum. Jury, the panelists, the peers who evaluated us favorably, you all. We learned a lot when we worked for managing COVID situation in the district, but definitely during this process also, while presenting ourselves, what works, what doesn't work, we had a whole new perspective on the issues. So thank you all for giving us the opportunity, and definitely this award and this certificate, this will motivate us further. Keep doing the good work. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Jha साहब, आप लोग बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं अयोध्या में.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
जैसा आपने बोला, कुछ बात जो है ना दिल को छू जाती है, वो ये कि जब आपको अवार्ड मिलता है, सबको अवार्ड मिलता है, जो बाहर की दुनिया देखती है वो सिर्फ एक फोटो देखती है कि इनको अवार्ड मिला. वो अवार्ड क्यों मिला शायद उसको उतना ज़्यादा अप्रिशिएट नहीं कर पाती कि कितने घंटों की मेहनत गई उसको इवैल्यूएट करने में, कंपटीशन और कितने 3, 4, 5 महीने लगे उसको देखने में. वो चीज़ खुल के सामने नहीं आ पाती. तो ऑल द अवार्ड विनर्स, माय रिक्वेस्ट इज काइंडली एक्सप्लेन टू द इकोसिस्टम कि कितनी मेहनत के साथ आप ये लेके आते हैं.
थैंक यू सर. मैं अभी आपके बारे में पढ़ रहा था सर, और यू हैव बीन अ लीजेंड. जिस तरीके से आपने पूरी जीवन में जो भी सीखा है सर, और सबको जो सीखने का मौका दे रहे हैं, यू आर डूइंग ए वंडरफुल जॉब सर फॉर द होल सोसाइटी एंड द सिस्टम आल्सो. बिकॉज सिस्टम में कई बार सर ये चीज़ें छूट जाती हैं कि क्या चीज़ काम करता है, कैसे किधर हमको बढ़ना चाहिए. हम लोग उसका कई बार रिकॉर्ड कीपिंग नहीं कर पाते, कई बार उसको हम डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं कर पाते. आप जो कर रहे हैं दैट इज रियली गुड फॉर द होल सिस्टम सर. थैंक यू सो मच सर.
कांग्रेचुलेशंस.
आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं.
थैंक यू.
Mr. Faiz Ahmed Mumtaz, District Magistrate from Jamtara for Project Community Libraries.
मेरी टीचर आज से ज्यादा कर रही है.
Mr. Vivek Chaturvedi, Chief Marketing Officer from GoDigit General Insurance for the project The Digital Insurer.
Good afternoon, sir. Since Vivek is not available, so I am there to receive this award. As all of us know that COVID posed unprecedented challenge last year, and so by developing this COVID product actually and delivering through digitally, I think this was in a small way our effort to service the society and help the society to come out of this agony. And I thank Scotch and the jury members for recognizing these efforts of GoDigit General Insurance in helping the society during this challenging time. Thank you very much.
बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको. But one point I will try to make. देखिए एब्सेंशिया में स्कॉच अवार्ड नहीं दिया जाता है, कुछ उनकी मजबूरी होगी, वो नहीं है. बट अगर ये सेमीफाइनल के बाद आप फाइनल जीतते हैं और इसको लेने के लिए आपके जो भी जिनका भी बिजनेस है वो नहीं है, तो अवार्ड अनाउंस नहीं होता. तो प्लेटफॉर्म की भी एक गरिमा होती है ना. थैंक यू.
The next one also goes to GoDigit for India's first COVID insurance cover.
Yeah, thanks once again, sir, for recognizing our efforts, as an insurance company. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Mr. Atul Saxena, founder and managing director, Grow Diesel Ventures Limited for project Waste to Biofuel.
Thanks a lot, Scotch Group, the Honorable Chairman, sir, jury, and all the panelists. We are working in a sector which is solving many problems right now. The problem of environment, because we are producing CNG from paddy stubble, we are creating jobs, we are working with farmers in rural area, and we are also, all these years now, we are talking about fuel price rising, and we are giving a Fuel Atmanirbhar Bharat mission. So I'm deeply honored by Scotch Group to present our vision for the people of our country, and we look forward to work together to achieve our mission of Fuel Atmanirbhar Bharat, which adds to our $5 trillion economy, create wealth for our farmers, create jobs for our youngsters, and make our country a better place to live. Thanks a lot again.
Congratulations. बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं आप.
Thanks a lot.
Deputy General Manager HR from Hela India Lighting, Mr. Rahul Kumar, for HR digital practices and development amid COVID-19.
Thank you, Scotch team, for this award, and this is a platform where we can showcase how we can safeguard the livelihood of people during the Corona time when the whole India was bleeding and the migrant labor were on the roads. We are the company who safeguarded the livelihood. We are able to retain at our places with a high motivation, and touch wood, no one of them got the COVID positive. All are happy and healthy now, and company is growing with them because we have a high trust from them, and company is moving of all these initiatives is very fast. Thanks a lot for this opportunity to us. Thank you.
Congratulations. Very good job.
Mr. Uday Chandra, Chairman, Himachal Pradesh Grameen Bank for banking services at the doorstep during COVID.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Uday Chandra is away at New Delhi to attend a chairman's conference. So I am Chief Manager IT and Financial Inclusion of my bank on behalf of Mr. Uday Chandra and the entire team of FPGB, and I thank the Scotch for the recognition of our work. Thank you so much, sir.
Congratulations. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Shanta Datta, Director and Scientist G from ICMR, National Institute of Cholera and Enteric Diseases. Multi-component effort and achievements of ICMR and NICED.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. The entire Scotch group, including chairperson, jury members, and the panelists, whoever have taken their time to evaluate us, our hard work. So this is the COVID lab, Regional Virus Research Diagnostic Lab at NICET. It was the first of its kind in Eastern India to start the routine testing for diagnosis of COVID-19 cases since 3rd Feb 2020. We have served not only West Bengal but other states of the Eastern India, and also now the lab was operational for 24 hours into 7 days, and we have been given by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, one robust machine to increase our capacity for testing. We can now test 3,000 samples per day, and it was launched by Honorable PM of India. And apart from that, we have also associated with many other activities, which includes vaccine trials, then research innovations, then sero survey, rapid response endeavor of Government of India, then central, and we have acted as central and regional depot for supplying the kits, validation of kits, then capacity building of all the lab personnel of government and non-government organization. So it is a great pleasure and for us we are honored to have this award. It is not only encouraging for me, it is encouraging for the ground level workers who have given their entire effort, and they have worked day and night so that this lab becomes one of the focal center for this testing in the time of COVID-19 pandemic situation. So
Congratulations. Very, very
thank
good.
you again for giving us this opportunity so that we can work better in the future.
Congratulations. Dr. Janak Raj, Senior Medical Superintendent, Indira Gandhi Medical College and Hospital, Shimla, for response to COVID.
नमस्कार समीर कोचर जी, चेयरमैन स्कॉच ग्रुप, और स्कॉच ग्रुप के सब पैनलिस्ट को मैं नमस्कार करता हूं। हम बताना चाहेंगे कि जब हमारे हिमाचल में कोविड ने दस्तक दी, ये मार्च अप्रैल की बात है, उस वक्त जो यहाँ पर सिचुएशन पैदा हुए कि हमारे हिमाचल में बहुत डिफिकल्ट टेरेन के चलते लोगों को हर बीमारी के इलाज के लिए शिमला आना पड़ता था। पर जैसे आउटसाइड द स्टेट जाना मुश्किल हुआ, लॉकडाउन हुआ, तो हम लोगों ने लोगों की प्रॉब्लम्स को देखते हुए 16 अप्रैल 2020 ऑनवर्ड अपना रूटीन ओपीडी को भी चालू किया, और हम लोगों ने स्टेट का बिगेस्ट हॉस्पिटल होने के चलते हम लोगों ने कोविड और नॉन कोविड दोनों को पैरेलल चलाया। कोविड में हम लोगों ने डेडिकेटेड कोविड ऑपरेशन थिएटर, कोविड डायलिसिस, कोविड पेशेंट का एक बिल्डिंग के अंदर कंप्लीट सेटअप जो है वो वहां पर डेवलप किया, एंड वी रिसीव द पेशेंट फ्रॉम अक्रॉस द स्टेट, रेफर्ड फ्रॉम एल्सवेयर एंड अदर मेडिकल कॉलेजेस आल्सो. We are very thankful to the Scotch Group for giving us such an opportunity to present our work on this platform, and this will help a lot of boost and encouragement to us people.
Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations to you once again and the entire team. Mr. Pranjal Pandey, Marketing Manager, Infibeam Avenues, CC Avenue.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank the entire team of Scotch for organizing and giving this incredible platform to present the innovative works and grassroots level innovation which is happening. I also want to congratulate all the participants who have won the award. Thank you, Guru Sharan sir, for giving us this opportunity.
Congratulations. I now invite Dr. Ravi Kumar Chitoria, Professor and Registrar Academic and Head of IT Wing from Jawaharlal Institute of Postgraduate Medical Education and Research for innovative application of drone in practicing tele-barrier nursing.
Chairman Scotch Group Sameer ji, Guru Sharan ji, and the entire team of Scotch, jury members, and all the semi-finalists, on behalf of JIPMER and myself, Very good afternoon. And at the outset, I would like to thank Scotch Group, who has given this opportunity for us to share our project from JIPMER. And I thank jury who found our project worthy and useful for the society and patients. My association with the Scotch has been since 2017 when I got Scotch Award on behalf of JIPMER, Pondicherry. And this is my second time that we are getting the award. And we are very happy that with the encouragement and the innovations, the Scotch is allowing us to share and helping the society. And in that award, I was physically present with the Samirji, if he remember me.
I remember you, of course.
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So once again, I thank you, sir, and thank you the entire team and giving us this opportunity. Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations once again. Mr. Arindam Sen, Chief Executive Officer from JK Insurance Brokers for maintenance of service delivery to customers during lockdown. We have Mr. Sen with us. Mr. Srinath H. Joshi, Chairman, Karnataka Grameen Bank, Champion of Financial Inclusion Initiatives.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I thank on behalf of Karnataka Grameen Bank juries and everybody for recognizing the excellent work which we have been rendering to the society in the financial excellent.
Congratulations
to any other regional rural. We are the first RRB to pass 50,000 crores of business.
Mr. Joshi, thank you so much. We are having difficulty in hearing your voice, probably because of the poor connection. We will have another opportunity to
and we have
listen to your story.
The best of the technology.
So the next one also goes to Karnataka Grameen Bank for project Darpana. Miss Sushmita Mukherjee, Kirtika Academy Private Limited for project Coal to Diamond.
Thank you very much, Scotch team. It is our aspiration coming true. This is on behalf of also all the students from Kirtika Academy Private Limited who had been participating in the skill development programs and joining the employment force. I accept this award on behalf of them. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Sushmita ji. The next one also goes to you, recognition of prior learning under PBSSD.
This also, thank you again, sir. This I accept on behalf of 24,000 mid-day meal workers who have participated in the RPL, recognition of prior learning from various districts of West Bengal. It was a very big program, and all this 24,000 are women candidates who participated in RPL program. Thank you so much again.
Congratulations. And now invite Mr. K. Rajivan Nair, Executive Director, Corporate Communications from Life Insurance Corporation for project Claim Settlements. Mr. Nair.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
It's been a great honor for Life Insurance Corporation of India to have been conferred the Order of Merit by the Scotch team, a really big organization that has gone through various processes and arrived at the winners. We at LIC, claim settlement has been a way of life, and that will be for all the years to come. And we take pride in giving proper customer services, as a result of which the kind of trust that we have earned is legendary. Once again, our sincere thanks to Scotch team. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations to you, Mr. Nair, once again. Dr. Gauri Shankar, Managing Director, Manaviya Development and Finance Private Limited, for investing in people.
Thank you. Thank you, the Scotch Group, jury, my staff, partners, and stakeholders who made our work recognizable. Manaviya is a development finance company active in the access to finance, access to energy, and job creation to SME finance. We are the subsidiary of ICO Credit, which is a Dutch cooperative. And thanks once again. And this is a great recognition for us to keep on continuing our work in investing in people more. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Mr. Jayant Rastogi, Global Chief Executive Officer from Magic Bus India, Childhood to Livelihood Program. Kindly unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Sharmila Subramaniam, Director Communications, receiving this award on behalf of Mr. Jayant Rastogi. He couldn't join us due to a personal situation, but it's on his behalf that I thank the jury and the SKOCH team for, and on behalf of the entire Magic Bus team, I thank you for recognizing our Childhood to Livelihood program and its significant role that it plays in the lives of the children and young people we work with. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Mr. Nasir Kadri, Chief Engineer, Maharashtra State Electricity Transmission Company, for enabling best-in-class data connectivity for economic growth.
Thank you, Scotch Group. Thank you to the jury for identifying uniqueness and innovative and teamwork concept. We are lucky enough to have 3 awards since last 4 years, and MSCTCL is honored with the Scotch Group. We will definitely improve ourselves, whatever suggestion has been given by the jury, and we will also compete in a better manner with our team effort in the final also, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
And now invite Executive Engineer Mr. Anil Patil from Maharashtra State Electricity Transmission Company for smart solar 2x50 net metering and hybrid solar system at 400 kV.
Good afternoon, sir. On the behalf of Mr. Anil Patil, sir, Executive 400 kV Chakan Station, myself, Srikant Pujari, I am thankful for Scotch team for awarding us for giving opportunity for recognizing our solar project for your Scotch award, and our efforts for this project you are considered and taken cognizant for us. On the behalf of I am thankful to all your jury members and Scotch team. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations to you once again. I now invite Mr. Pratim Yadav, India Health Insurance TPA Private Limited, Excellence in Health Claim Processing.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm Wasim Khan from MD India. Praveen sir is not here from personal reason, so he will be attend next time. I will thank to Scotch Group for giving us this award and jury member. Thanks.
Well, congratulations to you and the entire team. And this brings us to the end of this round of announcement of Scotch Order of Merit. Well, gentlemen and ladies, thank you so much for joining us during this session. I have to put the curtains down on this particular episode and invite you once again using the same link as you joined just now for the award function in the evening, which is scheduled at 18:20. That is 6:20. So you may join 10 minutes ahead and
take off? Yes, please. Hello and welcome to everybody for this session on consumption and debt as part of the Scotch India Economic Forum. And in this year, coming out of the pandemic, possibly this is the biggest question, the issue of consumption. When we look at the GDP, there's a lot of things that statisticians have to say on lots of things. But the big issue there becomes that while everyone loves investment, it is consumption that actually keeps the economy moving. And if you look at the composition, the consumption data, that not just in India, but across the world, is the one that has actually started wobbling very seriously. Consumption, it's obviously to be expected with household incomes taking a very bad hit, job losses, people scare about every possible thing. It's not surprising that consumption has, to use a well-worn cliche, has fallen off the cliff. But if we want, for every possible reason, if we want the economy to start balancing, stabilizing itself, you want to know and you want to get a hang on the consumption. There is, along with that consumption, there is, of course, the big issue that comes along. Then, therefore, the government says is that when we want consumption, if people can't spend, let's give them a handout. Some of the developed countries, in fact, most of them have tried that offer of giving a check, but that not only is not very difficult in an emerging economy, and some of the emerging economies which have tried that sort of a route have found that the big risk that they are now running is that the public debt is becoming extremely serious. And this is a challenge, therefore, that if you want to make people spend, you got to provide certainty of you want certainty of income. But to do that, if the government tries to intervene, then it runs the risk of running a massive public debt. How much the world has changed. In 2008, we talked of fiscal austerity as the basis to revive the world economy. In 2020, we are saying spend like mad. It's a conundrum. It's to realize it is as significant a change in the world economic thought as anywhere, and it's just happened in just 10 years. That's a huge, huge change. But today's panel, it's a great set of speakers to have around to talk about these issues and much more in detail for the next 1 hour. I have with me Dr. Anant Nageswaran, I have Dr. Renu Kasane, Mr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra, Mr. Rohit Vaswani, and Barnali Bhandari. And each one of you, if I started to speak about their accomplishments, that actually would be another hour. So I take it as given and take the risk of that Sameer's bright team has already spread the word about these members. Actually, none of them need to be told about. They're all regulars on your television screens every day. So without ado, let me start with your first thoughts from Anant. And I won't pose any questions to you. I just want to, what is it that we should be looking at right now? So over to you, Anant. Anant, your mic.
Thank you very much, Subhamai, for inviting me to speak. And I also thank Mr. Sameer Kochar, Dr. Danjal for inviting me to speak at this forum. I recall with a considerable amount of nostalgia my presence at the forum physically last year. And it's a pity that we're all speaking into screens. And I hope this is the last time we do so. And next time we are able to meet and greet each other face to face. So that uncertainty still remains. Hopefully in India, the recent last couple of days or 3 of slight increase in cases turns out to be an aberration. Whereas I was very gratified to read in the newspapers in Wall Street Journal, for example, that even the United States, one professor from Center for Health and Biosecurity at Johns Hopkins University thinks that US should be achieving nationwide herd immunity thanks to vaccination and infection cases recovered by April. So with that uncertainty behind us, I think consumption and debt or consumption and investment should pick up in many countries in the West and in India as well. So while as Subhamai correctly put it, investment and capital formation are critical because they have a higher multiplier effect. I think ultimately it has to turn into money in people's wallets and their ability and willingness to spend. And there are concerns in India that that follow through may not happen. But I would like to submit for the purpose of discussion. And I mean, obviously, I am quite circumspect in my views, and I'm aware of the uncertainties that we all face. So please do take it with that kind of perspective, that it is not something that in the current situation we can state anything with a great deal of certitude. The only thing I would go back and say is that India faced a decade of growth divergence. In a way, I would say the first decade featured convergence of GDP across the developing world with the developed world. In fact, I would even say that growth rates diverged. That is, developing countries grew very fast in the first decade. Developed countries grew as well, but that led to the GDP convergence. What happened in the second decade, post 2008, was that developing countries' growth rates actually converged with the developed world, and that's not a good thing. And therefore, the GDPs diverged. Now we are in the third decade, and that is going to, I think, I submit, that we are going to see a return of the convergence of GDP once again, i.e. the growth rates would diverge with developing countries galloping ahead. And principally, India is very well placed because of those countries that did very well in the first decade among the developing world. South Africa, Brazil, Russia, Turkey, India, Indonesia, etc. Of all the countries, India is relatively better placed because India is coming out of its financial sector deleveraging and NPA problems in the banking sector, which also cast their own shadow on the growth stagnation that we witnessed, particularly in the last 4 years, culminating in the COVID-induced contraction. If you cast your eyes back to the late 90s and early 2000, the millennium, when India was coming out of a similar banking sector NPA and growth slowdown induced by droughts, Pokhran blasts, sanctions, etc., final consumption expenditure did slow down, but it picked up. So my sense is that with the deleveraging behind us, with the corporate sector, including MSMEs, having done better than expected last year, with a far smaller percentage opting for loan moratoriums, etc., among the corporates, among MSME borrowers, and with anecdotal evidence of capital formation intentions coming through from the corporate sector. I think, and also the IT sector is actually once again facing a demand boom and looking to rehire massively. I think India's investment-led growth will kick in and also drag consumption growth in its wake. On the debt side, therefore, both in the private sector and in the financials and in the public sector, I feel that the government has budgeted conservatively. Even if some of its assumptions don't materialize, the budget under-promising and over-delivering, and therefore there is every chance that 6.8% gross fiscal deficit will be met or even bettered. And therefore the trajectory for public debt in the coming years is better than what we are all concerned about at this point in time. But given the time limits imposed on me, in the interest of giving others a chance, I would stop here, and anything else I can add later as part of the discussion. Over to you, Subhamai. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Anand. I mean, that was a very succinct beginning, and saying the deleveraging is behind us and the budget is under-promising and could give and could deliver more. Good debate points to start off. Let me turn to Dr. Varnali. Varnali is the person who every 3 months tells us some very difficult type of numbers about consumption, about investments. And this year we saw right from empty racks in big department stores to by the end of the year, about 1 crore new Demat accounts opened in 2020. And new areas of consumer spending coming up, like broadcasting services, online education. But yet there was also the specter that financial savings is actually, sort of seems to be picking up more. In that sort of a scenario, Bonali, what do you think is the consumption story of India looking like?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Shubhada, for inviting. And post-lunch sessions are always challenging. So good afternoon. To set it in context, I think first the numbers, at least the numbers are telling us after all the estimates have been revised, that private final consumption expenditure, which is on average between 11-12 and 19-20, forms 56% of our GDP. In contrast, investment, it forms about 30% or 31% of our GDP, and exports of goods and services forms about 22% of our GDP. So those are the shares. If we take private final consumption expenditure, the key point that I want to drive home is that private final consumption expenditure was already coming down. It came down from 7.6% in 18-19 to 5.5% in 19-20. And in 2021, as per the first advance estimates, is estimated to contract by 9.4%. So I think the second point I do want to add is exactly what you were saying. When we started out this numbers last year in May 2020, we actually abandoned our models. We said, this is not the approach to take, because this has been in contrast to the great financial recession or the Lehman crisis, whatever you name it, that was a demand shock. In contrast, this is both a supply shock, a negative supply shock change, and a negative demand change. So there was a national lockdown. Both supply and demand forces were affected negatively. So that's one big difference between the great financial recession, one big crucial difference between the great financial recession and this one. The third point I do want to emphasize, coming back to the point that you were saying, looking at different sectors. So when in May 2020, we were trying to understand how each sector was affected, is exactly this way. We looked at the manufacturing subsectors or manufacturing sectors, and we understood that the pharmaceutical sector might actually do well, because they might benefit benefit in a way because of the greater demand for medicines. They would actually benefit, whereas maybe a textile sector or a sports sector may not. Manufacturing of tennis balls may not benefit as much. So you went through this very detailed subsectoral exercise to understand how the coronavirus would affect each sector. On the services side, it was very clear that there was a contact intensive sector and non-contact intensive sectors, like the hotels and restaurants business. Hotels and restaurants is one of our biggest employers of the sector, informal labor too. And that we knew would be affected to a greater degree, especially tourism sector. And we've actually estimated some numbers too, how it badly would be affected. But when you looked at but non-contact intensive sectors, we knew that IT sector, the broadcasting sector, would actually benefit, because now we would all switch to working from home, or instead of having seminars, we would have webinars, so on and so forth. So actually that would benefit. So when I saw the NASSCOM predictions that they're actually positive, it was sort of gratifying at the intellectual level that yes, this is what we had forecast back in May 2020, that the IT sector would actually do well. So yeah, I think that's a third point I want to add to this thing. And the fourth point is the recovery. So I think the recovery is going to be challenging, because the manufacturing sector, and this is not by me, this is by Baldwin, early part of spring last year, this is what the forecast, and this is how it's playing out. The manufacturing sector would actually see a V-shaped growth pattern, because we would stop consuming or restrict our consumption of goods, and then there would be a pent-up demand. Obviously, I think the recent numbers they're showing is that we're doing better than what our pent-up numbers and festival demand would add up. So I think it's uneven, but still it's positive. But I think in the services sector, what you see is there was never going to be pent-up demand. It's not that none of us or most of us did not take a holiday this year or go out this year. It's not that next year you suddenly, my boss is going to give me 2 vacations. He's not, or she's not. So they're not going to give me any more vacations. So I'm not going to be able to make up my time of not going out. So the point is that the Baldwin had forecast a more L-shaped growth recovery pattern. There will be some permanent loss associated with the output. So I think the non-contact, the contact intensive sectors are going to see a slow build-up, and we have to accept that there will be some permanent loss in output. And it would, as per our simulations, we would suggest that it would take us almost 5 to 10 years, depending on how we grow beyond 21-22, to catch up with the pre-pandemic growth path. So as Dr. Nageshwaran has already pointed out, there's a lot of uncertainties with the situation. So this is how we looked at it when we started out in the process.
So recovery quick, according to Nageshwaran, Bonali saying 5 to 10 years. Mrityunjay, come along. Tell us, what does your numbers tell us on the consumption story? We know the output story. We know what is the consumer now in a mood to walk into the stores or order online, and what does it mean for, and what do the reading of the tea leaves tell you?
Thank you. I think I'll give a little different perspective. We are trying to find a correlation between consumption and debt, because experts after experts are, going to the town, speaking whether more money in the hands of the consumer, or in the form of debt or in the real cash will drive consumption, and consumption in the reverse modeling thing is probably consumption leads to growth. It is, we all know the modeling difficulties in the market that we call India, and because the behavioral aspects of economics probably is not being factored in by many of the pundits that are commenting on this sector. Let me give you a few examples. In the banking sector, typically we say that there are sectors which are engines of growth or key absorbers of long-term credit. There are other sectors which are key absorbers of short-term credit. And we say that long-term credit absorbing sectors are typically the ones which are job generators and surplus generators. And the short-term people are typically the survival engines, like they pay the salaries, they keep on paying the receivables, so on and so forth. So if we look at the last 3-4 months, the recovery is coming very, very robust. In fact, the Economic Times is quoting that the recovery is clocking in leading banks above 94. It is almost like the pulse oximeter, like a healthy economy, it is above 94, 95% level. So when we look at the proxies, which generally bankers rely on or the economists rely on, many of them are not so dependable in Indian scenario. For example, credit card usage. We know in India, because in whatever balance that is carried over to the next cycle is an indicator of the consumption in the economy. In India, it is not so. Most in the carryover of balances happens only in about 10 to 12% of the credit cards. So that there is a problem. But there are other indicators which are showing, for example, capacity utilization. In banking, and whenever I was a CEO or the bank's economist used to bring one factor, that is at what level the capacity utilization of some of the short-term credit utilizing sectors are doing. Now we are seeing that many of them are running at around 60 to 65% capacity utilization. As a result, what is happening is that they're not planning for new capacity. And because they're not planning new capacity, the long-term credit is not getting withdrawn. So there is a robust repayment which is coming in, and there is no drawdown on long-term credit. And sectors where acceleration is happening is like IT sector, which are traditionally cash rich. So because they are cash rich, they're utilizing some of their spare cash in terms of doing innovations or selling additional thing. So we are not yet seeing a complete, switch of the behavior towards consumption. Although we say again that there is a push debt which the government is doing. It is prodding the PSU banks, it is prodding the financial sector to keep on lending more and more with less collateral or with easier terms. But in my view, the real consumption will get a boost only when the full consumption of the financial products happens. And that we are not seeing yet. So I don't think we are completely out of the woods. The green shoots are there. Recovery, because people are probably collecting their receivables, they are paying back the bank debt. But the push sector, we do not know whether they have gone into that benevolent cycle of generating more money, because money that is going into MSME and all, their default cycle is pegged to 90 days or 180 days. We do not know whether those have gone to consumption or they have gone to wealth generation and creating more money. So I think it is very early to call the shots. Budgetary.
I think Mrityunjay's connection got slightly awry at this moment, but we'll return to Mrityunjay. Let me go over to Renuka. Renuka, one of the data that, in fact, I want you specifically to look at debt issues. And obviously, that's something that's, I thought that you'll be the best person to look at it. And also, the pro-cyclicity of the growth rate of GDP and the government final consumption expenditure. They usually are co-integrated, and government spending is often pro-cyclical, both in the long run and in the short run. Now, of course, the economic survey has called for a counter-cyclical stance, but that will, I suppose, will take a lot of fiscal discipline to happen. And so your thoughts both on this cyclicality issue, and of course, because of that, whether the debt load that we are looking at, where is it going to do us in? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me here. I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Yes, okay, great. So I think I want to start by talking a little bit more micro before I sort of start making broader comments. And, typically what we have seen from the household's perspective is that whenever there are shocks, households are able to balance out or smooth their consumption because they are able to borrow. So, for example, we've had shocks in the past before in the country, of course, maybe not as big as COVID, but we've had shocks before. And from what we understand from the data, we find that households are able to smooth consumption because they just end up borrowing a lot more during those times and are able to protect their consumption. What is interesting about the COVID times is that, we looked at data from the Consumer Pyramids Household Survey, which is run by the Center for Monitoring Indian Economy. And we were just looking at the period from May to August, which is a period just after the lockdown. And we would have expected that there would be a large leveraging by households because, to smooth out consumption shocks coming from job loss that we have seen a lot in the economy post the lockdown. And what we actually found was that the number of borrowers, the number of people who say that they would borrow or they had borrowed had actually declined in this period. But this was because of differential response. On the one hand, you saw that there is a lot more borrowing from the informal sector, from friends and family and from shopkeepers and from employers. And the borrowing from the banking sector had actually declined. So in that, I echo my co-panelist's view that, perhaps when you just look at the formal sector borrowings and formal sector debt, you see that there is, it's still not picked up. And of course, I know I'm talking from the household side, whereas from the corporate side, we have been in a period of stress. We've had NBFC crises. We've had decline in corporate debt even before COVID came in. But even from the household side, when it comes to, relative to the informal sector, we have seen that households are borrowing less. Now that begs the question, how are they then dealing with consumption, right? So what is going on with consumption if households are not able to borrow? And again, there are, 2-3 factors at play when you start thinking about the household balance sheets. One is that during this time, there were significant income transfers by the government. So to some extent, maybe you didn't have to leverage because you got cash transfers from the government during this time. The second that was mentioned was just low demand, right? I can't step out of the house, and so I can't consume various things that I would have otherwise consumed. And also there is an increase in precautionary savings because, who knows how long this is going to last? Am I going to get my job back? And hence there was low demand to begin with. And so some of the falls in consumption really are a reflection of this. And the third is there were serious supply constraints when it comes to credit. Because there was already, like I said earlier, banks were not willing to lend. Then there was a loan moratorium on the IBC, and this was extended again for 3 months. And what that does is that that makes banks a little wary of lending onwards, because they can't recover their old money. So how are they going to lend further? And if they are not going to lend further, then what is the implication that you are going to see on consumption? So I think that what we are seeing on one hand is a rise in informal sector borrowing. We have no handle on how much that has actually increased. And how people are coping, in terms of their consumption by borrowing from the informal sector, and what kind of stress does that induce. We are seeing a reduction in lending by the banks. This was already true in the pre-COVID periods when it came to the corporate sector. And while in some ways there is growth on the personal lending side, relative to the informal sector, it seems lower. So you will see a dent in consumption because more debt is now not available from the formal sector, but it may be available from the informal sector. You are also seeing that there is a rise in precautionary savings because you don't know what is going to come, and hence you again see a dip in consumption. So I feel that the story is very mixed. And my worry is that the loan moratorium on the IBC has actually postponed the problem. I think it's time that we begin to deal with the stress. And it's now become very difficult to figure out what is stress that was induced by COVID and what is stress that was already there. And hence firms and small companies should have been liquidated or should have been restructured, because until you deal with that and until you clean up the old mess, it becomes very difficult for new things to begin. And so I feel that we are in this kind of a stage where we are not willing or we are not able to resolve the old problems because of various things, one of them being the moratorium on the IPC. One of them being stress in the financial sector itself and not having a financial resolution corporation, which was something that was proposed a couple of years ago, but we still remain stuck. We know we have a problem on the NBFC end as well. We've had problems with ILFS. We've had other problems, and I'm not sure that those have been entirely resolved. So, on the one hand, there is this choking of the formal sector. Then you get into this cyclical pattern because of that choking, consumption doesn't take off, and then that cycle just doesn't get completed. And on the other hand, you have this mushrooming of informal sector debt, and we just have absolutely no handle on what's truly going on in that scenario. And I'll stop here if I've run out of time, but I'm happy to also talk a little bit about recovery processes and collection processes which play into this whole debt consumption cycle, perhaps if we get that some time later.
But in that case, I need to really bring in Rohit to ask that did the budget miss a trick by not giving a tax break? It were Everyone is saying consumption is mixed, consumption is not looking strong. Where could the sectors have done better with tax? Rohit, over to you. I can't think of anybody better to say this.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya, and good afternoon to everyone. And thanks to the Scotch Group for giving me this opportunity. Really, if we think about the India Economic Forum this time, the pandemic effect is overshadow all other issues. And if you see this consumption and debt, this is going to be the most important topic so far as the emergency treatment or emergency infusion of funds is concerned. And if you see the budget in itself, that budgetary estimate of 3.5% of the fiscal deficit and the revised estimate is 9.5%. And this 6% is directly talking about the consumption. And when it is talking about the consumption, it is simultaneously talking about the government borrowings also and market borrowings also. And that is, I think, about 7 lakh crore, revised estimate is showing more market borrowings. And if the market borrowings are more, one of the thing is that in this pandemic time, it is immediate relief. It is better to make the funds available, and more consumption will certainly lead to the growth and development. But in the longer period, we will be needing a longer strategic policy to cope up with these situations. And as the whole scenario has been overpowered by the pandemic effect. So I would rather say for the budget which you were asking, we were expecting some more, revenue infusions from the part of the government, and we were expecting some more indirect taxes so as to generate the revenue. But the government has played very safe, and they have kept the tax rate and other indirect tax rate at the same level. And by the same time, for the time being, they have enhanced the budget allocations also. And this year budget is 4.41 lakh crore, higher than the last year budget. So this is, consumption side, which is, playing very vital role. And I think for the short-term measure, for 2-3 years measure, it is going to give us a way. And 6.8, the target, which is for 21-22 for fiscal deficit, may not be feasible if we are seeing this scenario. But important part is that you see prior to this budget also the 22% rate was offered to the corporates without any exemptions and benefits, and that rate I think most of the companies are opting for, because the companies which were on the normal 30% rate, the higher turnover companies, they have come down to 22% tax rate, and that is very beneficial. The government should also plan for the other than corporate entities also. The partnership firms are having 30% rate, and their availability of the funds is certainly creating so much challenges in comparison with these other corporate. But from tax angle, if you see one side, the revenue in the front of GST is increasing. Then how do we see that the revenue in the GST is increasing? Basically, it is directly linked with the consumption and directly linked with the inflow. In many cases, in GST, the government pays the GST to the business, and it again comes in the pocket of the government only. The GST is only in the some way only changing the pockets. From one ministry, it is going to the another central revenue, and it is again coming in the budget allocations. So we cannot take this increase of the GST as the longer perspective. Certainly, the expert has put many good points, which I don't want to repeat here. But from tax angle, we could do something, and this budget has played safe. But there are other potentials also, where the infusion of money, where the liquidity of the money by way of taxation reliefs could be provided. Although I would like to say regarding the debt, this debt,
the debt issue we'll take it on in the next round. I just want to ask, and this time now very quickly, instead of as statements, but I just want to pick everybody's point of view. There have been allocations for healthcare. There have been major allocation for water and sanitation, for education. Do these constitute a consumption push? Anand, what do you think so?
I would think so, because it is not as if the budget was a top-down, in the sense that trickle-down exercise, but certainly to the extent that the budget allowed for capital formation to recover by first actually government putting its money to work and crowding in the private sector, and then that in turn resulting in employment generation. Plus, as you pointed out, the allocation to other sectors like health or education. And also some people point out that the NREGA allocation was on the lower side, but you should remember that NREGA is a demand-driven program. And if you expect a recovery, naturally NREGA demand for work should be lower. So I think the budget is indeed betting on the fact that consumption would be a natural byproduct of a capital formation-led recovery. And I think that's not an unreasonable assumption given the last several years of capital formation, relative drought. Back to you.
Yeah. Again, Barnali, there's a lot of this discussion about here about whether the government has given a stimulus. I was just looking at the agriculture data, agriculture budget. A lot of it is basically PM Kisan. In fact, it's about, of the 132 crore, about half of this expected on PM Kisan. Do you think, again, the same question that comes to Anand, is that basically a consumption multiplier couched in different ways, except that the government hasn't said so?
Before I sort of want to lead up to the answer to your question, so just give me a 2-minute leeway. Yeah. So what we have done, NCR has actually done this Delhi coronavirus telephonic survey. It covered some of the areas in Delhi, Rajasthan, UP and Haryana. And what we found was that that the agriculture workers have been relatively less affected, negatively affected than urban workers. So those were the results. And I think through other surveys, we have found similar results. So when you think about that, and then in context, and also in NCR also does this business expectation survey, where we actually found it was a very conundrum thing that more MSMEs actually plan to take credit, but they were actually not taking that much credit. So the wanting to take credit was higher than actually taking credit. And what we find is very much over the last 3 quarters now, what we find is this, the sentiment gap has increased, whereas firms with annual turnover greater than 100 crore, their sentiments have rapidly improved, business sentiments. Whereas for smaller firms with annual turnover less than 100 crore, their sentiments seem to be lagging much behind. So there's a gap. And, we have given 10,000 crore in the budget. We have given 10,000 crore just for the emergency credit line. But in our survey, a lot of firms were not even aware of that. And only a third were actually using the funds, and even lesser were using from emergency credit funds. So I think there's a basic mismatch. And coming back to your point, I was coming back to this point, there's a gap, there's a difference between how the rural population felt it, or different sectors felt it, and therefore it's different workers. So when you think about this, I actually also looked at the same data, and I saw that PM Kisan was 50% of the workers. Again, this DCVTS survey, we have done research in which shows that PM Kisan tends to be not that poor, it tends to be a little regressive, and it was going to people who were already better off. It was going to farmers which were already better off. This is based on the DCVTS survey. So now, given this work, that yes, we are providing PM Kisan 50% to farmers. It is an necessary income support to farmers. But do they really are they the ones which really needed that? And that's the question. And in a larger framework, of course, when we find that when we look at the budget allocation for livestock, we find that there's hardly anything for livestock, which is again, doubling farmers' income points to that's about 30% of a farmer's income. So there is no attention to pay to that.
Yeah, I'll take on that point a bit later. But Mrityunjay, Barnali is talking about this issue about, we're talking about, well, through what sources do consumption demand comes along. Then at the lower end of the income cycle, is the consumption push or investment push almost a similar thing? Like, for instance, is incentivizing credit, which has been part of the Government of India's armory throughout last year, is that something that is useful to push both consumption and investment?
That's a very interesting question. And actually, that's what I was coming to. There's that when you...
Barnali, I'll just take it on to Mrityunjay for a minute and then come down to you immediately. Yeah. Mrityunjay, over to you. You're on mute.
Yeah, I think. No, you are able to get me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I think there is a lag in terms of unmuting and really you getting unmuted. So I think I'll tend to agree with your hypothesis that at the ground level, it works both ways. It is both an investment push as well as consumption push. And because there is an angle that anything that you put in the hands of somebody which is there, a part of it, because if the basic consumption needs are already taken care, there is a need, depending on the mindset of what or the feel good factor that is there, part of it is likely to go to investment. So I'll tend to agree with you that yes, the money that is going at the ground level at the lower end of the consumption cycle can also have a beneficial effect on driving up the investment or whatever is required for long-term capital formation.
Right. I'll again come to Rohit, but before that, let me just ask Renuka just one point. Renuka, you talked of, we couldn't tack on debt, and that's something that I would like you to focus on. Are we taking a debt load and that this year I'm looking at more of the macroeconomic issue. Is there a risk that we are taking on if growth, for instance, doesn't come along as we have planned? Are we going to be in a debt difficulties in trying to push consumption? Your mic, Renuka.
Sorry. Yes, I do worry about increasing levels of debt, and I worry about inability of debt repayment, because even if you look at the formal sector and problems of collection that have occurred over the last few months, you see that already there is inability of firms and individuals to repay their existing debts, and because of the moratorium we haven't figured it out. And if this does not get resolved one way or the other, then your ability to take on future investment gets impaired. Just to connect this with your earlier point about government stimulus on consumption, I think that while that's useful to tide us over a shock, but real investment actually only comes when people expect that all will be well, and people expect a boost in demand, and people are able to take on more debt to make those investments in the first place. But if we have unresolved problems on our balance sheets, then the ability to take on, to kickstart new ventures becomes limited. And there is a problem on both. There's a problem on corporate balance sheets, and there is a problem on the bank balance sheets as well, which we haven't yet resolved. So, it's been 4 years to the IBC or 5, but while some of it has been resolved, we know that that still hangs over us. And by pushing the can down for another year, I'm not sure that we have helped matters. So yes, I do worry about the debt overhang in the economy and the bad debt really in the economy, which still seems to go unresolved.
Okay, Rohit, like all good things, time is a bad arbiter. What I want you to look at is, you talked of some of the things that couldn't be done by the government. Looking at corporate sector, looking at other sectors, what are some of the 3 things that you would say needs to be done now? Over to you, Rohit.
So far as I was earlier also referring, the debt is very important, and it is a cause of concern so far as the liquidity is concerned. Because even after the COVID, we have not been able to give a good market for the debt, and rate of interest are also very at the higher side, because the regulator is not in picture whenever there is a MSME funding, there is a small funding, unsecured advances. Those rate of interest will certainly create issues, and the recovery will be a challenge, and we can see more defaulters in the coming time. Although it is not the real picture which would be coming, but this time is very crucial. Immediate sanction of the debt is required, rate of interest control is required, and the past track record which was there prior to the COVID. Unsecured funding based on that is also required. Although it is happening, I'm not saying that it is not happening, but that is very, at a scattered manner and without any intervention from the regulator. So that is a very important aspect which we need to take care so far as the revamp of the MSME sector is concerned, because this consumption which has been pushed in by the government is only for the temporary time, and if you see near future 3 years down the line, it will really be challenging afterwards also, unless we can give a long-term funding, long-term investment for the trade and industry. So this is, I think, really the sector where the attention is required.
I'll take this question to all members of the panel. So Mrityunjay, again to you. If you were to say 3 things that you think the government should do, what are the 3 things that you will tell the finance minister?
I think first is that the intentions have been made clear. I think we should see more rubber hitting the road, because what we have seen is that, for example, creation of a national infrastructure investment fund led investment vehicle. How can we quickly take it forward and do some quick wins? Because quick wins are not visible. We are seeing a long-term plan, and these are generally announced, but we do not see implementation. Similarly, creation of a bad bank, which we are talking in terms of getting the cleansing act to start from, because the tendency to evergreen, the tendency to keep on supporting, how we can do. The third thing is that, can we create specialized financial institutions which will take, because we have gone through this cycle where we found that the subsidy-led employment generation programs created a little benefit, and only the middlemen got benefited. So how can we create vehicles in which whatever government money is put to productive use and leverage the bank's funds and the other institutional funding? For example, today MSME-oriented funds are not there, almost not there.
I hear loud and clear both you and Rohit's point about MSME funding, and I think that's a very strong point that's coming out from there. Renuka, what would you say? Should the minister, if not the Prime Minister, take on board?
So I think one is get the IBC rolling again. Second, I would say is that there was talk about the financial resolution deposit, FRDI bill. So get the financial resolution corporation in place so that we can solve some of the problems on the balance sheet of these financial firms and clean them up. Number 3, I would say is, do a rethink about banking sector regulation in the first place, because if every 10-15 years we are ending up with a problem where you have a sort of an NPA crisis, then I think that there is something deeper going on here than perhaps a GFC or perhaps, one shock or another leading us to this particular crisis. So I think that a rethink of the entire banking sector along with banking sector regulation that sort of cleans this up for the future, so that, there is positive or people expect certain institutional landscape and ways in which debt will be resolved or NPA crisis will be resolved, so that the private sector can again start taking higher risks. So these would be my top 3.
Gonagi, it's time for you to give your well thought out points like Renuka, Mrityunjay, and Rohit. Yeah, nobody is joking. Come on. This actually goes. Samir actually is very keen on, and he puts up these to the ministries, and it actually, there's many of these. So that's one of the great points of this series. Yeah, please.
I think my first point is that this MSME funding, it's clearly coming out in our research that MSME funding needs to be needs to be looked at, as you said, and it needs to go beyond just credit. I think there are far more issues that are there with MSMEs. Digital adoption is some of them that needs to look. I don't think so credit is necessarily equivalent to doling out income support, because at the MSME level also, because it doesn't mean that if the firm, firstly the firm has to recover, and the firm recovered that, then it has to create a job. So will the people get their jobs back is the important thing. I think the urban workers are the ones who suffered, and they are the ones when there's very little income support for them. I think there's a basic mismatch there. In terms of infrastructure spending, I think you've got it spot on.
Well, Anand, close the show for us. What would you say coming out from the discussion? And one of the points about consumption, which I thought almost all the speakers talked about, the consumption has been weak so far, recovery. So if you were to take it on from there, would you modify your initial comment?
Thanks. So I think my view on that consumption is that it would recover, and I would sort of place my bets on the spontaneous economic recovery driving consumption as well. So at the moment, I'm not so concerned about the lack of explicit measures designed to encourage consumption spending. I think we should allow the natural economic recovery, which I think, first of all, the contraction numbers are being revised for the better, and the expansion numbers for 21-22 are being revised for the better. So I believe it there. The 3 points I urge the government to focus on. We understand that the Parliament Standing Committee on Finance has given some very good recommendations to make the trade receivable system mandatory for government procurement as well. That will make a huge difference for MSME access to finance. And GST invoices should be automatically integrated into the TREDS program. The second point would be banking sector governance. Privatization alone isn't sufficient. We have to implement some of the PGNI committee recommendations such that the risk appetite on the part of the lenders to start lending without worrying about 3 C's, going well into their retirement and after chasing them for loans made, that overhang should go away. The third thing I would talk about is Rajaji talked about license quota permit Raj. Right now, what we have at the state, local, and the union government level, license compliance inspection Raj, LCI, for MSME sectors. So we need to basically make sure that India's inflation problem is a regulatory phenomena, not a monetary phenomena. We have capacity, we have constraints on production in the country. That needs to go. So there should be a war footing on removing and dismantling the LCI Raj. These are my 3 wish lists for the government, and that would take care of consumption as well, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's remarkable that, but we seem to have actually said and kind of encapsulated a lot within the time. And I think one of the principal reasons for that is this panel was extremely focused, and that quality of the panel shows through in terms of their ability to understand and summarize very succinctly what needed to be said. Brevity is not just the soul of wit, but also of an argument well said. So Samir, with these words, I'll pass on the comments to you instead of trying to summarize what they've said. Thanks to all my panel members, Anand, Varnali, Mrityunjay, Renuka, and Rohit for having joined us for this wonderful round of discussion on consumption and debt, and SKOCH Foundation for having given us this opportunity, Dhanjal for this chance. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you for having us here.
Samir, your voice.
Can you please unmute yourself?
Samir, your voice.
Okay. So thank you all. Shubham, I request if you could kindly put together a brief report, bringing it all together. That would really help. And to each one of the panelists, if you could do, about 800 words or so of whatever you're trying to say, we'll try and capture it and edit it and make sure that the relevant people get it. And as you may be aware, I'm very persuasive. So I do not drop the really rubbed it home and brought it back. Thank you very much. With that, we move on to the next panel. Over to you, Gulsharan.
Well, thank you very much, Subhamoy. Thanks to all the panelists too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We had a great time. I look forward to the next panel, wherein I invite TK Arun to moderate. He is a consulting editor at the Economic Times. All the names which are there on the panel, these are well-known names, need no introduction. Let me briefly bring it on record that we have Mr. Arun Maira, a former member Planning Commission, joining us this afternoon. Welcome to you, Mr. Maira.
Thank you, Gulsharan.
Mr. Gopal Krishna Agarwal, National Spokesperson, Economic Affairs from Bharatiya Janata Party. Mr. Ravinder Singh Dhillon, Chairman and Managing Director, Power Finance Corporation Limited. Dr. Rajeshwari Sen Gupta, Assistant Professor, Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research, Mr. Rajat M. Nag, Distinguished Fellow with the NCAER. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the panel discussion on a very interesting topic, investment and infrastructure. And with this, I hand over to TK to run the proceedings, comment, and then the open discussion. TK.
Thank you, Gushan.
Amitabh Kundu.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Hi.
Arun, I just wondered what happened when this, I was asked to come and in the panel and name was there, but it's.
We don't see you there.
Who is this?
That was
Amitabh Kundu.
Amitabh Kundu.
So, well, you're welcome to join the panel, Mr. Kundu, Dr. Kundu, please.
I think it's dropped. All right, TK,
Okay.
you can proceed.
Yeah. 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 So, infrastructure is not just infrastructure this year and the next year. This is going to be the driver of growth in the Indian economy. What we hope will allow the economy to recover from the slump it has suffered in the recent past after the pandemic and regain lost economic momentum. So, a very major part of India's recovery program rests on our getting the infrastructure story right. Now, there are many parts to the discussion that we should take forward. And as if anybody has been listening in, a main focus of this version of the India Economic Forum is to come up with some concrete recommendations that could be put to the government as the considered opinion of this particular meeting, brainstorming session, on how to go forward to build the economy. Now, when we talk about infrastructure, we have the conventional infrastructure. We have power generation, we have road transport, rail transport, we have airports, seaports, inland ports, you have power transmission, power distribution, power generation, you have the telecom infrastructure. Now, you also have the social infrastructure, without which the pandemic has taught us, the rest cannot really work. If you don't have a viable, functional healthcare system, you may not be able to make any of these other pieces of the infrastructure work at all. You need a social safety net, which again has been highlighted by the pandemic as an absolute essential prerequisite given the political economy for the economy to go ahead. You have slightly unconventional infrastructure coming up. You need LNG terminals. You might need gas pipelines and oil pipelines. You might need new ways of transmitting power. I mean, as technology changes, we might be forced to rethink some of the ways in which we have envisaged infrastructure. For example, I'm just giving an outlandish example. This might or might not be relevant in the time being. Suppose it is possible for solar farms in the Sahara Desert to generate power and transmit it across long distances by ultra high voltage direct current lines to Europe or to Asia in different time zones. You would obviate the need for battery storage, right? You will be generating power and transferring it real time in large quantities to different time zones. You can also think of building high capacity battery storage for the power that is generated by intermittent renewable power. You might think of new, molten salt modules which could store power and then release it at the time that is required to generate steam and then generate power. So there are complex new kinds of infrastructure that is technologically being made available. Options are opening up. So we need to think about how best to spend the money that we are able to mobilize in various ways. And now the question is how to finance this infrastructure spending. The government does bet big on monetizing assets. Monetizing the assets we have built up in the past with hard-earned tax money, whether from airports, roads, toll roads, ports, whatever. Then we also have huge amounts of global capital that is searching for avenues of profitable deployment across borders, because interest rates in many of the developed advanced countries are close to zero, and pension funds need to service their subscribers, their customers, with decent returns. This money can be attracted, provided we can give them some guarantee of safe, assured returns, that the money will actually be used for the purpose for which it is being asked for, and that it will be deployed efficiently, honestly, and the income generated would be distributed to various stakeholders as agreed. Now, these are all a range of things that come up when you talk about infrastructure. Now, Mr. Mehra, shall I ask you to kick off? We will have an initial opening remarks of around, say, 4 or 5 minutes. Then we'll take questions around that. Mr. Mehra, over to you.
Thank you, TK. Thank you. I want to carry on in your groove of thinking. Infrastructure is the driver of growth for the Indian economy. And we must, as you said, get our infrastructure story right. The problems that we have been having in building infrastructure is, as you pointed out, getting more money to build it. And if I might say, in executing, in implementation. And because we have problems in implementation, we are finding it harder to get money. In fact, the money that we got previously is stuck in causing another problem in our financial system. So I want to say at the beginning, let's unfocus ourselves and look at this picture again. And then we'll come down to a very concrete recommendation to the government on how to solve this rather complex systemic problem that we are in. What is the purpose of infrastructure? You're already alluding to it. The purpose of infrastructure is to produce public benefits, to produce benefits for the citizens in the economy. And the approach we have taken the last 15 years very much is this framework, which I feel we must re-question, which is the PPP framework. And that PPP is a partnership between the government and the private. And the third P means partnership. And in that, by that, we have been hoping to solve the finance problems, because the private sector can bring in finance, as well as the implementation problem. That is, they are efficient at execution, and it will be done. It hasn't worked satisfactorily. And many people say probably that approach is the one that's causing the problems that we are having. Now, what has been missing in this framework? There are two other Ps that have not been included in this framework. One is the people, for whose sake ultimately the infrastructure is being created. And the fourth is the planet, the effect of the infrastructure that we are creating on our planet. There's enough evidence around us now that we've been getting it a bit wrong, the way we've been approaching building the hard infrastructure, as you said, building our roads and railways. And so that's been our impression, that we must build more miles of or kilometers of super fast highways, super fast trains, and somehow the spillover effect will come down to the people somewhere. But meanwhile, not only is the planet suffering, and I want to point out, the people have also been suffering by that approach. Let's just take some big numbers, and it's worth recalling what the goal should be. While, yes, the growth rates must come up, the growth rates of the economy, that is the GDP, must come up. However, just remember that India is been improving very fast on the ease of doing business rankings by focusing on making it easy for investment. We've climbed some 79 positions in the last 4 or 5 years in the EODB rankings. However, we are ranked 179th out of 180 of all countries in the world in air quality. We are ranked 120 out of 122 countries in that index on water quality, and 94 out of 107 in the hunger index quality. So what is the benefit to of our growth to the environment, the planet, as well as to the people. We have, in the last few months, been wishing to make it even easier for projects to get off the ground by easing the environmental impact analysis framework, by, in a way, trying to speed it up by short-circuiting the consultations with the stakeholders on the ground, because they are messy, we say. They keep talking about things which don't matter for the overall growth, but they matter to the conditions in which those people are living. We have, fortunately, some good indicators. I'm told that, and I know that in terms of building the superfast highways, like the one from Bombay to Nagpur, we have accepted the recommendations of the environmentalists to create long bridges over places which the animals use to cross from one side of their one part of the habitation to another. But look what we've been doing with our highways. We put the highways straight through human habitations, and then we put toll booths, and then people are mad and angry to say, for every daily use I used to cross here, now we've got to be having more trouble crossing this highway, and then to pay to cross it also. So this is the bad impact that our whole approach to PPP, to make it easy for big investors to construct these very big hard infrastructure, has been causing to the lives of people. So therefore I come back to, we need a framework which starts with 4 P's in it. It's, yes, the government and the public money. It is the private sector, it's money, as well as its ease of implementation, its ability to implement. But we must have people as framers of the projects also. Their needs considered in framing every project. It may be messy to do that, but it is absolutely necessary. The 4th P, that is the planet, I would say, I don't need to listen to the elephants and the lions. It may be difficult. The people locally, when they talk about their environmental conditions, they are representing the planet also. So the consultation process and then the framing of the project, so that the impact on all the 3 Ps, that is now the private sector, the planet, as well as the people, is monitored and assessed, must be put in place. So what is my single point recommendation to the government? We've got to strengthen the software of public policy making. And that software is the consultation with all stakeholders to do it efficiently and effectively. We must learn the technology of consultation, public consultation. And there are many countries who've done this pretty well. Yes, we should learn those things rather than getting engineers and financiers to tell us how to do the conventional PPPs. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Now, could I ask Mr. Agarwal to present your views on the subject? Ram Gopalji.
Thank you, Mr. Arun. Yeah. I would like to thank SKOCH for inviting me, especially Samir ji and Dr. Gurshan ji and my co-panelists. It's always a delight to listen to such learned persons. It will be a good learning experience for me. As Mr. Arun, you said that we want to form this discussion. What is the way forward? So I'll focus on that in my allotted time. I think the biggest thing that the government is also focusing and industry also wants is about the logistic cost in the country. Here, in my interaction with various industries, whether MSMEs and other, the transportation cost of everything, raw material, finished goods, etc., is quite high. So government in the new logistic policy is focusing, but still logistic cost is where everything can bring together, whether it is railroad, railways, ports, or terminals, etc., everything. So here, a lot of investment from national pipeline or infrastructure, NIP project also will come. So government will have to focus a lot. We are focusing here. This is one area. And second, that in the future is, I think we need strong market infrastructure. And for that, we have seen government has tried to work on a good infrastructure market infrastructure building for the agriculture sector. The main problem of the agriculture sector is about the agriculture market, whether it is supply chain, cold chain, warehousing, everything from farm to fork to farm, everything depends on market. We don't have strong mandis, etc. But when the government goes into this line is the narration. So the third point which I come to is that we need market development in financial market also. There are some issues in agriculture market and various market. Even we look into retail, there is government is working on new retail trade policy, e-commerce policy. But ultimately, if we are believing in the right to center economic policies, where BJP is said to be, we believe in right to center, we believe in market policy. Market is a better allocator of resources, transparent, corruption free, etc. For that, we need, but our markets are not very efficient. So government has to work on that. And if those markets have to improve, I was associated with the financial markets also. There we have seen a lot of development because of SEBI and National Stock Exchange, NSDL. But over the period, transaction cost has increased a lot. And therefore, we see a lot of transactions getting out of India, Singapore, Hong Kong, London, which could easily be done in India. We have the talent, we have the technological, but the transaction costs have become over the period quite high. So efficient, transparent, and low cost market systems in every field we have to build. And for that, the point I want to make is about the narration. Is about what Prime Minister has also said, and I also said in 28th January, my press conference on the BJP, that we have to build this narration that good economics is good politics. And we have to fight this crony socialism sort of feeling, which is seeping our political economy at every place. As there are no low hanging fruits in the economic reforms now, we have to go for mega reforms. And for that, a lot of political capital has to be spent by the government. Though Modi ji is spending a lot of political capital, but at times it becomes for a political party very difficult. We have seen even, we had a strong government in the first 2014, but we had to take back the land amendment to Land Acquisition Act, which is at present, according to my thinking, is that land is the biggest hamper of any setting up of any industry or any infrastructure project, etc. Acquisition of land. And this 2013 law, the law is so complicated that nobody can acquire land through that. And we have not seen major land acquisition. And without land, no infrastructure can build, no industry can be set up. The cost of land is so high in India. So when we try to amend it and make it more friendly, and we know that the farmers, agriculture people are ready to give up their land. They want the government to acquire, but still the law has made it so complicated. So that narration about this, that good business is good economics is good politics, that we all have to work on that. This is the third thing that I wanted to tell about. And DFI is a good initiative. Government is also working on this environmental policies. Also their Pragati, Prime Minister is particularly taking a lot of interest through the Pragati schemes, where a lot of held up projects are being restarted. In NIP, we have 7,400 projects identified. For them, the government is tying up. So the thing is that these hindrances into these things have to be removed. We are working on that. And 5 policies that our government is working to create a better business, setting up industries in India, particularly MSME and manufacturing sector, where the main focus for creating good infrastructure for ease of living, ease of doing business, etc., reducing logistic costs. We are working on 5 policies. Ministry of Commerce is working on that, and all suggestions on them are quite welcome. These are industrial policy, new industrial policy. At present, we have the last industrial policy in 1948. There were some amendments, but we need a new industrial policy. Government is working on that. Any suggestions are welcome. And in that, major focus in that industrial policy will be whatever Mr. T.K. Arun said, that we need electricity, etc., roads, surface, airways, waterways. But at present, logistic cost, etc. So we are working on that. In that, everything is included, even cluster development. Banks can be identified with infrastructure being created. Even the nodal transportation hub, multimodal transportation hubs are included in that policy. So a lot of things will come into that through infrastructure, creating better infrastructure. So suggestions are welcome on that. Then the second, I said that we are working on the logistic policy. Draft is already in the public domain. All suggestions are welcome. The third is the retail trade and e-commerce policies. Retail trade, we don't have any policy, but we are working on a new retail trade policy first time. E-commerce is already, a lot of debate is going on. We see just now Amazon and other Flipkart, all those things are taking place. So many of the issues are e-commerce policy will be tackled in that. And the fifth is on the import-export policy. That is a 5 years block that we are working. So in these 5 policies, we think that we will be able to tackle a lot of infrastructure needs. NIP is one already being done. Demonetization, asset monetization is another area, which lot of suggestions will be needed. We have the stock market is booming so high, but still public sector undertakings. We have more than around 300, 400 public sector undertakings, but their valuation is not at all good. So what is the problem? Why? It is corporate governance or low perception of efficiency in the government. These have to be tackled. Why still, even I was on the board of Bank of Baroda. The book value is so high, but still market value is so low. So this also needs a lot of work on that. So surely government has said. So these are the things that I wanted to tell in my opening remarks. Later on, whatever further. Last point, Mr. TK, one thing I want to tell you about Mr. Arun Mehra said about stakeholders say. We have been talking about, many of the tribunals are there. And the tribunals are basically made for stakeholders' opinion, involving stakeholders' opinion. And I have seen in the composition that slowly retired bureaucrats, etc., have got into it. And the stakeholders are just out of those tribunals. So we also need to work on that, tribunals should have more of a representation from the stakeholders. That are the platforms where good suggestions can come and government can work on this.
Thank you, Mr. Gawal. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now let's bring in somebody who has actually worked specifically on one particular sector, that is power, by providing power to it. Mr. Dhilan from the Power Finance Corporation.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for this opportunity for sharing my views. As you are aware, the National Infrastructure Pipeline has identified an expenditure of 100 lakh crores between 2020 and 25, and energy is the major beneficiary of 24%. And the conventional power projects, around 12 lakh crores is the investment required, and in the RE around 9 lakh crores. So a lot of investment is required in the power sector and in the renewable segment. As the government of India has a target of 175 gigawatts of renewables, and we have achieved 93. So there is we have to meet the targets with respect to renewables installation of solar and wind energy, and additional investment will be required for these sectors. But the investment, there are challenges for boosting investment in the power sector. As you are aware, that the DISCOM finances are not very healthy, and high AT&C losses, which have reduced but are still high, around 22%. And there is a gap between the average cost of supply and the average revenue realization, which is around 60 paisa. And there is a delay in the payment by DISCOMs to the generators, which have mounted to 1.5 lakh crores for the GENCOs. And there are uncertainty also in the sector because of renegotiation of tariff and non-signing of the power sale arrangement. SECI and NTPC have signed the PPA, but back-to-back thing is not coming from the DISCOMs, because they are seeing that the cost of solar is coming down, and it has also reached 1.99. So earlier projects which were bid at a higher price, they are not signing the power sale agreements. And so the government has to take initiative with respect to the tariff which is being charged, a tariff policy for bringing in financial viability in the sector with respect to, and the consumer rights are also, the government has taken out in December that what are the consumer rights. Within so much period, they have to provide a connection. In the urban areas, it is 7 days. In the rural areas, it is 1 month. So this is a way forward. And what will be the duration of outages? What is the maximum number of outages which can happen during a period? So that is also being worked out. So with respect to power sector, the government has come out with a reform-based and result-linked distribution scheme, which is, I think, the way forward. The money which will be given by the center will only be given once the reforms have taken place. So reforms with respect to, I think, prepaid meters is an essential thing. If we are getting, the DISCOMs will be getting the money before the supply. And if whenever the requirement is there, they have to charge the meter and they will be getting the supply. So that is a way forward. And also a feeder separation scheme will be there, where the feeders for agriculture sector will be separated, and this will give us a chance to solarize these feeders. And based on the installation of solar plants, these feeders will be energized, and during the day itself, the agriculture pump sets can be put on by the farmers. Otherwise, the feeder separation was, the power was being given to these during the night time. So this will be a beneficial to the farmers. And also he can sell, ultimately after that electricity, he can sell it to the DISCOM at a rate, and that will give a boost to his income also. And he would like to sell more, so the groundwater depletion will also be arrested by this. And the scheme AT&C losses is envisaged by 2024-25 around 12 to 15%, and reduce the ACS ARR gap to 0. So, and also the distribution segment is more of a monopolies, either in the, mostly in the state sector. There are private sector also, but that is monopoly. So competition is required in the distribution segment, and government is thinking of delicensing this distribution segment, and this will be a good thing. Consumer will be able to choose the company from which he is going to buy. So there will be competition and the prices will come down for the consumer. And also with respect to manufacturing these solar panels, so we have to give impetus to the domestic manufacturing, because mostly these panels are coming from China, and still there is a lot of requirement of solar panels, as Prime Minister has announced that 450 gigawatt is required by 2030. So a lot of manufacturing facility can come to India with respect to solar panels, and there is also now a requirement of the cost of solar batteries is also coming down. So India can get that benefit of manufacturing the solar batteries, and the requirement, domestic requirement will also be there, and international requirement will be there. So if we can take that forward, it will be a good thing. And also for the electric vehicles, these batteries will be required for electric vehicles also, which is going to be promoted by the government. And the power sector, for charging these batteries, the electric infrastructure, charging infrastructure will be required. So that also will give a boost to the electricity consumption. And going forward, we think that something should be done. As in Saubhagya, we have seen that we have given electricity to all the households desiring the electricity. Even in the rural areas, we have given to all the households. So slowly the consumption will be created, and we will be requiring more of generation for meeting this load. And we can boost even the electric cooking, so that we are relieved of the it is a better way of cooking and more efficient way. So we can promote that also. So this is the and hydrogen is coming in a big way because of this green energies being available. So we can create green hydrogen, and which can be used for fertilizers and long duration storage of renewable energies, even fuel cells for electric vehicles can be there. So this was my thoughts, which I thought I will share with you.
TK, you are muted. But let me, at this moment, introduce one of our distinguished panelists who, because of the technical glitch at the beginning of the show, got cut off. My apologies for this. Professor Amitabh Kundu, formerly professor with the Jawaharlal Nehru University and currently a distinguished fellow at the Research and Information System for Developing Countries, that's RIS. Sir, can we have your video? We do not see your face. You're not visible to us.
Okay, he can join after Rajat.
All right. So as soon as we see him, we get him into the discussion. And as far as his economic research and academic credentials that have taken him worldwide as a visiting professor, and he has been on the editorial board of several such economic journals in India as well as abroad. So with this, TK, over to you.
Yeah. So Mr. Dhillon amplified some of the concerns raised by Mr. Agarwal, that you need functional markets for infrastructure to pay for itself. Secondly, you need sound politics, which will allow such payment for infrastructure services to be carried out. Right now, you've seen the power sector being destabilized by utilities not being able to collect payment for the power they supply or for the power that is consumed. And this cannot, to my mind, be fixed by technical solutions. Ultimately, the political will must be displayed to make sure that people who consume power must pay for the power they consume, or there must be budgetary subvention for explicit subsidy. So these are some of the concerns. And one final point about Mr. Dhilan, about competition in supply. You have seen how a very competitive power market in Texas is today suffering because of underinvestment in certain factors of the supply chain of power, which are not really taken care of by competitive utilities, but which can only be done by, some protective measures ordered by a regulator, whose absence has created the current situation of people going without power for days on end. Can I ask Mr. Rajat Nag, who has detailed experience financing such projects around Asia, to chip in with his views on these issues?
Thanks very much, TK. I'll certainly respond to some of the points you have raised and also in subsequent discussions. But let me make a couple of broad points. And whenever I'm on a panel with Arun Myra, makes my life very easy, particularly if he speaks before me, because I can always just build on his points, and that's what I'll do again today. Arun, you mentioned about the need for this PPPP, and I couldn't agree more with you. In my work around this region, one thing that I've always found is there's a huge demand for infrastructure, because as Arun said, infrastructure is the prime driver for growth, or a prime driver for growth. And in Asia, a few years back, we'd done a study which said that roughly about $30 trillion is what will be needed in Asia over the next 10 years. And that is, if you do not include the climate resilience part, and if you bring in planet Earth resilience, etc., it goes up to about 35. So huge demand. And TK, you had mentioned about the issue of supply as well. Interestingly, there is no shortage of funds globally. When I was at the ADB, I used to get as many calls from pension funds with money to invest in infrastructure as I used to get from project developers looking for money.
Nice.
So money itself was not a constraint, or is not a constraint. Pension funds, insurance companies, etc. So there's a lot of long-term. The challenge is, I think, which is what Mr. Myra had pinpointed very well, is lack of adequately prepared projects. For a long time, we have thought of preparing projects means technical preparation, important as it is. I'm at all not belittling that. And we used to think that financial economic viability is important. And of course they are. But the critical one in preparation is really the two P's that Arun had mentioned about, the issue about people and the issue about the planet. And I found that most of the time what we faltered on is lack of prepared projects which were bankable, not because of technical or financial, but it was because we had not done enough consultation, we had not talked to enough people, or the environmental, social safeguards, etc., weren't looked at, which then caused a lot of challenges when you actually went into implementation. So I have one very specific suggestion, TK, for your group's consideration. That is, one challenge I felt all over Asia, not just in India, but certainly in India, and Mr. Dhilan, I'm sure, can vouch for that, is that while you can get money for the implementation of a project, it's not easy, but you can get it. What you find a great challenge is getting money to prepare a project. So upfront, if you are looking for $5 million or $10 million to prepare a project to bankable standard, very difficult to get it. If you want $500 million to invest in a project, relatively easy. So a suggestion I have that we may consider is, when we talk about creating this DFI for infrastructure, which I think is a good idea, though one can discuss whether we need another institution or not, but I think overall it's a good idea to have a DFI for long-term investment in infrastructure, patient capital. But we need to have a window where project developers or private entrepreneurs or whoever can actually get funds to develop a project, which can be then built into either the cost of the project, or it can be sort of recovered in some way, and we can discuss that later. So project development facility, which will actually prepare the projects to bring in the 4 Ps that Arun had talked about, because that I find is often the Achilles heel. You start to implement a project, and Mr. Agarwal, I think, had referred to some of those challenges, implementation challenges, and that's because we hadn't done enough homework right up front. So that's one. The other one, TK, I'd like to bring here is that in large infrastructure projects, we always talk about the macro benefits. We always say this is financially viable or this is economically viable, therefore we should go and do it, be it a highway, be it a power project, whatever. What we often ignore is that the incidence of benefits and costs are asymmetrical. And what it means is a large number of people benefit from a power project, or a large number of people benefit from a highway project. And it's good for the overall economy, but the costs are borne by relatively few. Costs in terms of displacement, cost in terms of relocation needed. Arun had mentioned about highways going through human habitation, which meant sort of the communities are disrupted, etc. And therefore, there is much more resistance to the projects during the implementation phase because the beneficiaries are large and sort of dispersed. The affected people are few, but for them effect is real. And we still haven't thought through, be it in India or be it in any part of the region, how the gainers will compensate the losers. We have sort of just assumed that there'll be macroeconomic redistribution in the form of compensation or whatever, but those details are not worked out. And I feel that therefore, the issue of the asymmetry of benefits and costs in large infrastructure projects needs to be thought through and specifically identified. Otherwise, when we talk about a point in your panel discussion notes was large infrastructure projects and inclusive growth, it will just remain words. You will not have inclusive growth if you can't somehow get the beneficiaries and the affected people on the same page. So let me stop there because I know there is a lot of other speakers and other points, but I just wanted to put those 2 points right up front. Create a project development facilities, explicitly recognize the incidence of benefits and costs are asymmetrical in the preparation of project so that the people and the planet aspects that Arun mentioned earlier are actually practiced. I mean, concept-wise, absolutely correct, but how do we put that into practice? So I'll stop there, TK, and come back to you with questions that you might have for me or others. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Dr. Kundu with us? Or
no, he's not with us. We can move on.
Okay. Okay, Rajeshwari, will you please say what you think as an economist about these matters?
Sure. In fact, I'm just going to share my screen because I just have a few slides that I want to use. Is this visible?
Yes, it is.
So I want to focus broadly on the 3 issues that SKOCH has also sent across to all the panelists as sort of summary of this panel. And I definitely want to thank Mr. Samir Kochhar and Dr. Dhanjal and everyone else for inviting me. And it's an honor to be a part of this distinguished forum. And of course, the disadvantage of talking after so many stalwarts is majority of the important points have already been covered. But I'll just take some time to talk about 3 broad issues. And primarily those would be about the recent announcement made by the government in the budget. Now, the first thing that, of course, comes to mind is about the allocation made by the government for capital expenditure spending in this budget. And of course, there's been a lot of discussion going around about what's the multiplier effect of this capex spending. So what I'm showing you here is for the last 10 years, what has been the total amount budgeted by the government for capital expenditure. That's the blue line, and what has been the actual amount that was spent by the government for capex. And what we see is that other than the 2 years of 2015 and 16, there has been a consistent gap between plans and reality. Almost always the actual amount spent has fallen short of the amount that was budgeted. And this points to the fact that perhaps the problem isn't so much about the government allocating money for capital expenditure in the budget, but the real problem perhaps lies somewhere else. Now, the question is, will the private sector respond? Because the multiplier effect, the so-called Keynesian multiplier setting in once the government has announced an increase in capex spending, That only becomes relevant if the private sector also responds. To that, I have a few points to make. First of all, the increase in allocation in this year's budget has only been rupees 1 lakh crore. If you just look at the amount that the center has increased, and it's barely 0.5% of GDP. So it's very, very tiny compared to the overall infrastructure requirements of the country. And even if we assume that this is a year when the government is able to meet the capex spending target, still the multiplier effect may not be big enough unless this affects private investment in a favorable way. It crowds in, it pulls in private investment. But there, of course, as we are all aware, that there are a few problems which are not getting addressed. One is, firms have huge amounts of unutilized capacity because of sluggish demand, and there is no appetite to install new capacity as of now, both because of the pandemic and because of the situation of the firm balance sheets before the pandemic hit the country. Their profits have been hit very badly by COVID. And also, the banking sector, the biggest financial intermediary of the economy, has become extremely risk averse about lending because of the twin balance sheet crisis that has been affecting both the banking sector and the corporate sector over the last several years. So, as a result of these factors, this is a graph that shows the total amount of projects in nominal amount, in nominal rupees amount, announced by the private sector over the last 10-15 years. And you see that there has been a sharp collapse in private sector announcement of projects since 2010-11. There was a pickup in 2014, but then since then, it has declined again and stayed sluggish, absolutely stagnant for the last 5 years. This is despite the fact that the government spending, the government budget allocation for capex spending has consistently gone up. So what we see here is that the government spending or the capex spending is not pulling in private sector investment as much. And that's why I said the problem, of course, lies elsewhere. So now the question therefore arises that what else can the government do to encourage private investment? The other thing that the government has done, the finance minister announced the setting up of a DFI model. Now the question there is, the DFI is not going to be a bank, so it has no direct access to household savings. So presumably the financial model will be close to an NBFC, but we all know that that's a very fragile model to go forward with. For one, the DFI will have to access long-term financing in order to minimize asset liability mismatches because it has to extend long-term credit. And the only way it can do that is by tapping into the bond market through which it can access the long-term investment pool of the pension funds and the insurance companies. But the problem there is a DFI, which is exclusively focused on lending to infrastructure, has concentrated risk. And moreover, infrastructure projects by nature are vulnerable to policy problems. So as a result, the bond market is unlikely to lend enough to the DFI on its own. What perhaps would be required is some kind of an explicit government guarantee or support, some kind of a subsidized funding in order to enable the DFI to bear the risk. But any kind of government guarantee will end up affecting the fiscal deficit. And the government, of course, has zero room right now to provide any additional fiscal support of any sort. And lastly, because of this huge amount of borrowing that both the central and the state governments will do this year and the next year and going forward, even the bond market will have very limited appetite for any additional bonds coming to the market. So that raises a lot of question about the funding model of this DFI, which has not been clarified either in the budget or afterwards. That while it's clear where the DFI will lend to, that is the infrastructure sector, but where will the DFI obtain the loanable funds from? That is still a big question mark. And unless that gets sorted out, I'm not sure whether this is going to be helpful. So my last point is, of course, in terms of inclusive growth, I think there is no doubt that India needs infrastructure, and good infrastructure helps integrate the far and remote corners of the country with commercial locations, creates job opportunities, etc. But increased capex allocation by the government in the budget or setting up a DFI may not be enough because, as I just mentioned, they don't really address the fundamental problems. The problems lie in the execution of projects, as the panelists before me have pointed out in multiple ways. There is a serious problem of execution of projects, which is related to 2 points. One is contract enforcement, and one is timely payments. Unless these are addressed, roping in the private firms and getting long-term financing will be difficult, will be a challenge going forward. So I think the question that we should be asking is how can we create a holistic framework that encourages the private sector to invest in long-term projects and allows the financial firms to discover the good projects and fund them. So if I were to talk of a wish list, and that's what I'm going to end with, I have three specific recommendations. And of course, because infrastructure investment is not easy in any country, it's a very broad topic. My wish list is a bit broad, but of course, one can always talk about specifics within each of these points. The first is to review and redesign how the private sector can participate in infrastructure in long-term projects, because government spending is not the answer. Amongst other things, there are many execution capabilities problem, and so on and so forth. Second is, while there is a lot of money floating around, as Mr. Nag just pointed out, but the problem is the money that is floating around is not getting connected to the infrastructure projects. Because, for example, the long-term investment pools like insurance companies and pension funds are regulated and they are mandated to only invest in AAA rated bonds. But many of the infrastructure bonds may not be AAA rated without the government guarantee. So bond market development and allowing these insurance companies, pension funds to invest more in corporate bonds, which may not be AAA rated or AA rated, I think is extremely important, because institutional balance sheet, either of a DFI or of bank, is not the place to keep infra loans. And relatedly, without reinstating the insolvency and bankruptcy law, that's almost like the elephant in the room when we talk about infra financing. Without reinstating the IBC, bond market development is unlikely to take place. And the third point is, if you want to encourage the private sector, given the current circumstance of risk aversion and macro policy uncertainty, there has to be a lot of implementation of clear rules and focus on effective enforcement of contracts in order to revive the confidence of the private sector. Unless some of these things are taken care of, as I said, I'm not as optimistic that increased allocation in the budget or setting up a DFI will go a long way to meet the huge infrastructure needs that India has in the next decade or so. So I'll stop with that and then happy to take any questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that was a good summary of some of the problems we have faced. But some of these problems actually have been addressed in the budget. For example, the intermediation by banks being broke is being sought to be addressed by two things. One is you are setting up a bad bank to take the bad books off the books of the bank so that they are free to start lending again. And they are sought to be recapitalized. To some extent, this would actually encourage the banks to lend again. Secondly, you are absolutely right. Without a functional bond market, you will not be able to tap funds for the DFI. So just setting up a DFI only helps in creating a specialized lending window. And you are right about the need for government guarantee for these funds to be able to tap funds. But the government actually has set up a corporation to provide the very same kind of guarantee needed to stimulate the bond market. And that corporation has been activated and yeah. So that has been addressed. But of course, many of the other issues are absolutely valid. The private sector will not invest in adding to their own capacity because capacity utilization is below 70%. So unless that capacity is utilized, there's no question they're adding to their own capacity. But they can invest in infrastructure if projects are worked out in detail. And one reason why projects are not worked out in detail, as Mr. Nag pointed out, one reason projects are not implemented in time is because they are not prepared in thorough detail. There is no proper working out of how things will be done by sequencing each step by time and by money. So if that is done and they are adequately funded, I'm sure we can do it. If you look at the working of the National Highway Authority of India over the last 2-3 years, you'll see that they have actually constructed roads quite well. And the government has done this and not the private sector. So the whole idea of monetizing assets, large amount of assets, is to actually generate funds and for the government itself to carry out some of the initial infrastructure execution so that these assets can be built up. So some of these things have been addressed, but still the points that you made are absolutely valid, and we need a vibrant, functional bond market for infrastructure to be built. Absolutely no question about that. But one question, PPP, is this a viable model? We don't have much time. We have to stop exactly at...
Arunji.
One second. We don't actually have the time to discuss in great detail. One question, can PPP still be tried out? Will be viable? While there is an impression that PPP hasn't worked out, Dr. Ram Singh of the Delhi School of Economics has studied this in detail And he says close to 70% of all projects have worked out quite well. And some have not worked out, and there are specific reasons for that. Now, just because of the bad experience with few projects, is PPP to be junked as a way of constructing infrastructure at all? Quick round of responses from all the panelists, then we'll have to wrap up. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Agarwal, you can now go.
I just want to say briefly on this DFI. We need an FRDI, one thing. It is urgently needed. We should give a recommendation that FRDI is must before we go for any further reforms in the financial sector. Second thing is, we have been thinking on financing on DFI. I have been working on that. Sovereign guarantee, what is happening is FRDI, under FRDI and other every public sector banks, general public impression is it is a sovereign guarantee. Actually, it is not there like that. So we can segregate the sovereign guarantee mechanism so that can come out with that all banks are go for privatization. Some of the banks clear the air on that. Everything is not sovereign guaranteed on the banking side, and FRDI will clarify that confusion, and then we can work out a model on certain kind of sovereign guarantee with the DFI, where we allow pension funds and other insurance funds. That is the thing. And that I wanted to tell. On PPP model, my experience is quite bad, Arunji. That many of the projects which I have seen, I have worked on the anti-corruption platforms, etc. They are just a mechanism for transferring government assets in a non-transparent manner. So that how to check it, because ultimately the government administration structure is what it is. Any mechanism to transfer government assets in a non-transparent manner is very dangerous. And I have seen Noida toll bridge and other things, the way those contracts are formulated.
We don't have time. Yeah. Mr. Mehra, quickly.
Just very quickly, Mr. Agarwal has put very well that the government has got a big reform agenda in land, in agriculture, in matters related to infrastructure and public services. And I'm glad that, they're focused on it. What does this mean, though? That the government's capacity to devise projects in all these sectors and to be able thereafter, because of good involvement of the necessary stakeholders, implement them is the key. Okay, so this is what you focus on now, not the details about what is happening in the hard infrastructure. But as Dr. Nag also pointed out, this is what India has not focused on. And international experience shows that many other countries, developing countries included, get this right, and therefore they get implementation of the projects that they necessarily have. And I want to make one important point here, that, India has been found in many studies that I was part of when I was in the Planning Commission, and we took the help of ADB, World Bank, and so on, that our ability to learn is much slower than the ability of Indonesia, China, and others. The institutional memory in India is very weak. Anytime something changes, you don't want to consult the people who had learned from mistakes or were learning from mistakes previously. You want to reinvent the wheel, as it were. So I would say on these matters, and to offering to Mr. Agarwal on industrial policy, for example, a lot of work was done to figure out why we were not able to get jobs to grow, investments to come, and get right benefits for India. But I do feel that we tend to say that if those people like myself, though I'm not a Congress person, I just happen to be invited as a private sector person with experience. Please, let's India consult each other. Let's learn together, and then we'll get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dhilan, what's your experience with PPP? Is it still viable?
So what we have found that in the power sector, when we come to renewable energy, so all the projects are coming in the private sector. And we feel that the private sector is doing well in making these solar plants and making electricity cheap, and it is coming at 1.99, which is very competitive in this times. And going forward, if storage also comes, this will give then thermal will not be so much required. So we feel that private sector has done good in the renewable sector.
Thank you. Mr. Nag,
To answer your question, TN, I would say no, don't junk the model. Don't junk the model. Don't throw the baby out with the bath. The two problems, one we've talked about, lack of adequate preparation, that has to be done better. And the other one, which I think Rajeshwari alluded to very well, and Arun as well, which is the dispute resolution mechanism is not clearly laid out. The revenue sharing is sometimes done, but not the risk sharing. So when the project runs into a problem, people run for cover. So I would say that, you really have to get what Arun was saying throughout, process. So no, don't junk the PPP. This has worked well in many parts of the world. And of course, there have been failures. But the failures have essentially, I think, been because of these 2 points: preparation, or lack of preparation, and the dispute resolution and enforcement. And of course, the point that Mr. Agarwal made comes in, which is the good governance about corruption, all that. But the idea is not to junk PPP, but to improve it.
Yeah, thank you. Rajeshwari, last word.
Yeah, my last point will be exactly similar to what Mr. Nag pointed out, which is that I don't think we should junk the PPP model yet, because in any case in India, I don't think the private sector is ready or has the appetite to go all in infrastructure investment. Yeah. But there has to be a way for the government and the private sector to coexist and find a way to work in a favorable and conducive manner, which requires, as I said, clear rules and informants of contracts, timely payments, and a process where dispute resolution, bankruptcy resolution, all of these things can be done in a timely manner to get the private sector more and more confident about being involved in these projects.
Thank you. I will not try to wrap up. I would just like to add, it's not just dispute resolution, but also the initial contract itself, for which PPP is carried out. If it focuses only on revenue sharing with the government, has no factor to minimize the cost of the project, you will find costs getting inflated, and with the government actually not really bothering, because after all, it is getting a share of that inflated revenue. So the initial contracting is also very, very important, as well as the dispute resolution later on. I think we have some valuable points to submit to the conference to be forwarded to the government. Thank you all for taking your time out and taking part in this brainstorming session. Thank you.
Thank you, TK. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Gopalji, Rajeshwari, Rajat Saab, Mahara Saab, Dhilan Saab. It's been really, really invigorating listening to you. And thank you, TK, for steering it brilliantly well. We have certain concrete takeaways here, which we would like to put together. I will ask you, TK, to help us, do this wrap up. Probably you can do a write-up of about maybe 1,000, 1,200 words. Bringing up these recommendations, which certainly will help in taking this discussion forward and takeaways, sending it to the government.
Thank you.
And also the panelists, perhaps, they made such solid points. If they could make it into a little article, we would be very happy to publicize it and carry it.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe 800 words each. So that will really help. So, well, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome our next panel. And before we actually go into the panel discussion, very important announcement that we have, which is announcing the Scotch Challenger Award for Dr. Arvind Mairam for his economic contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in putting our hands together and cheering the achievements of Dr. Arvind Mairam, from being an investment promotion expert to representing India in international economic negotiations, including BRICS and G20. Economic growth of India has been at the core to whatever Arvind Mairam has done. Both the center as well as state governments have been benefited immensely from his expertise. He has been a votary of consultative process between center and states to convert odds into favor by allowing states to devise their own economic strategies. The impact of his report on rationalizing the FDI, FII definition, treating 10% or more foreign investment in a listed company being treated as FDI, has been far-reaching. Harnessing the demographic dividend by way of skilling the youth led by him to lay the foundation of National Skill Development Corporation, creation of a framework for mainstreaming PPPs that led to acceleration of process, including newer areas for PPP, has been one of his biggest contributions. This has made India to emerge as the largest PPP market in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are with Dr. Arvind Mayaram, and I invite Mr. Samir Kochar to hand over the Scotch Challenger Award this year for economic contributions to Dr. Arvind Mayaram.
Dear Arvind, it's an honor to confer this award on you. And with that, we have formally put on record in the contemporary reforms history of India all the human service that you've done for the country. And we are recording it for people to take note of and learn from. Thank you from a grateful nation. Thank you for what you've done. A lot of infrastructure that we see around us is directly you're doing. Congratulations and all the best. May I now invite Pradeep Mehta, who's had a ringside view to a lot of work that Arvind Mayaram has done, to say a few words for Arvind. Pradeep.
Thank you, Samir. It's a great pleasure to felicitate Arvind, who, as you have rightly said, I've known for a long time. Let me place the contribution or the attributes of Arvind in the context of a current debate, which is happening is in terms of the IAS, whether it's specialized or generalist, and how far they have delivered or not delivered at all, or have been capable of delivering or not. I mean, it's a complex situation. The fact is that as an IAS officer, one gets a 360 degrees view, and how you use that in your implementation, your execution, counts on your achievements, which are well known. And Arvind stands in that category. Having known him for the last 30 years, I've seen him work, humble, non-arrogant, unlike many of his colleagues, and a person who is always up ahead the curve, always up ahead the curve. He's doing, what is it that we can do better? And if there is a real, this is, ideal practitioner of a person who can think out of the box and do it as well. There is one major attribute that I have seen in him, and this is something which could be a great role model for other civil servants to follow from Arvind, and that is what I would like to. I mean, there are many like him. Unfortunately, what doesn't happen is the replication, which is what we've been working upon for a long time. The second important attribute of Arvind that I have heard of on many occasions is his interpersonal relations with people, which of course carries him far ahead, and particularly his subordinates. His subordinates are so happy with him that whenever they went to him with a problem, he would say, let's find a solution to it, instead of saying that go and find a solution yourself, as often many bosses would say. And the third, as I said, was to recall some of his stellar contributions to doing whatever he could have done. For example, even sitting in a state atmosphere like the Board of Revenue in Rajasthan, he created a training program and a training institution for tax professionals, which did not exist, something like that in the country. I mean, I'm just giving you one example, and there are hundreds of other examples. Currently, and I heard the debate on PPPs, and I can't help commenting on that in the context of Arvind. Arvind is currently heading the CUTS Institute for Regulation and Competition, where he has done work with the UNCTAD, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, to develop a people's first PPPs. What did not come out in that particular debate was the stakeholder involvement in PPP projects. And that is what Arvind is now trying to promote is, look, people first. You have to have the stakeholders in this discussion before you proceed further. And that is something which I think will contribute hugely to the PPP scenario in India. And particularly now, when we're talking in terms of PPP, people first, particularly utility projects, where people are directly at the crossroads. With that, I think what you've done is an excellent recognition of Arvind's merits and his contribution. And I'm sure he'll continue to contribute more and more as he goes along in his life. Thank you, Arvind. It's so delighted. I'm also delighted to meet other friends, old friends, Deep Shikha. Hi.
Thank
Manish.
you.
Hi, Manish. Amit. Hello, Amit Bhasole. Anyway.
Yes, yes.
May I invite Arvind? Would you?
I'm here.
You have an excellent panel to discuss this issue. So over to you, Sameer.
It's over to Arvind actually to say a few words of acceptance. You are on mute, I think.
Thank you very much, Sameer, and also Pradeep for those very gracious and kind words you have used to describe whatever I may or may not have done in the last many, many years that I have been in public service. I want to thank you. I gratefully accept the recognition. But I want also to assure you that something that has stayed with me from the beginning of my career, which I hope will continue with me going forward, has been that Socratic principle that the more I try to learn, the less I seem to know. And while I accept the award, I hope it would also be a beginning of some new areas that I would be able to explore, some new ideas that we may be able to flesh out and bring to fruition. And I really hope going forward, all of this goes towards creating a great inclusive nation that we had always dreamt of and we continue to dream of. Thank you very much.
With that, we now move on to the panel. And we are in the able hands of Deepshika Sekarwar for the second time today. Deepshika, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Kocher. Congratulations, Dr. Mayaram. Good to see you here.
Hi, good to see you.
Yeah. Welcome all other panelists. Can I just begin by introducing each one of you, though, or I mean, most people know you, but just a brief introduction for people who may be just joining in. Dr. Mayaram, he was the former finance secretary and he's a PhD in finance. He's held various portfolios during his tenure in the government as a special secretary in rural development, in tourism, and so on. And he's been on the boards of, World Bank, ADB. He's played a pioneering role in BRICS and G20. And he's now part of CUTS. He's currently chairman of the CUTS Institute for Regulation and Competition. Mr. Anil Bharadwaj, he's Secretary General of FISME, and he's done extensive work in the field of MSMEs and the development of the sector. And he's been part of some very, very important committees, Damodaran Committee for reforming the regulatory environment for doing business in India, and the drafting committee for national voluntary guidelines on social, environment, and economic responsibilities. Mr. Manish Sabharwal, he's the founder of Team Lease, and prior to co-founding the company, he co-founded India Life, a payroll and pension services company in '96. That was acquired by Hewitt Associates in 2002, and consequently, he was the CEO of Hewitt Outsourcing Asia based in Singapore. We have Amit Bhasole of the Azim Premji University. He's Associate Professor of Economics at the School of Liberal Studies at Azim Premji University, where he teaches development economics and political economy. So welcome all of you to this panel. And although this is a post-lunch panel, but we do hope that we'll have a very good discussion today. So if I can start with, the COVID-19 pandemic, as we saw, dealt a very big blow to businesses, to the jobs, the employment scenario. Everyone was badly hit. The budget, the government came out with multiple packages. the budget has also tried to do quite a lot in terms of enhancing capital expenditure. There was a huge jump of over 34% in this budget on capex. Now, what many experts and if you look at the deliberations around and before the budget, what was expected was everyone expected a direct intervention in terms of some measures for increasing consumer spend. Now, what government has tried to do is focus on long-term spend largely, which is going into infrastructure creation. Now, will this, enhanced capital spending, this enhanced focus on infrastructure spending, can it really bring private investment into the play? How soon do you see that happening? And can it really help? Can it have the impact that we are looking to on employment generation? If I could begin with you, Dr. Mayaram, infrastructure stimulus, many experts say, is the best way of bringing in private investment into the economy. But what is your view on this? Do you think this is the best policy intervention which we could have taken right now, or should we have opted for some other measures?
Thank you, Deepshika. So your question needs to be looked at in a perspective, because per se, infrastructure spending is good for the country, for the economy, and in the long run, medium to long run, it also does induce private investment, simply because if you have better roads, you have better commerce, so the cost of transaction of doing business goes down. So if you are, for instance, able to reach from the heartland, say from Jaipur to the port within say 12 hours, then the cost of inventory and the cost of finance on that inventory goes down because you've reached the port that quickly. So that, I mean, it's given that infrastructure spending would induce private investment because more people would like to do business. If you have good quality power, for instance, then obviously, and also affordable power, then obviously more investment will come in. So these are given. But the question today is not whether investment in infrastructure is going to induce private investment. The question is it going to do when it is required, which is in the short run? And if that is the question, then in my opinion, the answer is no. Because the gestation period for getting the projects off the ground, even if you are shovel ready today, the cost of bringing it off the ground, I mean, the time taken for bringing it off the ground will not be less than 3 to 4 years. And even after 4 years, the kind of impact that it has, the multiplier effect that it would have on the economic activity will take further 3 to 4 years going down the line. So you're looking at a horizon of 7 to 10 years before you really see a full impact of what you start today as infrastructure development. So in my opinion, what the government needed to do was to look at the economy differently. What is it that is ailing us today? And I think it started with demonetization. When you sucked out the entire currency from the economy, 85%, the informal sector was crippled to a great extent. Now, if you have close to 90% of the people, 88 to 90, I mean, varying estimates to that, are involved as livelihoods in informal sector. And if that gets crippled, then you have a problem. So one big issue which nobody ever questioned is that of several objectives of demonetization economy, that by doing this, we are going to digitize payments. And when we digitize payments, then obviously informal economy will become more formal, and more people will come into the net of taxes, and the more people will come into the fold of the formal economy where they can be identified and recognized. But what we forget is that a sudden shift from informal to formal in itself, it creates the disruption. And obviously Niti Aayog also caught on to this term of disruption. And we heard a lot of that term now. Of course, for the last 1 year, I don't hear it so much because I think the disruption has caused too much of disruption. But the term disruption, now, if you disrupt the economy suddenly, then it would have cataclysmic effect. So your movement from 90%, close to 90% of informal livelihoods to move into formal sector needed to be gradual and needed to be organic. But that was not what happened. And then you, of course, GST got kicked in, which created more problems. And then now the pandemic. So we have run into three major economic crises, I would say, which one after the other have hit the economy and brought us to where we are, close to 10% contraction. Now, if we are in a situation of a contraction, what is it that is keeping us down? We have seen now that the entire recovery that we have been speaking about has been recovery of companies who are making profits, but without increase in wages or increase in employment, which means they are becoming more, kind of using more productive, within inverted commas ways, by reducing manpower or reducing salaries. So obviously the recovery needed to come if we had much greater demand generation in the economy. And that demand generation is not happening in the manner in which we believe it should be happening, because consumption in a country with 1.3 billion people, some consumption will happen. So it is not as if consumption is flat or zero. Even if person eats once a day, 130 crore people eat once a day, you can imagine the kind of consumption that it will generate. So I think what is happening is we are not seeing the real consumption come back, and therefore when demand is not coming, their new investments will not happen. Somebody in the earlier panel also said that if the industry is functioning at 70% of its installed capacity, how do we expect new investments to come? But all the measures that you're seeing are either supply side measures. So you are increasing liquidity in the market, you are making available loans, you're saying we are going to give loans, we are even going to guarantee some loans. But who will take the loans and who is going to pay the loans? So I think we have not looked at the problem. I think we have missed one big opportunity, which is this budget, where we could have taken those measures which would have stimulated demand, and then a virtuous cycle could have been created. Unfortunately, we have missed that bus.
Thank you, Dr. Madam. Mr. Bharadwaj, if I can come to you, MSMEs were hit really hard during the pandemic, and the sector really expected a lot of intervention. Special credit scheme was brought about by the government. The budget has focused on capex, on focusing on infrastructure creation through national infrastructure pipeline. Do you see that really bringing what MSMEs were looking at, demand for their products?
Thank you. Well, I mean, this is a fact that the budget has proposed or has committed a lot of investment in capital expenditure. And if that is translated on the ground, surely will create demand. To give an example, if you look at the low-cost housing alone, if you take the steel and the cement out of dwelling, almost everything that is consumed in the house has a stamp of small-scale industry. So whether it's a flooring, whether it's curtains, whether it's wooden electric panels or electric appliances, and so on and so forth, fans or bathroom fittings, etc. So almost everything has a bearing. I did a study long back, and almost 60 product categories are directly linked to housing alone. I'm not talking about the dwelling costing more than 1 crore rupees, but typically low-cost housing. So, commitment of such high magnitude will surely create kind of an impetus for the MSMEs. But at the same time, I think I would like to draw your attention to one more important fact, that consistently the private sector investment is declining in India, and that's much more worrying. And we need to see that why it is happening. And still, I think from 2010-11, as per the RBI report, we have not been able to rekindle the animal spirit, so to say. And I mean, we feel that one of the most important reasons that we continue to have a decline in the private investment is the presence of government as a behemoth and as business conglomerate. I quickly, take you through, like, for example, government-owned monopolies in electricities, railways, presence in key sectors like banking, steel, telecom, aviation, petroleum, among others, which thwarts competition and innovation. Secondly, see, India is perhaps the only country left in the world to have sectoral ministries like railways, shipping, steel, chemicals. The ministries are fine, but the effect of having a ministry, sectoral ministry, is that the PSUs and parastatals that fall under the domain of specific sectoral ministries, which assumes the role of vanguard of the PSU employees and not necessarily the sector or the consumers. Thirdly, through its financial and insurance behemoths like banks and LICs, governments exercise enormous influence on the boards of almost all the largest private sector companies. That's why the corporate sector and their associations remain so muted in speaking up and raising these issues. Further, more importantly, it is estimated that the combined procurement of goods and services, and this has a context, for example, of the investment that you mentioned, through its 3 tiers, the cuts has said in one of the studies that almost 1/3 of India's GDP is accounted by public procurement alone. So the size you're talking about, if in a $2.25 trillion economy, is of the range of $800 billion. So through this massive buying, they choose winners, exercise enormous influence on choice of technologies, standards, business practices, and those are set for the rest of the economy. And finally, because government interests are everywhere, so all the state organs responsible for governance, including appellate, police, regulators, judiciary, they tend to develop a bias towards the government, so to say, public interest, making access to justice by citizens untenable, especially the MSMEs, in economic and commercial disputes. So because of government's excessive and omnipresent character, almost the entire economic life falls under the grip of a vast fly web. And combined effect of this Indian juggernaut makes doing business. And here comes my final point, that the combined impact of this Indian juggernaut makes doing business risky, unpredictable, and costly affair. And that is holding the spirits. Thank you.
Much. Employment generation was a recurring theme in this budget. Finance Minister emphasized on job creation through capital spending, through national infrastructure pipeline, creation of textile parks. Mr. Sabharwal, if I can come to you, you've been watching the industry very closely. Last year was very bad if you look at from the job front. What is the sense that you're getting now after the presentation of the budget? Is the job market looking up? Do you see this budget really spurring job creation?
I mean, I think we have to separate COVID and we have to separate the long-term challenges in job creation. COVID is a passing shower. It's not climate change. And I don't think any economy has been saved from what it was. So if everybody is forced on strike, which is what happened medically, then you will have the demand contraction or the GDP contraction. I think the important question which you and everybody keeps using loosely is jobs. India's official unemployment rate since independence has been between 6 and 9%. And that number is not a fudge. India's problem is not unemployment; it's productivity. Our unemployment is between 6 and 9 because the poor cannot afford to be unemployed, so they are self-employed or they are employed in farms. So I think it's a little beyond a point to expect fiscal and monetary policy to solve a productivity problem is a bit of a challenge, right? Our budget is 34 lakh crores, we're borrowing 12 lakh crores, RBI's balance sheet is up by about 14 lakh crores in the last 12 months. All these are useful interventions when the patient is in the ICU. But if the patient is in the ICU for 70 years, somebody has to tell him to lose weight or quit smoking. So I would be a little careful with viewing this budget in isolation of the labor reform or the education reform or the agricultural reform or of GST and everything else, because I am quite clear that India's labor is handicapped without capital and our capital is handicapped without labor. Right? We have 63 million enterprises, which only translate to 22,500 companies with a paid up capital of more than 10 crores. I don't think we need 63 million enterprises. The US economy is 8 times our size. It only has 24 million enterprises. So I think that the regulatory cholesterol, there's 67,000 compliances, 6,700 filings, and it changed 8 times a day. It did not happen overnight. And I think that really makes it hard to be an entrepreneur in India. So I think if you want to make India a fertile habitat for formal job creation, because this obsession with jobs has to end, our problem is wages. So how do you raise wages? You have more productive regions, more productive firms, and more productive individuals. My parents retired to UP. I live in Karnataka. Both states have the same GDP, but Karnataka has 1/4 the number of people. So we are 4 times more productive. If you think of firms, there's a 24 times difference between productivity in manufacturing firms and the biggest and smallest. And obviously in individuals, based on skills and education, we can map almost 5-6 times difference in wages. So my submission is, we have to stop talking about jobs. Let's talk about wages. Wages is the formalization, urbanization, financialization, industrialization, and skilling agenda. It's not something which is a flick of pen reform. I think we should stop listening to people who think that fiscal and monetary policy can raise wages. I think the structural reform of the economy is going on. It needs to accelerate, but we have to stop beyond a point. I mean, I'm singing praises of 90.
I think we've lost Mr. Sabharwal there. I think there's some issue with the connection. Mr. Basoli, if I can come to you, in terms of economic policy, from perspective of economic policy, do you see this budget really spurring private investment? Can it really drive private investment to come in, quickly than we expect it to?
Yeah. So let me, thanks first of all for having me. Let me try to bring together some points that Dr. Mayaram made and also that Mr. Bharadwaj made and what Mr. Sabharwal also making before we lost him. See, I think the demand issue that Dr. Mayaram raised is really central right now in the short run. I couldn't agree more with him that with capacity utilization being where it is and with such a large shock being delivered to the MSME sector. So, if we look at private investment broadly as coming from the corporate sector and the MSME sector, and even within the MSME sector, the smaller end of that sector, these have fared very differently in the crisis. They've emerged very differently out of the crisis. So some companies, the larger ones, have decent balance sheets. They even have savings. There, the reason for not investing is that they don't see a reason to invest. At the other end, we have firms that are just insolvent. It's not a liquidity problem. It's a solvency problem there. They haven't had any sales. They're going out of business. They are definitely not going to invest. So for me, the role of the public sector right now, with all the caveats that Mr. Bharadwaj mentioned, absolutely acknowledged, is to be the leading sector as far as investment goes. And as far as demand revival goes, the private will follow. At this point, it is not possible to expect them to take the lead. Now, the question is, how soon will they follow and so forth? And that Dr. Mayaram has already addressed in terms of the lags. So I think that, the kind of approach that has been taken through the capital expenditure route, of course, makes sense from a long run productivity sense that Mr. Sabharwal was also alluding to. But I'm wondering if there's a way to perhaps bring the two together, to speak about capital expenditure and productivity, but in a way that shores up demand in the near term. What could that be? And let me give you one example of that, which is a scheme that everybody thinks of as basically a dole or a safety net, which is Manrega. Right? Now, when you say Manrega, some circles, people immediately say, well, this is just giving people some cash to show up, right? It's not actually doing anything. But if you look at the studies that have come out where Manrega runs well, it creates assets, right? And those assets are important for farm productivity and for rural productivity. So, it's not really necessary that capital expenditure, meaning actual expenditure on physical, structures, purely is the only thing that is going to increase productivity. You need labor to do those projects well. You need labor to run the services that need to be run so that businesses can lower their transactions costs, right? So everything from roads to other kinds of local infrastructure, running of government businesses at the government services at the local level, all of that also takes labor. And we have underinvested over many years in public goods and services of various kinds. And this is the point that has been made repeatedly, so I don't need to make it again. Delivering good public goods at the local level. So I'm not talking about, for example, airports necessarily or ports, which are important, but a lot of local infra is what local MSMEs depend on. Right? There's a very nice report from the IDFC Institute from last year, or a couple of years back, that did interviews across India with small firm owners, showing just how much basic infrastructure mattered to costs. Right? And they had some very interesting calculations on how much cost savings would occur if roads were in a better shape, if water was more regularly available, electricity was more regularly available. All of these are services that the government provides, which need labor to provide them and to construct that. So I think in the short run, if we could channel the capital expenditure outlays in a way that benefits local infrastructure, that develops local infrastructure, and I'm talking about the smaller towns and villages as much as about the metros, right? There you create jobs, you alleviate bottlenecks and raise productivity, right? And all of that is done reasonably fast because many of these projects don't require much capital intensive investments, imported technologies and things like that. They are much more local. Right? As we just heard, if you look at low cost housing, and you could extend an argument to many other projects as well, that at the lower end, you're going to use more local projects, you're going to use more labor intensive methods. Now, one final point I'll make, which is, when discussing employment going forward, it's very important to also take into account where we stand right now in terms of the labor market. What I really strongly believe, and all our surveys are showing us this, including the ones we've done, that CMI is doing, that the price of the pandemic crisis has been borne very unequally in this country. So people who were least capable of bearing have borne it. Right? Even as late as December, 20% of the people who lost work during the lockdown were out of work. We've done some calculations on income, and we see that up to 3 months of income were lost at the bottom 10% of the income distribution last year, which is a huge hole in household balance sheets. We need to repair those balance sheets. Otherwise, people are going to be repaying the debts that they've incurred to survive. And demand is not going to come back because they are paying down those debts. So in all of these ways, we know that labor has paid a heavy price. And one of my disappointments from the budget was, if you look at sort of the three big challenges it had, welfare, growth, and fiscal responsibility, it chose the growth and fiscal responsibility route much more than the welfare route. Essentially, I think the government took the point of view that they had done what they wanted to do on the immediate crisis, including the Atmanirbhar Bharat packages, and nothing more needed to be done. I don't think that was the case. So Manrega should not have been cut back. Right? A lot of other kinds of very basic capital expenditure like Gram Sadak Yojana or Awas Yojana or the Gram Jyoti Yojana, these are all very rural level kind of infrastructural schemes. All of them have seen a scale back. Or as is in expenditure, while what has increased is the bigger projects. And given the lag, I think that was not the time to do those things. We should have been doing these other things which would have given us more immediate impact, both on demand and on employment. So I'll stop here.
Myra, Dr. Myram, if I can come to you. Now, public investment has been enhanced, is being proposed to be enhanced through this budget. Now, how can this be made to generate more jobs? How can this really steer private investment? What are the policy interventions you see should be made to actually see this happen?
So the first is, I think, which was again mentioned in the last session also, but I think we have done some work on this. And one major issue perhaps is to deregulate the economy. I think the economy is extremely overregulated. And for the past few years, we are seeing that overregulation is not only in terms of economic regulation, but criminal regulation has spilled into the realm of economy. So, I mean, it's nobody's case that frauds should not be, booked. But the fact is that if a loan goes bad and it's treated as a fraud, and the police comes knocking at your door, no banker is going to extend loans. So we have to deregulate. We have to create a kind of a atmosphere where the private entrepreneur or investor can operate without any fear of reprisal, whether it is tax authorities, whether it's enforcement directorate, whether it's anything else. That is a major issue today because we are highly regulated. Number two, it is also a problem, and I think, and I really believe that the level of corruption goes up when the fear factor increases. And I've seen this throughout in the last 38, 37 years when I was in the government and after. That in periods where, for instance, when the emergency was declared, initial first 6 months, everybody said everything went well. But after 6 months, the rent seeking went up because the risk was higher. So it in corruption as in enterprise, risk return matrix works. So if your risk is higher, your return is going to be higher. So your corruption will be higher if your fear of being caught is higher. So at the moment, what is happening is because of huge number of compliances required by government regulations or acts, prior approvals required, NOCs required, all these things required, you have a problem where a lot of people have to pay a lot of money, and the transaction, therefore, to start a business, actually the investment you have to do is in land, in machinery, in hiring people, and also in being able to buy all the approvals or clearances that you need to do. And I'm not saying that the corruption is at high level or low level, but it impacts the people who are operating at the level of investing on the ground. So in Rajasthan, we had done last year an experiment which seems to have worked well, where we brought an omnibus law to say that under every state law, wherever NOCs were required, prior approvals were required, etc., all the laws were suspended to that extent. And for a period of 3 years from the day of your registration, the MSMEs do not require any prior approval or NOC or any clearance from any government department at all. And we have a portal on which you get an automatic registration certificate, which is accepted by electricity board for giving you power. It is accepted by banks to give you loan. It is as a deemed approval under all state laws. Now there are close to 4,000 or 5,000 registrations which have happened, MSME registrations which have happened since last year, 2019 actually. And even if 10 to 15% were to fructify, because I think there would always be the attrition rate is going to be high because people intend to invest, but then there will be other problems, etc. But they will not fail on account of the fact that the government regulations were not allowing them to, or they were doing inordinate delays so that their costs were going up. That shall not happen. So we had also written to the government of India to say a similar dispensation should be given in the case of in the case of the central laws, under the central laws. Unfortunately, last 1.5 years we've been trying, but that has not happened. I think if we can move towards that kind of a dispensation, and at the same time also work on reducing. So this ease of doing business, I do not think works at all, because while we have been improving.
What you're suggesting possibly is a more aggressive ease of doing business, which results in tangible,
Exactly.
which brings tangible results on the ground.
Exactly.
You were saying, in terms of the policy interventions, what besides ease of doing business, is there any other big policy intervention which you think government needs to make at this juncture after the budget to actually ensure that private investment can kick in, because there is public investment support which is there?
No, see, I tell you one thing. I think we will be in a fool's paradise if we think the public investment support, as has been announced, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lag, and therefore there's not much that the private sector can begin to do at this point of time. I mean, there is going to be some activity. I mean, I'm not denying that, but it is not going to be the kind of activity which would really do the heavy lifting in terms of creation of livelihoods. I'm not even talking of jobs, livelihoods. That would not happen. But certainly, I do believe that if I was to make a policy, and it's not independent of the budget, but because it requires a lot of expenditure by the government, I would have used this opportunity. And where people are saying cash transfers, I would have said something else. I would have said, why don't we provide, for instance, to the young people in different categories in a graded manner, a stipend which could be, say, 3,000 rupees a month, 5,000, 7,000, 10,000 rupees a month, depending on their qualification, for skilling. So you prepare them for the next 5 years or 3 years or 4 years, and also for the reason that the economy is transforming itself. I mean, with the digitization happening, and the kind of the next generation Internet of Things happening, and so on, it is going to be a requirement where, I mean, the skills that we have do not match with that. So even if today jobs were to be created in a big way, I don't think very large number of our people would be able to go in and take those jobs. Our education system is in tatters. I mean, there have been study after study that the children in class 5 do not even know, do not even have the comprehension level of class 1 students. So if we need to, kind of human resource development, and this would have been a good time if the stipends were instead of cash transfer to families, if you were to transfer stipend to younger people and incentivize them to learn newer skills which will prepare them to move into the new economy which we are going to look towards in the next 5 to 10 years, the country would have benefited hugely, and this transfer of cash as a stipend would also have stimulated demand. So it would be like a Manrega for the unemployed educated means even if it is a school educated kids, but you were training them, and you would train them in skills which would make them eligible to be able to get jobs in the economy which we are now unfolding. I think we have not really, nobody is sitting down and doing lateral thinking on these issues, which is the need of the day. We need to begin to think differently so that we are able to make the economy come out of where we have reached today. I mean, it's alarming that even by 2022 or 2023, the size of the economy will be will reach what it was in 2019. So we have to work towards stimulating demand so that our growth begins to pick up at a much more rapid clip than it is going to in the next 2 to 3 years, the manner in which we are going forward.
Professor Basole, if I can come to you, what kind of policy interventions do you think need to be made at this juncture to or is there a way to get public investment to attract more private investment?
So let me give maybe two examples, picking up exactly on what Dr. Mayra Magim said. One of the things that we had put out in 2019, which was this idea for an urban employment guarantee. There were two components to it, and one of them was very similar to what he just mentioned, which was a stipend for educated youth. We were considering youth who had 12th standard at least, but one could modify that. And the idea was that they could provide, again, a lot of support at the local level for government to do things that it is not able to do because it is capacity constrained or constrained for human resources. Right? So all of us know that ULBs are very cash strapped. They are supposed to do many things which they can't do, and often not for lack of wanting, but because of the way things work, they can't do it. So can we match local educated youth to some of these kinds of tasks that need to be done? It could be all kinds of things, including monitoring of local air quality or water quality, figuring out what are the lacunae in local infrastructure, keeping track of that, executing some of these things which require basic skills, basic computation skills, reading, writing skills. Can we match educated youth to that? That was one of the components of the urban employment program. Now, some of the states during the pandemic did implement urban employment programs, which you may know. Jharkhand, Odisha implemented a couple of them. Himachal also has done. But most of these are related to sort of Manrega type works. They're mostly for uneducated workers. But certainly a policy which brings in educated youth, I think, has a lot of potential in this regard. The second idea, which we just put out a couple of months ago as a part of the group of ministers on employment, they were sourcing ideas, is an idea for, it's an entrepreneurial system for supporting MSME scale up. So we said, why don't you make something like, the name we gave it was an Udyog Sahayak network. So an Udyog Sahayak is a person who is himself or herself an educated person, is entrepreneurial, and can set up a business whose goal is to service a certain number of micro enterprises and small enterprises in their area, in enabling to reach government services, meet regulations. Of course, this is not to say that compliances should not be reduced. So that argument holds on its own. But even with that, there are going to be things that you need to do to avail of loans, to make sure that you have the licenses, to link up to digital platforms, digital payment platforms, and so forth. All of these things, micro entrepreneurs can really gain from linking to, and can help them to scale up their productivity and their scale. But they don't know how to do it, or there's a missing link between the scheme and the people. So can we think of an entrepreneurial system which enables this matching to happen, right, at the local level? So you try to create jobs directly for educated youth, but much more indirectly by enabling essentially what amounts to ease of doing business in a way, but not ease of doing business for big registered companies, but rather for your neighborhood restaurant, your food cart person, people who are struggling with police bribes or municipal bribes, and a lot of their surplus just goes in things like this, which leaves them very little to reinvest. So can you do that? So these were two kind of things I think I was really hoping something along the lines could have been done, which would again have been a very bottom-up way to shore up demand and increase productivity.
Mr. Bharadwaj, Dr. Mayra made this point about, how the economy is still very much regulated. The compliances need to come down. You need to have a more aggressive ease of doing business, which really translates on the ground. Professor Basole made this point about, developing an entrepreneurial system. You have been associated with the MSME sector for very long, and we've all seen how they were really hit during the pandemic. Now that the budget has come about and we know what it had in store, what are the policy interventions you would like government to come out with now that it has announced a large capital spending to really help the MSME sector, help employment generation in the MSME sector, and also help the entrepreneurial spirit within the MSME segment?
See, one reform that is pending for so long relates to labor. It's not just about reducing the number of courts, which of course is one thing. I mean, it's a good thing in one way. But one of the biggest problems that most of the MSMEs and entrepreneurs face in India is that the total ecosystem of the labor laws discourages you to employ more people. And one of the reasons is that the cost of social security. Currently, the social security cost is greater than 30% if you include the provident fund, the ESI, and the gratuity, etc. The burden, both in terms of the monetary cost and the compliance cost, remains very, very high. So we have a situation, and it's so laughable that number of industries employing more than 10 people are barely 1,25,000. I mean, who would really, you can say, can agree to this small figure in a country of 1.25 billion people, and that too with an economy of $2.25 trillion. So surely that majority of the people are underreporting employment. They are not employing people, rather they are investing, they are making capital intensive productions rather than employing more people. This is so unfortunate in India. So one thing that we need to do is, and that's what we have been proposing, that let's cap this at 10%. Having contributed 10% towards social security, I should be rid of all the formalities. I mean, government should provide whatever it wants to provide, but there could be a mechanism of provident fund from the government, or medical facilities. In any case, under Ayushman program, government is spreading them and including a large number of people. Why not include the employees of the MSMEs also? But the point here is that once I have contributed 10% to the kitty towards the social security, then I should be rid of all the formalities. That would help a large number of MSMEs to employ people more, to people who are underemployed or are not reported, put them in the mainstream, and that would actually throw up a real picture, correct picture, that how many people are actually employed in the MSME sector.
So in terms of the policy suggestions, two key policy suggestions, two measures, if each one of you could just highlight to just sum up this panel discussion as to what really should be done. You've said ease of doing business, Dr. Mayaram, but just two key points within that space.
So one is that we should reduce compliances for all, I mean, for MSMEs specifically, but in my opinion, for all, it should be brought down to about 30% of what they are today. And this should become a stated policy of the government, so that act after act after act can be amended to reduce compliances. So this is number one, I think, which will go a very long way in what was said, releasing the animal spirit. The second one is that we need to induce demand. And I think if we are going to induce demand in a way that it will also cater to the fulfillment of the demand going forward, which means that when demand, you have demand in the economy, when production begins to come in, new technologies are coming in, you require new skills, we should be able to put together a national program, maybe put 150,000 crores, 150,000 crores or so into that program, where you are going to provide people with the skills in the emerging tech environment. What is going to happen tomorrow? We are looking at Internet of Things, we are looking at cloud computing and all kind of stuff which is happening. I think we need to develop new skills for the people, and government should put a lot of money in it. So if they start doing it this year, you would immediately see a lot of money coming in the hands of the people to spend. At the same time, you would also be creating a lot of new skills in the people, so that when the demand picks up, when the new investments begin to happen, then the industry will not have a problem of finding the right skills. Because one thing which has not been mentioned is that the cost is not only 30% cost, which was mentioned just now, is not only in terms of, Mr. Anil had spoken, is not only in terms of the contribution they do, but also in then skilling the people, even if they come from ITIs or elsewhere, industry has to put them through a new skilling cost which goes into it.
Right. Professor Basole, 2 quick points, and then Mr. Bharadwaj, because we need to just wind up the discussion now. The next panel's waiting.
Sure. So very quickly, I'll also just take you on the demand question and go to the second major supply side. So skilling is one, right? Skilled labor. The other thing which we have discussed already is infrastructure at the local level. So if you can think of a program, and our idea here was an urban employment guarantee. It doesn't have to be an employment guarantee. It can be a big public works push. But the point is it has to be very local. Right? We are not talking about large scale infrastructure. We're talking about the things that people encounter on a daily basis with bad roads, congestion, electricity, and so forth. So a major local infrastructure push that links demand, because you're putting money in the hands of people, with this alleviating productivity challenges would be one. And the second, what I already mentioned, which is the Udyog Sahayak, which is an entrepreneurial system for scale up. So those are the two things.
Right. Mr. Bharadwaj, your 2 suggestions quickly.
Because you have limited the number 2. So the first one, I would say that, keeping in view that the budget is putting a lot of emphasis on capital investment and thinking to revive the economy through public investment. So one of the most important priority of the government for reform could be reforming the public procurement. We are talking about public procurement to the tune of $800 billion. If you want to have the kind of traction that we require from it in terms of economic growth, then this is an area which requires tremendous form of reforms, both in terms of quality of purchase, pricing, and the standards that the procured goods need to comply with, etc. And that would have a very positive impact on the industrial sector as a whole. And second, as I said, with regards to the labor, if we could reduce the social security cost and peg it at 10% and make it very simple for people to employ. Make it simple to employ more people.
Right. Thank you all very much. With this, we've come to an end of this session. Capital expenditure push, yes, but we need some measures, which will spur up demands. The policy suggestions are there. I'm sure, Mr. Kochhar, you can forward them to the government. Thank you very much for having me today. And thank you once again, all the panelists.
If I just may take a minute, we have 6 more minutes. And I wanted to make a point.
Sure.
Everyone looks at these issues, specifically MSMEs, through the prism of manufacturing and employment and labor. More than half the economy is services. And the plight in the services sector, there's a bloodbath going on there. It seems to be on no one's radar. And I'm very surprised that even Anil has not brought that up.
No, but when you talk of MSME, Samir, it includes the services sector. So, I mean,
it includes services.
Yeah, no, they may be different, but the compliances for services sectors are also innumerable.
No, so, I completely agree, but
yeah.
What I am trying to tell you is that there has been a huge amount. I'm just to give you some examples. See, I'm a touchy-feely guy. I don't talk about too much of macroeconomic data. Now, there was a bloodbath in the restaurant industry and the hospitality industry. A lot of cooks lost their jobs. A lot of people working in restaurant lost their jobs. In Gurgaon specifically, quite a few of them become home chefs. They're cooking at home and they're selling stuff to keep their body and soul together. And these are perfectly respectable upper middle class kind of people. Now comes a compliance requirement that they have to be FSSAI registered. Then comes another compliance that the RWA is protesting. Then comes the compliance that you are doing commercial use of your flat, so you pay commercial rates for electricity and water. Now, is that fair? Are they putting up a factory there? Are they not using their own kitchen in which they cook for their own family to cook for 5 more, 10 more people? So how long will we accept these absurdities? That is one. Second thing is this Atmanirbhar package and this credit flow, etc., that you talked about has panned out terribly. No one talked about it. And who's got the money? Specifically in the services sector. By simply saying that they're spending more on housing and so some, guys who manufacture housing stuff will do well. I am sorry, does not cut it. I mean, the problem is very, very vast. And the worst in MSME is ahead of us. It's not behind us. So I wanted to understand your perspective. Do you agree with that? And in that light, what is the kind of recommendation that I'll tell you my own example. I can get a 10 crore housing loan I will not get 1 crore working capital. Why? It's the same me and it's the same owner, same bank.
No, so I think
also this mindset.
Yeah. So you have raised very important question, and I think when I was speaking of MSME regulations, I was speaking for both. And the Rajasthan MSME Facilitation Act specifically says manufacturing or services. So it includes both. In fact, in the Rajasthan case, what, as you mentioned, for the startups, if you have less than 10 people employed, you use your residential premises, you do not need to convert it into a commercial activity. So those issues have been included in that act for this reason, the manner in which you are saying. So today in Jaipur, if a chef was to cook food from home and supply, he will not or she will not be treated as a commercial enterprise for the purposes of either electricity or for the purposes of use of premises. So these are the issues which I had mentioned to you, include both services and manufacturing, where the regulatory compliances have become overbearing and they need to be reduced. We have suspended them for 3 years as a breathing space where the government can work through all its laws, etc., to reduce compliances. As I said, at least our recommendation to the Rajasthan government is reduce compliances to by 70%, so that only what are necessary in terms of pollution control and so on and so forth remain, but most of them are done away with.
My suggestion would be it should not
I mean, the point that you made, Mr. Kochhar, we discussed this in the morning panel. There was expectation from the budget that there will be some measure, specific action to pull out these stress sectors, particularly the services sector, which have been really hit badly. There should be some targeted measure, some stimulus. But if you look at the budget and if you look at the overall thinking which we've seen so far, the thinking is that the rising tide will lift them all. So on the ground, we don't know whether the thinking is that okay, we are doing this large capital spending and it's going to lift everybody out of this and it's going to bring us back to the high growth path. It is actually quite difficult for the services sector. They are going to really take a long time to come out of it.
Yeah, and also, they are at a great disadvantage. Like Arvind mentioned, that if you're a startup, and then you'll find that in the subcontext, there will be definition of startup, which would not include a chef. It will include if you're doing some GWiz stuff on IT and designing and all of that.
That's a tech startup. There's a difference between.
No, totally. You talked about FSSAI. It takes anywhere from 2 months to 6 months to 8 months to get a license for home chefs or anyone for that matter.
Do you really want the food inspectors to enter your kitchen at home?
Exactly.
Where your children. So these are real issues.
Rajasthan for 3 years, no inspector can come to your establishment either.
And please ban RWs.
That's why I'm saying. So,
Arvind, I hope you are reining in the RWAs as well, which are a law unto themselves.
Sorry?
The resident welfare associations, they are law unto themselves. If the inspector doesn't, the RWA fellow will.
They aren't as bad as here. But I'm saying is that I think you should actually look at the Rajasthan Act and then you see how well it has been designed to answer the questions that you're raising already.
Okay, I would take a look at that. Anilji, anything you want to say?
No, I am done, I think. Thank you.
Very mild today. I was trying to provoke you, but you didn't fall.
Okay.
Thanks, Deepshika.
Thank you,
everyone.
everyone.
Thank you so much.
For all of this.
Thank you.
Very a pleasure.
And we move on to the next part of the discussion, which is we have the honor and pleasure of having Dr. Ajay Shah join us. He's a distinguished fellow in Scotch Development Foundation, independent scholar and economist, a very long-standing friend, philosopher, and guide. So Ajay, please help us put together the way forward. What do you think the country should do?
Thanks, Samir. Thanks, Gursharan. It is always my pleasure to be here with all of you. I want to say two things, some short-term issues and some long-term issues. So let's think of the short-term issues. What has happened is that in this world of COVID-19, a lot of balance sheets have become stressed. This is firm balance sheets and this is individual balance sheets. Okay, so people have taken loans, people have dug into their savings, and people have somehow survived in this difficult period. So bottom line is there is balance sheet stress. And what we know from economic history is that when people are uncomfortable with their financial position, there is a priority on rebuilding the savings, and that will generate a drag on consumption. So for some time, there will be difficulties on consumption because firms and households are rebuilding their balance sheets. Okay, that is a happy case where a firm basically is in good shape, and it's a matter of coming back to a certain healthy state. What about some firms that are really bankrupt? Okay, so we've had a moratorium on debt, we've had a suspension of the IBC. So for some time, things look okay. But this will not go on forever. It is inevitable and reasonable and correct that at some point lenders have to be paid. You cannot just have a moratorium forever. You've got to pay lenders and you've got to go back to a bankruptcy process. So lenders will go to firms and say, excuse me, if you can't pay on the debt, then you need to be put into the bankruptcy process, and that will put many firms out of business. So a lot of balance sheet stress is there, and it is going to exert an adverse effect on the economy. And we're not finished with the story just because we feel that within 6 months a great deal of immunization will be done, a great deal of vaccination will be done, and the disease will be under control. My second idea is that the world has changed. We are not going to go back in the post-pandemic world to the same configuration of labor and capital and firms and businesses and industries as compared to where we were before. Okay, so as an example, are we quite going to go back to restaurants in the old days? No, we're going to call our friendly neighborhood home chef, and we're going to get much more stuff delivered to the house. So the structure of production will change permanently. We've all changed our behavior. We've changed our habits. So the role of hotels, the role of travel, many industries are changed forever. It's not like our behaviors will go back. Retail front ends, crowded places, then consider work from home. Are we really going to go back into offices in the way that we used to? No, we're all going to use video a lot more. Samir will organize some in-person events, which will be much more like small groups where people will engage in bonding, and a lot of events will switch into electronic mode. So there's going to be a new post-pandemic normal, and that involves many people and a lot of capital being put into new places compared to where it was earlier. That will take resource reallocation. Some firms will have to close down, some businesses will have to reorganize, some people who were employed in old things will lose their jobs, will have to will reskill and move themselves into new activities. Some new firms will gain market share. All of us have seen how the greatest business that you could be in the pandemic world was to be in a broadband company where there is so much demand. Households these days are not satisfied with one fast line. Now we want 2 fast lines to every house, and so on. Okay, so there is a giant resource reallocation that has to take place. And again, in economic history, we know that these things are difficult. They take time. It's painful for some firms to shrink, some firms to close down, some firms to enlarge, some persons to reskill, some capital goods to be thrown away, some capital goods to be purchased. A lot of adjustment has to take place in the economy, and these things are difficult. So I feel we need to recognize that there are these difficulties in store. And what can we do in terms of public policy? It seems to me that we need to get back to IBC as quickly as possible. We need to make the IBC work. We need to build the comparable resolution framework for financial firms, which is called the FRDI bill. And we need to do capital account liberalization so that more clever, innovative, risk-taking foreign capital is operating inside the Indian economy and is putting oxygen in more and more places where the Indian financial system is a bit impaired and is not able to do work. Okay, all this is the short-term agenda. I think of this as the work program for calendar 2021. And then we have a long-term problem. The long-term problem is that basically India got a great boom from 1991 to 2011, and we've hit quite some problems thereafter. As many of you will know, Vijay Kelkar and I wrote a book motivated by this phenomenon, that we lived through this entire period. We were part of the great boom of 1991 to 2011. We have watched how things have changed. We have watched the change in sentiment, the change in optimism, and the loss of dynamism in the period after 2011. And it worries us a lot. And in terms of the big facts that we should be worrying about, roughly speaking, there are 400 million people in India who are working. And this number has been stable since 2011. From 2014. From 2014 till 2020, we have the data, and employment is at around 400 million jobs, and it's not growing, while the working age population is growing. And if you turn to the investment that we see in the large private firms, then really not doing well. We are at some of the weak values as compared to the entire time series. For example, looking from 1999 onwards. So things are not very good either in employment or in private investment. And these are, of course, intimately intertwined. Jobs get created when firms are buoyant, when firms are expanding, when firms are investing. So they're really two sides of the same coin. We need optimism on the part of the firms, and then the firms will expand their business. And in the process, they will create jobs, and the investment activities of the firms will create a demand environment in the country where there will be growth. How to address this? What needs to be done? I was fascinated to see the discussion that Samir triggered off a moment ago on the problems of compliance. Kelkar and I organize our thinking on these questions as basically three bins. We have one problem, which is government intervention. There is a lot more government intervention in the Indian economy than should be the case. All too often, even today, government is specifying what is the technology. Government is choosing who is the winner. Either some technology or some industry is favored over other industries. There is way too much industrial policy in the picture. There is way too much central planning, where some engineers inside the government are determining what is the nature of technology for the whole country. And that doesn't work. It's a movie we have seen before. This is what was the world of Nehru and Mahalanobis. We know how badly it worked that time. There's no reason for it to work better today. Even today, government is creating monopolies as PSUs. It is locking out the private sector from one activity after another. And this is really not wise. So we need a much greater clarity. I was delighted to see Narendra Modi's clarity about the role of the private sector and the importance of the private sector in the last 2 weeks. That needs to be translated into a full political and economic policy ethos. And that is what Kelkar and I have tried to do in the book. The second problem that we worry about is what we call the administrative state. This is a phrase taken from America. This is the world where officials rule the country. So in a normal, healthy, liberal democracy, you're supposed to have three branches of government: the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. All too often in India, power is being concentrated in the official. The Babu calls the shots. The Babu writes the law. The official is the guy drafting laws. The parliament really plays no role now in drafting laws. The ruling party pushes through the laws. Regulations are written by the officials. The officials adjudicate the laws. The officials draft laws that give officials arbitrary power. The officials decide who is to be punished, who is to be enforced against. And too often the officials control the quasi-judicial order. So we have concentrated way too much power in the administrative state, in the executive branch. And this is a bad design of the state. We need to go back to the fundamental concepts of liberal democracy, where there is a separation between the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. And the third and last thing I'd like to talk about is the rule of law. The rule of law is a simple idea. I should know the law. The law should be enforced equally against everybody. There should be complete transparency in the operations of the law. I should be given a charge sheet in writing about what I have done wrong. I should get a fair trial in front of a judge. The judge should be a neutral person that looks at the matter in a dispassionate way, and equal crimes should be treated equally. Each of these elements is under significant threat in India, and private persons are very nervous about how they will be treated. in the limit, when there are difficulties on the rule of law, it literally boils down to expropriation risk. If a private person becomes successful, then there are going to be some officials, some politicians that will go after this private person and try to expropriate that wealth. And this creates poor incentives. So this is the main argument of what Kelkar and I wrote in our book, In Service of the Republic, The Art and Science of Economic Policy. And in a previous Scotch event, we were proud recipients of an unusual award for this book. And this is our big idea for what needs to be done next in terms of rethinking the Indian state, rethinking the idea of India, and imagining what is our way forward out of these difficulties. So I'm at the end of my promised short remarks. Samir, over to you.
I have a question for you. While you are very clear on the administrative state needs to move towards a liberal democracy, how do you see the path? There are obviously some symptoms. Prime Minister has been very vocal about it in the past 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But how do you see this kind of uh, panning out? Because you almost need a shock and awe for doing that, given the level of administrative state that has come in. There is large scale, as you mentioned, that there is large scale industry houses or businesses um, intervention in the administrative state.
Yeah.
And some hesitate to say this: the same administrative state is now going to get hardwired as a digital state.
Yeah.
Where laws and rules are written to favor a few and exclude the others.
Yeah.
So how do you do it? How do you take care of it? Because there is no capacity. Where is the capacity to do this?
I want to put these things in on a sweep of history, because we will otherwise become despondent and we'll become very unhappy. Okay, I am very optimistic and I'm very happy, and here is the path to my sanity and my happiness. Let's go back into the India of a long time ago. In 1920 or so, some mad people, Gokhale handed the keys to the Congress to Gandhiji, and people like Gandhiji and Nehru had the mad idea that they would go up against the world's greatest empire. Okay, and the empire would have said, "You and whose army?" It's like, how the hell do you ever hope to take on me without something comparable to the military might of the British Empire? Okay, and you could have said, how is this ever going to happen? But you know what? It happened. And there was a great intelligentsia that thought about those things and dreamed what a free India would look like. Okay, so whether it's Tagore or whether it's Gandhiji, they dreamed about India and they imagined what freedom would mean and what freedom would look like. And they built an ethos, they built an ideology. And then the great day came in 1947, where India became free. And there was a certain ideology, there was a coherence, there was a philosophy that was rolled out into place. And for some time, it worked. It worked rather well. From roughly 47 to 64, India got decent growth. India grew at a faster rate, 47 to 64, than had ever been achieved under the British Empire. Okay, so hats off to those people. They did something great. And then it stopped working. Okay, that petered out and we got into bad difficulties. And in fact, we got to the worst period of India's history, which was Indira Gandhi's socialism and Indira Gandhi's state domination and Indira Gandhi's authoritarianism. And that just basically ran the country into the ground. If you look from 1964 to 1977, things looked really terrible in India. And at that time, there were thinking people. There were people who were analyzing, wondering, why is this going wrong? How could you do things differently? Okay, so the great people of that age, Jagdish Bhagwati, T.N. Srinivasan, Anne Kruger, Arun Shori, Manmohan Singh, these were the people who were the dreamers, who looked at the world and said, no, we don't need to be pessimistic. There is nothing hardwired about India that all these stupid things have to happen. And then the great day came where the Janata Party came to power, and Morarji Desai was prime minister, and H.M. Patel was finance minister, and D.T. Lakdawala was deputy chairman of the planning commission. And then they started putting this new consensus into place with greater liberalization, greater market orientation, pulling back from the socialism, pulling back from the authoritarianism. And see how interesting it is. When Indira Gandhi came back to power in 1980, she did not go back to her old ways of the 70s. She was actually starting to appreciate that those old ways had not worked, and she was herself a different person. And then, of course, with Rajiv Gandhi, things got dramatically better. And then we got to another big mess in the late 80s. And then Narasimha Rao came to power in 91 with Manmohan Singh and Ashok Desai and Monte Ahluwalia and people like Vijay Kelkar playing key roles in government. And the whole paradigm change came about in the working of the Indian state. And that gave us that glory period of 91 to 2011 of 20 years of great growth. So it is the hard work of the Vajpayee period. Samir, you will remember you and I met for the first time in that period. And you remember the energy and the passion of telecom reforms and NHAI and the equity market reform and the new pension system. And, those were all the things. Yeah, it was a great age. We were building institutions like NSE and NSDL and so on. And that's how things happen. So I think this is the ferment that we are going through.
We have to now wind up because we are eating into the next session. We continue this conversation over maybe another conference. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. And it is going to be, I think, Ajay Shah and his army, and that would possibly include the rest of us.
No, all of us.
Lead the change we follow. Thank you so much. Gulshan, are we going to be in the same session or are you going to log into another one?
No, we are going to log out from this session and get on to the next one, which is the Scotch Awards. Well, thank you so much, Ajay, for joining us in this one. Always a pleasure listening to you. Thank you so much.
Another thing.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this second round of Scotch Order of Merit semi-finalist announcements. Most of you would have had the occasion and an opportunity to interact with the distinguished domain experts who have been assessing and evaluating the projects and looking at their outcomes and making suggestions. So during this session, we are joined by Mr. Madan Mohan, who is former CGM NABARD and Senior Fellow Scotch Development Foundation and was also formerly the CEO of NABARD Consulting. We are joined by Mr. Surinder Singh Soor, former advisor Niti Aayog and Senior Fellow Scotch Development Foundation. Mr. R.K. Gupta, also from Niti Aayog as former advisor and Senior Fellow Scotch Development Foundation. Mr. Subodh Shukla, who has been with the National Informatics Center in the position of the Deputy Director General for nearly 25-30 years. And the person who was exposed on mainframe computers working in the United States, came back home for the love of the motherland and joined NIC. He's also on board as a Senior Fellow, Scotch Development Foundation. And Mr. UK Sharma, former advisor with Niti Aayog and Senior Fellow Scotch Development Foundation. Gentlemen, we have had the pleasure of interacting with you in the past. It's always a privilege that to receive the words of wisdom and also to find out as to what all has been going on, given your experiences multifarious all across different domains. So if I may, to begin with, invite Mr. Madan Mohan. He's joined in far, which he's probably still sitting in Dubai. Technology allows us to come closer as everybody else sitting, in your cities and your states. So thank you very much for taking time out. But at the same time, the hard work, which is what you have put in for more than 4 months, not only submitting a nomination, but also very, very strictly following the process. And I'm sure our domain experts have not made life easy for you. Going through the volley of questions and the kind of cross-examination that happened has resulted in this moment wherein we have all got together to celebrate each other's success. Mr. Mohan, if I may ask you, you have looked at such interventions over the last maybe 4 to 5 years. What change do you see when probably you looked at these in 2015 and now when we are looking in 2021?
Yeah, thank you at the outset, and let me welcome all the awardees. It has been, I have been associated with Scotch for the 8-9 years now, and I find a lot of changes because initially what I found was people were not very clear of what they wanted to say, in terms of their innovation. They wanted to keep certain things secret, and they will only tell superficial things. But now I things are changing a lot because the type of questions they get from us and the type of answer we expect is what exactly people are making. Secondly, the presentations are done at a fairly senior. Initially, I found that sometimes the level was. So this is.
Yeah, Mr. Mohan, we are losing you there, but I can understand the ethos of your submission. Very clearly, what is coming forward is that people, champions, project leaders such as yourselves are coming forward not to contest for the award, but particularly in recognition of the good work that you're doing. So it becomes a learning and sharing process. It's cross-pollination of ideas. Not only that, whatever I'm going to tell, also that at the same time, what am I going to learn from there? And the documentation that takes place, the interaction that takes place allows me to improve my project, in its own way. Probably it is done better in one part of the country. What could be a learning for me to move on from there? Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Mohan. Let me now invite Mr. Surinder Singh Sood. Your experience also dates back to almost, 7-8 years now, and sitting at Planning Commission. How was it? And now, when you are looking at it dispassionately outside.
Yeah, it's a wonderful experience for me. Since I was when I was working with the government, and I used to see how we can connect to our rural areas and how we can bring out 70% people living in rural areas in the mainstream, so that they also get the chances of development. And when I am taking these projects for the Scotch Award, it's very, very interesting that not only government, but several organizations, they may be private NGOs or the people or the organizations are working in far-flung areas. Especially, I can quote some examples. Some organizations are working in microfinance. So they are not working in towns, they are working in far-flung areas, and they are trying to provide low-cost financing for various activities. So it is very, very interesting to know that not only the government, central and state government are working to bring out a turnabout or a remarkable change in India. The several organizations are also doing, and they are really doing by using their skills, and they are trying to bring out a remarkable change, and another side they are trying to provide some employment as well. So this is really remarkable. And Gulshan ji, I would like to tell to the all audience as well that the type of work which has been done during COVID lockdown as well is remarkable. So the work being done by the government as well during that period, and the NGOs and the private players, is remarkable, and it is worth saying that the Scotch has brought out a sea change by connecting the various audiences and the people and the organizations through this network, and that online thing and the type of presentations is really remarkable. Very good work has been done by the Scotch, and a lot of value addition has been taken place during last year. I wish all the best to everybody.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sood. Mr. Sharma, please unmute yourself.
Yes, Mr. Raja. In the last 2 years, that use of technology in various projects has dramatically improved. And even space technology, internet technology, medical technology, there is a deeper penetration of technology in every project. Sometimes there are, in fact, I was under impression that state governments are not doing very well. When I was in central government, I was thinking it is the only central ministries, railways, telecom, petroleum, they are doing great job. But now with interaction with the Scotch group, I have seen that a lot of work is being done by state governments. Very young, bright officers are driving development agenda in states, in every district, in every phase. Private sector has also done very well. So they are doing excellent, outstanding and very brilliant work in state governments. Now, this is my feeling after interaction with so many projects.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Sharma, for these kind words. But in fact, the fact of the matter lies when we say that such good work that has been done by various stakeholders, and Scotch is the platform which is bringing it together and catalyzing these successes. The credit for this single-handedly, goes to Mr. Sameer Kochhar, the chairman of Scotch Group. We have the pleasure of having Mr. Kochhar with us. It's an honor as well as a privilege. So, Mr. Kochhar, would you like to say a few words before we start the announcement for Scotch Order of Merit?
No, I think this entire process of Scotch Awards is a fairly enriching experience for us, because we get from you far more than what we give you. The learning is absolutely enormous. The feedback that we are able to make into policy is enormous. The kind of material I get from my books is enormous. So thank you very much for enriching us by participating in our process. And obviously the best man or the best woman or the best government department, the best private sector would win. But anybody who has made it even to the order of merit, you can at least be rest assured that you're amongst the top 1% of national projects in your area. It's not easy. It's a 4-month-long process. Believe me, if I was applying for a Scotch Award, I would possibly fail. So if you reach this stage, congratulations to all of you. And with that, I invite Gursharan to start the process of the Order of Merit.
Well, thank you so much. And we move over to make the announcement for the Scotch semi-finalists. And the first one goes to Dr. S.K. Jha, Chairman and Managing Director, Mishra Dhatu Nigam Limited, for modernization and diversification of products and processes at
Congratulations, Dr. Jha.
Thank you.
In a car, you can say a few words about your order of merit. This is a semi-final.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you, Dr. Jha.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I now invite Ms. Aparna Upadhyay, Mission Director, National Health Mission from Uttar Pradesh, for blended learning model to ensure availability of community health officers for operationalizing Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers. Please unmute yourself.
Yes. Yes, I am Dr. Madhu Sharma and Mr. Devesh Tripathi is with me. We are here on behalf of our mission director, Ms. Aparna Upadhyay.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much. It's very encouraging to get this award. Thanks a lot.
Mr. G. Sridhar, Assistant General Manager from NTPC, for revival and operation of MSW plant at Varanasi.
Thank you, SKOCH Group, for awarding this and recognizing our efforts. As you must know that the Swachh Bharat mission has three components: the Swachh Vidyalaya, the Swachh Bharat Rural, and the Swachh Bharat Urban. This must be the only PSU that has participated in the urban, and we have enabled Varanasi to jump from 492nd position in 2014 to 27th position, the highest ranking so far that Varanasi has achieved in the Swachh Sarvekshan ranking. Thank you.
Congratulations to you, Mr. Sridhar. Mr. E. Daniel G., Managing Director and CEO, Orange Retail Finance India Private Limited for Financial Services.
Hey, hi everyone. I think Ebenezer is gone with an investor meeting. So I'm Dr. Egnan Ramakrishnan, heading the HR and admin here. So we are thankful to the jury as well as the SKOCH members for this semi-finalist order of merit. We're thanking and thanks for this encouragement. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Geetika Patel, Medical Director from Parul Sevashram Hospital, for holistic care approach to combat COVID-19.
Thank you so much. So I would like to thank the SKOCH Group for giving us an opportunity to showcase and project whatever we could do to combat the COVID-19 pandemic during this time. And the model which we adapted, the holistic care approach, it turned out to be really very interesting and very productive for giving a very good output for our patients. And at the same time, we got a good opportunity to put on paper and project whatever we could do. So I would like to thank SKOCH Group for giving us the opportunity. Thank you.
Congratulations. High Voltage Distribution System, Paschim Gujarat Witch Company Limited, Mr. Anil Mandalia, Chief Engineer.
Thank you very much from PGVCL. Thanks, SKOCH Group.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sudhir Mehta, Lead and Coordinator, Pune Platform for COVID-19 Response. Response to COVID. Dr. Vasumati V., Director from Radhatri Netralaya, Community Ophthalmology.
Namaste, and I am Dr. Vasumati Vedantam from Radhatri Netralaya, and I thank the SKOCH Group for giving us this honor, and we are honored and humbled to receive this award, this Order of Merit. And this is a shot in the arm for our community ophthalmology projects, especially with regards to prevention of preterm babies, blindness in preterm babies in rural Tamil Nadu. And though COVID was put everything on the back burner for us, we strived hard by sanitizing and social distancing and also increasing the patient awareness about these things. We have strived hard not to break any of the projects that we did in community ophthalmology. And this Order of Merit is a recognition of our efforts and the efforts of my team as well. So thank you so much for the honor. Namaste.
Congratulations. Ms. Sabah Adil, Chief People Officer, Rahija QBE General Insurance Company for learning and several engagement initiatives.
Thank you, and a very honored to receive this. Thank you for the encouragement on the employee side of things. Thanks to the jury, thanks to the SKOCH group.
Congratulations.
So Shiv Tiwari, Chief Marketing Officer from Reliance Nippon Life Insurance, fighting COVID.
Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of my entire organization and my colleagues, I'd like to thank the jury and SKOCH Group for bestowing this award. We worked really hard to deliver value to our customers, to our employees, and to the society at large in creating more employment opportunities during this period. Thank you so much, and we look forward to your encouragement going ahead.
फर्स्ट राउंड हुआ, एक राउंड और होगा.
Everybody else. Congratulations. Chief Manager, Reliance Nippon Life Insurance for cyber security.
Hello.
Please unmute.
Hello.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity, sir, and thanks to the SKOCH Group for giving us a platform. Innovation what we had was on cybersecurity layering especially for the COVID times, and we are very happy that this got into the selection. And thanks a lot for the platform. Thanks very much.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
I now invite Ms. Swati B, co-founder, ReviewSoft Solutions India Private Limited for M-Pension.
Thank you, Gusharan ji. On behalf of my team, I thank both the SKOCH Group and also the jury who have recognized our efforts and encouraged us with the Order of Merit Award. Thank you so much. We enjoyed the entire journey and looking forward for more associations with SKOCH Group. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Rakesh Chaudhary, Head Government Business, Safeway Insurance TPA Private Limited for Ayushman Bharat.
Thank you everyone for recognizing our work. Thank you very much for giving motivation to organization for work hard and fit.
Congratulations to you. For response to COVID, Dr. Ketaki Kulkarni, dental surgeon at Sanjeevani Orthopedic and Fracture Hospital.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Ketaki Kulkarni from Chandrapur, Maharashtra. I thank members of the jury and I'm grateful to all the organizers for considering my application. This award means a lot to me. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. M. Mahesh Babu, Chairman, Saptagiri Gramina Bank, COVID Sahaya Loans.
Sir, this is Mahesh Babu, Chairman of Saptagiri Gramina Bank. Thank you very much to the SKOCH Group for this recognition. It is a really encouragement for the SGB team. We are honored, sir. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Excellent.
Thank you.
Mr. Ajit Valet, Chief Information Officer, SBI Life Insurance Company Limited, C KYC, offline KYC and ASP process integration. Mr. Valet. Mr. Mukesh Kumar, Senior Vice President IT from SBI Life Insurance, Smart Advisor Universal.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, SKOCH Group and juries giving us opportunity to present the work in front of you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Congratulations. For response to COVID, Secure Now Insurance Broker Private Limited, Mr. Kapil Mehta, Chief Executive Officer.
This is Kapil Mehta from Secure Now. We are an insurance broker working for small businesses, and the COVID period has been particularly difficult for us as well as for our clients. And as pointed out, we've used technology in a substantial way. Thank you very much for giving us this award. There's a lot to be done, and we look forward to that. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Excellent.
The next one also goes to Mr. Kapil Mehta, InsurTech during COVID-19.
Thank you so much. This is sort of just a recognition of the way technology can help companies deal with issues of their clients. Thank you for this award as well. We truly value it and appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations. Project Turnaround, Fertilizers and Chemicals Travancore Limited, Mr. Kishore Rungta, Chairman and Managing Director.
A very good evening to all. I am Dr. Jayachandran on behalf of Chairman and Managing Director Sri Kishore Rungta from FACT. Right now, my CMD is still with the technical team on a discussion. So first of all, I would like to thank the Scotch for arranging such a platform for showcasing the turnaround story of FACT. We are one of the first large-scale fertilizer companies of India, and we could considerably improve our physical and financial performance during 1920 and report positive results after a long gap of negative results, continued losses. On behalf of FACT family, I would like to thank the jury members for their valuable feedback on our efforts on the project turnaround. To be frank, it was a struggle for survival. It has given us confidence to perform better even with all restrictions during the current year in COVID, and still we are improving much better than the last year. Recognitions from distinguished bodies like Scotch will be a motivation for us for even better performances in the years to come. Thank you all.
Congratulations. Mr. Srinivas Vanamala, Chief Executive Officer from the Gayatri Cooperative Urban Bank for Gayatri Mobile Banking Application. So Mr. Vanamala is there, but his video is switched off, so we cannot. There we are.
लास्ट 6 साल से मैं ये अवार्ड ले रहा हूँ साहब. ये अवार्ड मेरा को बहुत 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 ताकत दे रहा है साहब, मैं आगे बढ़ने के लिए. मेरा बैंक ये अवार्ड फर्स्ट 6 साल का पहले लिए साहब, तब मेरा बैंक का डिपॉजिट बेसिस 335 करोड़ सर. नाउ 6 साल के अंदर 1000 करोड़ डिपॉजिट पार हुआ साहब. ये मेरा एम्प्लॉयज की और बहुत मोटिवेट दे रहे साहब, और समीर कोचर साहब की और गुलजान साहब की बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दे रहा हूँ साहब. थैंक यू वेरी मच सर.
आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. आप अगली बारी आए और 10,000 करोड़ का आपका बैंक हो, यही हमारी
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर.
हमारी शुभकामनाएं आपके साथ हैं. अगला भी आप ही को जाता है फॉर एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन.
सर
बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. I now have the pleasure of inviting Ms. H.K. Joshi, Chairman and Managing Director, Shipping Corporation of India for Corporate Excellence.
I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Mr. Sameer Kochar, Chairman, Scotch Group, Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Managing Director and Editor, and the entire jury along with the Scotch Group for felicitating SCI. We remain committed to contributing to the economy through our pursuit, converting every adversity into an opportunity. I sincerely thank the Scotch Group for instituting these awards and merits in recognition of excellence, which actually encourage organizations to perform well. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, ma'am. Chairman, Vision Digital India, Dr. Hari Krishna, for providing digital skills to all. Ms.
Yes,
I.
sir.
Kundan.
Yes, I am available, sir.
All right.
Digital greetings to each one of you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much to Sri Samir Kocher Saab, the chairman of SKOCH Group, and the esteemed panel, the judges, for recognizing our work at Vision Digital India. We are committed providing digital skills to all. So in this journey, we already completed closely 1 lakh student training, and we are looking forward in the next 5 years to reach to 1 million. We require your blessings and your support, and we are committed. The entire team of Vision Digital India would like to express our sincere thanks to entire team for recognizing us to do much better things. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
God bless you and congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ms. I. Kundan, Secretary, Women and Child Development Department, Government of Maharashtra for Tarang, Maharashtra.
Namaste. I am Karan, along with Shashwat Program Officers from Department of Women and Child Development. Under the guidance of Principal Secretary, it is Kundan ma'am, we have launched the platform Taranga Suposhit Maharashtra, which is a digital platform which includes IVR helpline, broadcast call, and WhatsApp chatbot to continue the interface with the potential beneficiaries for nutritional and ECD counseling even during the pandemic period. Presently, we have reached more than 10 lakh beneficiaries, and we are sincerely thankful for SKOCH Group for recognizing our efforts. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Mr. Sumit Basu, Project Head, Zikitsa Healthcare Limited for 108 Emergency Medical Ambulance Service.
Hello, respected panelists and jury members. I am Vishak Dayanandan. On behalf of Zikitsa Healthcare and Mr. Sumit Basu, would like to thank all the jury members and panelists for recognizing our project 108 Medical Emergency Ambulance Service, especially in Jharkhand. Thank you so much, team. Thank you for your valuable feedback on our project. Thank you.
Congratulations.
We have a couple of announcements which are still left. So let me take a minute before I make those announcements. Kindly allow me a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of now inviting Mr. Aditya Shah, Managing Director and Co-founder, Amnex Info Technologies. Do we have Mr. Shah with us? Mr. Mitesh Kumar, Managing Director, HLBS Tech Private Limited.
थैंक यू सर। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं समीर कोचर जी का और जूरी मेंबर्स सभी लोगों का। हमारी कंपनी भोपाल में बेस्ड है और हम लोग इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के आईटी हार्डवेयर मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं और सर्वर, वर्कस्टेशन, डेस्कटॉप पीसी, ऑल इन वन थिन क्लाइंट कियोस्क के क्षेत्र में भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के कई वर्षों से कार्य कर रहे हैं और लगातार ये चौथा अवार्ड है हमें स्कॉच की तरफ से। स्कॉच ग्रुप का धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा कि उन्होंने हमें रिकॉग्नाइज किया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको।
थैंक यू सर।
Mr. Tulsidas Pahuja, Director, Tusar Fab Engineers Private Limited. Please unmute yourself, Mr. Pahuja.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman and entire team of SKOCH Group. I am Tulsidas Pahuja on behalf of Tusar Fab Engineers, and we will continue to contribute to the development of this great nation. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Kulbhushan Khanna, Managing Director, Vayu Nandana Power Limited.
Thank you, Scotch. Thank you, jury. Thank you for your encouragement. And we are very happy to receive award from such an esteemed organization. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much, all of you, for joining us in this session. Here we finish the announcement of the Scotch Order of Merit semi-finalists. And in a few moments, we will go live with the announcements for the Scotch Awards for the year 2021, the first round of which you have all qualified for. So in between, may I request the host to run the small video. Well, this is the moment which everyone eagerly awaits.
Gulshan, before you go on, can I say a few words about the Scotch Award?
Yes, please go ahead.
You stop sharing.
Here we go.
Yeah, so I actually wanted to, share with you the journey of Scotch Awards. It has taken us very hard work of 20 years to be able to, reach this stage where today Scotch Award is a universally recognized award. Union ministers receive it, chief ministers receive it, Gram Pradhans receive it, SHG members receive it. Equally well, anybody who's from the grassroots and has contributed towards inclusive growth of India receives it, and receives it after a very fair process, which goes along 4 months. It is not easy to give apolitical awards. It is not easy to give non-commercial awards. Apolitical, because when we had the UPA government at power, the maximum number of awards were won by the state of Gujarat. And today, when we have a BJP government, this year the highest performing state is Andhra Pradesh, which is not a BJP state. And the reason why we are able to do that and be respected across political spectrum is because this is the only award which is based on evidence. All of you have gone through very comprehensive documentation, which is scrutinized, shortlisted. All of you have gone through an expert jury presentation. I see a lot of awards and it makes me laugh from some prestigious publications, big houses, where they say our jury is, the top 10 CEOs of India are our jury. Tell me, those top 10 CEOs have nothing else to do except go through 500 nominations? How much time would they have given to each nomination. Chances are that for some reason or the other, winners are chosen and rubber stamped by the jury, and the jury agrees to be jury because it gives them free publicity. Our jury is very humble jury. It's a jury of domain experts. It's the people who have, worked 30 years, 40 years in the field, doing the same thing that you've done. And today they sit on judgment on stuff that they have very deep, intimate knowledge. Our jury is not changed every year. There are jury members that go back 10 years. None of them is a Scotch employee, by the way. All of them are volunteers. No one gets paid a rupee for this labor of love. They still go through it. They cross-examine you. They elicit answers. And then they make recommendations. They give you a rating. Only average of that rating is taken. No single jury member can even sway a decision. Having got that rating, you go through a popular vote, which is a vote of your beneficiaries. People who have been impacted by your work, they come online and vote for you. You've reached this stage, you've not spent a single rupee. After that, the semi-finalist list is decided, which is order of merit. You're all sitting here, having received the order of merit. Some of you also choose to participate in an exhibition. At every stage of our evaluation, the marks are capped. The highest mark possible in a Scotch award is 10. Which means if in the first step itself you got 10, there is nothing more that you can get, even if you go through the subsequent steps. So it's a very, very fair play. It is a very fair game. And that is the reason why it is respected. A very large number of people who get awards, and you will see quite a few of them today, who have reached up to the award stage, even participating in the exhibition. A very large number of people, award winners, have not participated in the exhibition. A large number of people are too poor to pay us anything. In fact, when there was a physical world and the conferences were happening physically, all the people who used to come from rural India, SHGs, CSCs, etc., they used to get travel support from us. We used to foot the bill. Now, what are we? We are not Gates Foundation. We are not Birlas. We are not Tatas. We are certainly not Government of India. We get no donation from anyone. We get no funding from anywhere. We recognize good work out of the hard-earned money that we make. In the past 1 year, our employees have worked at 30% less salaries. They work from home. Banks have not given us any working capital because they think conferences business is dead. We have survived all that, and we're sitting here in front of you, honoring you and respecting you. So in that spirit, consider this as a great gesture of respect and recognition from our side. Today, just before the award, I got a mail from someone saying that they may not win the award because they have not participated in the exhibition, and I was very hurt. And I had to write back to them explaining the whole thing, and once they understood, they sent me a letter of apology. So on one hand, it makes me very happy that people who think they may lose the award or may not get it or actually lose it get a huge amount of loser's remorse, which means it was a very aspirational award for them. And we really wish that we could give it to each one of you. Well, those are other kind of awards where when you go and everybody present there gets an award. You know why that happens? That happens because someone who's selling something to you is a sponsor for the award. So the sponsors decide who gets the award. In some other places, advertising spends decide who gets the award. We are a micro enterprise. We are less than 10 crores. For 20 years, we have documented as a national service. And I'm very proud that we have done that because by talking to you, we have been enriched. In fact, another fellow who was an IPS tweeted some days back that, he may not get the award because, or no, somebody told him that he'll get the award only if he participates in the exhibition. And I said, you name the person, he'll lose his job, or you delete the tweet. And he had to delete the tweet. Even today, you will find that there are so many people who will win. Making money is not a crime. All of you are in business. You get salaries to do your job. Making an honest living is not a crime. Accusing somebody to make a living to document India's history is not a crime. We have employees, they have expenses, they have installments, they have children who get the same education. Remember, we are less than 10 crores. We are not Gates Foundation, we are not Tata, we are not Birla, and no one sponsors us. We gave a full page ad saying that when it is World Economic Forum, everybody goes there. Ministers will fall over each other, industrialists will fall over each other, everybody will throw money at them. And they will not be discussing one thing which is concrete or good for India. This is India Economic Forum. We work for inclusive growth of India. We come back with hard recommendations, and then we do not let go unless those recommendations are actually implemented. And policy after policy, whether it's Atmanirbhar Bharat, whether it's Jan Dhan Yojana, whether it's loan moratorium that all of you enjoyed, has come out of our very, very hard work and labor. And the strength that we get is the moral strength, because we deal with all of you. You all know that we are unbiased, and do spread the word. You know, when people get an award, everybody else sees a picture. 2 days back, Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh received an award in person. A lot of people tweeted, oh, this is the same company that gave award to last Chief Minister also. Well, is there a guarantee that there cannot be two performing Chief Ministers? It cannot. Is there a guarantee that a state that is performing well cannot keep performing well? Is there a guarantee that that state that is not doing well will never do well? The reason I say so is that today we live in a very polarized environment. It is difficult to be an honest award. It is difficult to be a non-commercial award. It is difficult to keep our izzat intact and felicitate all of you with a smile. With that, I ask Kusharan to start the award ceremony.
In fact, Samir, what you said, state department after department, if they come back and if they keep on incrementally doing a good work, they do get an award, they do get a recognition going through the same process of evaluation. If that was not the case, perhaps winning an award once probably would shut the doors for the rest of your life. But that indeed is not the case. I heard a gentleman here itself who said that fourth time he has come back, because each time he gets a recognition, it is an encouragement. And one of the Grameen banks chairman, he was moving in a car, and he said that it was 6 years ago that when he got the award, the bank's book was 300 crores. Today, after that encouragement and much more, it has exceeded 1,000 crores. So encouragement.
And we have to check our records, and the chances are 99% that bank has never paid us a rupee for anything.
Absolutely. And today he's as much a contestant like anybody else who did participate in exhibition or did not participate in exhibitions. Well, that equalizes everyone. But yes, if you do participate in exhibition, that brings other related benefits to you, like your work gets more visible to the international audience. Reason is very simple. See, ever since we gone digital, the exhibitions have become even more popular because the boundaries, the physical boundaries have been broken down. So if somebody is visiting the exhibition in Pragati Maidan, he has to buy a ticket and be physically there. So limited by that. But if somebody sitting in US wants to log in and see what good work is happening in Saptagiri, he can actually see it from there. So more than almost like 2 million people have visited our exhibition in the last 4 rounds. That means in the last 4 months ever since. And that is the kind of power that technology brings to us. Well, all of us understand, and let's move on to make the announcements for those who have made it to the final list. Ladies and gentlemen, let me have the pleasure of announcing the Silver Award in the Achiever category, and I invite Mr. Tulsidas Pahuja, Director, Tushar Fab Engineers Private Limited, the Silver Award.
Thank you very much. I'm really honored Thank you.
Congratulations. पहुंचा साहब आपने पैसे तो नहीं दिए?
नहीं नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं दिए.
Thank you for clarifying it.
Thank you. Really, I'm grateful to you. Thank you.
I now have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Kulbhushan Khanna, Managing Director from Vayu Nandana Power Limited, Gold in Achievers.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, jury. I am very delighted to receive your award. It's really a great honor to me. Thank you very much. Thank you again.
Congratulations, खन्ना साहब. कोई ये तो नहीं बोलेगा कितने पैसे में लिया गोल्ड अवार्ड आपने?
सर स्वाद ही पैदा नहीं होता सर, ऐसा पैसे का इसमें कोई इश्यू ही नहीं है उसमें. पैसा तो there's nowhere.
जी. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Shiv Tiwari, Chief Marketing Officer, Reliance Nippon Life Insurance, Silver Award in Cybersecurity. Mr. Tiwari is there, but his video is switched off. Yes, we can see you now.
Thank you so much, sir.
Congratulations, Mr. Tiwari.
Thank you so much, sir. This means a lot to us.
I now invite Chairman Himachal Pradesh Grameen Bank, Mr. Uday Chandra, in the category Digital Technologies, Silver Award.
Good evening, sir. Thank you very much to SKOCH Group and juries for recognizing Himachal Pradesh Grameen Bank. Himachal Pradesh Grameen Bank is always committed for rural development and financial inclusion. Ultimately, one of the core group for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to you, Chandra.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
In digital technologies, silver. The next one goes to Jawaharlal Postgraduate Research, Dr. Ravi Kumar Chitoria, Professor Registrar.
चेयरमैन कोचर जी, आप हमारे वैसे ही दिल के क्लोज थे 2017 से, जब मैं आपके साथ स्टेज में फिजिकली खड़ा था, और मैं यहाँ पर बाकी सबको भी एनकरेज कर रहा था, क्योंकि मेरे को बताया गया था NIC पुडुचेरी के डायरेक्टर शुक्ला जी ने, डॉक्टर शुक्ला ने, कि डॉक्टर रवि आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और आप इतना काम कर रहे हैं, आप स्कॉच अवार्ड में क्यों नहीं अपना काम दिखाते हैं. तो आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू द स्कॉच ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एज वेल एज द people who have made me this possible. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको रवि जी, क्योंकि आप 2017 से हमारे पास आ रहे हैं.
थैंक यू सर.
6 साल में आपने हमको कितना पैसा दिया?
सर हम तो गवर्नमेंट के हैं, हमारी सैलरी भी टैक्सेबल है और 30% चला जाता है, बड़ी मुश्किल से HRA और वो सब भी कट जाता है, आपको तो मालूम है. तो
आपसे मांगा नहीं ना किसी ने कभी भी?
सर हमने तो पहले वाले अवार्ड में भी जब हमें मिला था 2017 में नहीं दे सकते थे, अब भी नहीं दे सकते हैं. दिस इज ट्रूथ एक्चुअली. पीपल विल स्टिल रेज सम डाउट्स एंड confuse the scenarios, sir. I think that not to be discussed.
We need people like you to be our warriors.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank
and
you for
tell the whole world that this award is not for sale.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Congratulations, Dr.
Thank you.
I now invite Chief Information Officer, Mr. Ajit Vele, SBI Life Insurance in Digital Technologies, Silver, for CKYC, offline KYC, and ASP process integration. Congratulations.
A very good evening to all, and I'm indeed honored to on behalf of the SBI family, I would like to thank the SKOCH family and everyone else involved with it, along with the jury members who have been kind enough to bestow this honor to us. Indeed, a pleasure to receive this. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I now invite Mr. Anil Mandalia, Chief Engineer from Paschim Gujarat Witch Company, for project High Voltage Distribution System Silver in Energy.
Hello.
Good evening. And, thank you very much on behalf of PGVCR. We are honored to receive this award. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Dr. Gauri Shankar, Managing Director, Manaviya Development and Finance Private Limited, Silver Award in Environment and Sustainability for investing in people. Mr. Srinath H. Joshi, Chairman, Karnataka Grameen Bank, Silver in Excellence in BFSI, for Champion of Financial Inclusion Initiatives.
Entire jury and the chairman, Mr. Kochar, and the entire jury and other panelists for awarding and recognizing the best performance of our whatever in the field which we have been awarded. We really we feel proud about having won this award, and we are repeat performers. Consistently we have been present in many of the such award functions in the past also. I'm thankful to of course Scotch Group for the recognition of our performance. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Dr. Faiz Ahmed Mumtaz, District Magistrate from Jamtara, Silver in Excellence in Governance for Community Libraries. Dr. Geetika Patel, Medical Director from Parul Sevashram Hospital, Silver in Excellence in Health for a holistic care approach to combat COVID-19.
Thank you once again, Scotch. It is really a delightful moment. And this recognition will keep us moving and work more and more dedicatedly towards doing the best for the health of the nation. Thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Mr. Arindam Sen, Chief Executive Officer from JK Insurance Brokers, for response to COVID, Silver. Mr. Sudhir Mehta, Lead and Coordinator, Pune Platform for COVID-19 Response, Silver, for response to COVID. Do we have Mr. Mehta with us? Mr. Jagjit Singh, Director cum Additional Secretary, Technical Education, Department of Technical Education, UT Chandigarh, Silver Award in Skill Development for Government ICT Training a New Initiative.
Congratulations, Mr. Jagjit Singh. You're on mute.
Thank you, Scotch Group. It's really wonderful and feeling grateful on behalf of Chandigarh administration to receive this award. I am also again express my gratefulness to the Scotch Group and all the jury members for recognizing our services in the field of technical education. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Congratulations. Mission Director from Directorate Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen Rajasthan, Mr. Vishwa Mohan Sharma, Silver Award for Swachh Bharat.
Thank you, Scotch. Thank you, Mr. Sameer Kochar, Chairman of the Scotch Group, Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, the entire jury, panelists. This is the third Scotch Award that is being awarded to Swachh Bharat Mission in Rajasthan. This will go a long way in motivating our field workers, inspire them, and to achieve their motto in the second phase of Swachh Bharat Mission that has been launched. And this would not have been possible without the consistent effort of our workers, our whole staff, and our officers who are working day and night in the field. I would like to bring to your notice that 75 lakhs toilets were built in Rajasthan, and Rajasthan was first state to achieve the status of open defecation free in 2018. And now we have started working on the second phase of Swachh Bharat Mission, and that includes solid and liquid waste management. And I hope that with this award we will be able to achieve the status of ODF plus ahead of all the states in the country. Thank you, Scotch. Thank you, entire jury and panelists once again.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Mr. Sharma.
Thank you.
Mr. Kishore Rungta, Chairman and Managing Director, Fertilizers and Chemicals Travancore Limited for Corporate Excellence Gold Award.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Scotch and the jury members. I'm really thankful to the Scotch for giving this recognition to us. I received this award on behalf of FHCD family. So definitely give a very good encouragement to each and to every employee of my company and will give better result for the 2021 also. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Mr. Rungta.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Nasir Kadri, Chief Engineer, Maharashtra State Electricity Transmission Company Limited, Gold Award in Digital Technologies for enabling best-in-class data connectivity for economic growth.
Thanks a lot, sir. Till this time, we were transmitting energy and we were transforming lives through electric energy. But now, by replacing earth wire with the optical fiber cable, as we have this project, we are going to now transform communication in the digital India also. So we are very, very thankful to you and Scotch Group, sir, for motivating us and for team building and to have a great India, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Ms. Sujata Sahu, 17,000 Feet Foundation, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Gold Award for Education and Skill Development, Project DigiLab. Mr. Vijay Kumar.
I think we have 17,000 Foundation.
Yeah. Good evening. Yeah, sorry. I think.
Yeah.
Hello. I think I got disconnected. She is
Can you hear me?
Connection is very, very intermittent. I thank you from behalf of our team who actually deserve the entire award. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
So 17,000 Feet Foundation, you are an NGO, right?
We are an NGO. We work in the education sector in Ladakh. We are currently, and we get this award for our digital learning solution, which works specifically in areas which do not have electricity and internet.
So hopefully Scotch Foundation has not taken any money from you to give you this award.
Definitely not. Definitely not. And I mean, in fact, we were really very surprised because everybody else around us are very large organizations and government organizations. We are a small niche NGOs, and we are very surprised and we are very thankful for this.
You're doing God's work. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kocher. We're grateful.
Can I just jump in? I wanted to say thank you. Myself, sorry, I'm in Ladakh and connectivity is bad. Thank you so much for this honor. I'm accepting this on behalf of my team, who's on the team, on the road all the way and reaching out to the remotest of villages of Ladakh. And with this award, I hope to reach out, me and my team hope to reach out to other remote villages in other Himalayan regions. So thank you so much. Mr. Samir Kocher and Dr. Gursharan, thank you so much.
Congratulations. Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much, sir.
Time to invite Go Digit General Insurance Company, Mr. Vijay Kumar, CEO and Principal Officer. Excellence in FSI, Gold.
Yeah, good evening, sir. And many thanks to Scotch Group, Sabir Saab, the chairman of Scotch Group, and Dr. Gurshan for, encouraging us. Many thanks, a lot of thanks from the entire Go Digit General Insurance team. This product we actually envisaged and invested in this product in the month of January, February last year when COVID was just starting and nobody knew actually what is going to happen. So in a way, whatever investment we did, I think it turned out to be great support for the society, and and we thank you for encouraging us. I think this Scotch Group, in a way itself, I think is by encouraging entrepreneurs, new companies, I think it's a great contribution to the growth of this economy and this country, I think. So keep it up, and thank you so much once again.
Congratulations. Mr. E. Daniel, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer from Orange Retail Finance. Excellence in BFSI Gold for Financial Services. Dr. S.K. Jha, Chairman and Managing Director, Mishra Dhatu Nigam Limited, Gold for Corporate Excellence, Modernization and Diversification.
Thank you, Scotch, for giving this award to Mr. Dhatu Nigam. And we are basically involved in supplying the strategic materials for the different requirements for the nation. And this award is a great encouragement for our team. And it is at the right opportunity for us for providing further support or further work for making India great in terms of defense, space, and aerospace. Thank you very much to the jury.
Congratulations, Dr. Jha. District Magistrate, Mr. Anuj Kumar Jha from Ayodhya. For COVID response, excellence in health, gold for you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everybody at Scotch, again, because all of you put huge efforts to go through all the presentations, all the projects, and evaluate all the projects. That must have been a huge task. And also, we feel thankful, particularly for appreciating the passion and the commitment with which the whole team worked during the COVID to manage the COVID situation in the district. And I receive this honor on the behalf of the whole team, who will be very happy and feel very much encouraged by your recognition. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
In health goes to Dr. Shanta Datta, Director and Scientist, GICMR, National Institute of Cholera and Enteric Diseases, Gold for multi-component efforts and achievements of ICMR and ICED.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for this award, which is very much inspirational and encouraging for us. We are honored to have this award, and we hope that we will do better in future. And definitely, this is one kind of recognition which we have done so much for this COVID-19, and this recognition will give us further energy to do better and excellent job in future. Thank you so much to the entire Scotch Group.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Mr. Praveen Yadav, Chief Administrative Officer, MD India Health Insurance, TPA, Excellence in Health, Gold for claim processing. Mr. Kapil Mehta, Director, Secure Now Insurance Broker Private Limited, for response to Gold, response to COVID, ladies and gentlemen, Gold Award. Mr. Mehta. Mr. Mayank Batwal, Chief Executive Officer, Aditya Birla Health Insurance Company, Excellence in BFSI, Platinum for Health Insurance.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kocher and the entire Scotch team. It's really a big recognition for the entire team. We've been attempting to take this very important offering of health insurance to the entire, length and breadth of the country. And, for a young organization of 4 years, this will go a long way in encouraging the team even more to work even harder to take this offering. Really, it's we are really privileged to get this recognition. And sir, Kocher Saab, I don't think you need to justify to anyone on how this award is, given. And I think there are always naysayers, and we don't need to necessarily respond to them, sir. I really value the way this whole process went through, and thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much, and let me share another good news with you. The Platinum Award in this category means that you have been adjudged across all insurance companies the best in health insurance in India.
Thank you so much, sir.
You are. Congratulations for such a young company to be the best health insurance company in India. Hats off to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Well, congratulations to you, Mr. Buckwal, for outshining, I must say. Mr. K. Rajivan Nair, Executive Director, Corporate Communications, Life Insurance Corporation of India. Excellence in BFSI. Claim settlements, platinum.
Good evening, sir.
Congratulations.
It's been a great honor. Thank you, sir. It's been a great honor for Life Insurance Corporation of India to get the Scotch Award in the Platinum category, especially in claims. We have been in the forefront in settlement of claims, and that's how the trust of the public is upon us, sir. Thank you once again for all the good things. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, let me also share with you, this makes you the most trusted life insurance company in India.
Great, sir. Great of you. Thank you.
Yeah, people trust you. My insurance is also LIC.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Mr. Nair.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Our last announcement for platinum and excellence in BFSI goes to Saptagiri Gramina Bank. Mr. M. Mahesh Babu, Chairman, for COVID Sahaya loans.
Sir.
Congratulations.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. It is a great honor for Saptagiri Gramina Bank. The entire team has reached rural India with COVID Sahaya loans to support them in financial needs of the rural public, sir. It's a great honor for me to receive this prestigious award from the great Scotch Group on behalf of the entire team of Saptagiri Gramina Bank, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It's a great moment for us and it's a greatest recognition for us, sir. Thank you, sir.
Also, you are the best RRB in the country. So
thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, congratulations to Mr.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
That was the announcement for the Scotch Award for this year. And my congratulations are due to all the award winners, as well as the semi-finalists for Scotch Order of Merit. Having to the Scotch Award is one thing, it doesn't stop you from coming back. And making to the semi-finals is also at the same time doesn't mean that you were not worthy of the award. Probably you need to come back with some more incremental improvements to make it to the finalist list. So with that, I thank Mr. Sameer Kochar for gracing the occasion, having to converse with you, and blessings be added to the work of each and every one of you. May your work flourish and you do well, and come back once again next time. We'd love to see you with even more punch added to your work, so that it can make it to the excellence list. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Kochar, would you like to say a few words on the go as we close the session?
Yes. What about a group photo?
So can we have all the videos switched on so that we can have a group photo? I request all of you to switch on your videos.
Also, I would like to inform you that the physical awards will reach you sometime next week. Do take a picture with your team, with your management, and send it to us, a high resolution photograph, which we can then use for publishing and publicizing the good work that you've done. Unfortunately, we cannot do awards in person because of COVID. So we are sending them to you. But, that picture is very important. It's very important for you. It's very important for us. We'll remember you by it.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Have a very good evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and have a...
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks again. Thanks.